Students, kindly call your friends who are outside. Students, kindly assemble fast. We are about to start the event. I request everyone to assemble fast. Kindly call your friends who are outside. Students are requested to settle down quickly. Good afternoon. May I invite Mr. K.E. Raghunathan to set the tone and the introduction of the eminent speakers on 6 sectors.
We are late in terms of many things. We are late in acquiring knowledge. We are late in updating ourselves. We are late at this moment in listening to the great speakers who have come different places of the country. The session 2 is going to take 6 sectors. We are going to talk about aerospace. We are going to talk about life sciences. We're going to talk about shipbuilding. We're going to talk about advanced electronics. We're going to talk about EV sector. We are going to talk about renewable energy. These 6 sectors, which we identified as an emerging sector in Tamil Nadu, how it was, how it is, and how it will be. An overview is what is required, and we are so glad and happy. Each one of them are eminent achievers in their own chosen area of life. It's not easy to get such people's time. and it's much more difficult to retain them beyond a specific time because they each one have their
powered cities, electricity lit nights, and networks connected to the world. Every era has its turning point. When the right time, place, and people come together to create the lasting impact. Today, Tamil Nadu stands at that very moment with 6 emerging sectors, a $28 billion startup ecosystem, and a remarkable 23% annual growth. It's a place where heritage meets innovation and the future is being shaped. The moment is now. Aerospace and drones, renewable energy, shipbuilding and marine tech, electric vehicles, advanced electronics and semiconductors, life sciences, pharma and biotech. 6 high growth sectors, endless opportunities. Thrive TN, a one-day international seminar linking you to industry, skills and careers. Learn, connect and create your future. From satellites to EVs, Tamil Nadu powers the future. One day, 6 sectors, infinite possibilities. Thrive TN, rise and reform. Yetramum Matravum.
Thank you. May I now invite Mr. G.S. Madhusudanan on advanced electronics. His profile will be on the screen so that we save time of introducing yourself. You are a well-known personality.
Hello, everybody. I know it's been a long morning and there's been a bit of a delay, so I'll expedite things. I'm going to be talking specifically on what it would take to create a thriving semicon ecosystem in Tamil Nadu. I'm not going to talk about generalities and go all over the place. My brief talk is going to be very, very specific. Now, let's come down to brass tacks. India has embarked on a pretty extensive, ambitious semiconductor mission. Okay, so India wants to do its fabs, it wants to package its own chips, it also wants to design its own products. Broadly, the maximum profit in the semicon industry comes from people who do the parts. That is, people who design and manufacture the parts. So NVIDIA makes far more profits than TSMC does. AMD makes far more profits than any other thing. So while India does plan to do a few more fabs and packaging, I strongly feel that our biggest focus should be on designing the chips. That is, the design and IP should be key rather than the fab strategy. We need the fabs for strategic autonomy, but they can come at their own pace. Now, even when you do parts, you got to be a little pragmatic. China, due to geopolitical reasons, is not able to supply semiconductors to most of the world because Chinese parts are embargoed or not favored by most of the world. This opens up an opportunity for India. If you look at semiconductor shipped in the world market, the vast majority typically tend to be below $10. They tend to be with older nodes, 180 nanometers, 90 nanometers, 65. All the glamorous 2 nanometers, 3 nanometers that you see, your mobile phone chip, your PC chip, your laptop chip, don't account for too much in terms of volume. By value, possibly yes. So the right strategy for India, and especially Tamil Nadu, would be to focus on fabulous semiconductor companies doing parts, and especially focus on chips costing below $5. If India plays its cards right, and I feel that Tamil Nadu will be at the forefront of this, we can actually grab something like 25% of the world market on chips costing below $5. So what does it take for Tamil Nadu to become the number one in the semiconductor product market in India, and what we should do? It is simple. We need to nurture intellectual property companies and we need to nurture product companies. There is enough talent here. The problem is, how does that talent create products that get into the market? What support does that talent need? These are the two things that we need to address in this state if we need to become number one in semiconductor products. Let's get to the market. There are like about 4 or 5 companies in Chennai itself. The biggest problem they have is getting to the market. The solution is simple. Tamil Nadu is the EMS capital of the country, which means 30-40% of the electronics manufacturing happens here. You don't have to run around the world trying to look for customers. So what we're trying to do, along with guidance and the industries ministry, is trying to talk to the EMS companies like Foxconn, trying to talk to the auto manufacturers, talking to other people, and figuring out what are the components they're using in their production in Tamil Nadu. So the goal is, can we identify 5 parts that these end users would be willing to buy from a startup in Tamil Nadu? Correct? So that matchmaking of customers and producers is the first thing that needs to get addressed. The second problem is, if a startup creates a part, somebody like Mahindra or Tata is not really going to trust that part easily. So there needs to be a testing, certification facility that the government has to bring up so that parts coming from startups can be tested, validated, and more importantly, certified. The government should stand guarantee for the quality, at least in the initial years. Startups also have other problems. The infrastructure required to package a chip, to test the chip, all of that can be a common facility that can be provided to startups so that the startups can focus on the intellectual property, and the common facility can be provided like a private-public partnership. And those are the things that are being examined. If we play our cards right, of course, the last missing piece is the investment. We don't need an investment pool. We need a fund of funds. Funding semiconductors is not easy. It's a long game, right? You need to fund it at least for like 5 to 8 years, and profits probably start coming in between anywhere from the 4th to 6th year. So it's a very long game, something that you won't see happening in like 18 months. So these are the set of techniques that need to be implemented so that we can have a thriving product ecosystem. Now, this may appear a little counterintuitive. Tamil Nadu should not focus on fabs. Tamil Nadu should focus on product companies. It should focus on intellectual property creation because our manpower is our biggest strength. Fabs require a lot of capex, which means it will hit the deficit of any state budget. So it's not a great idea when your budget can't sustain large capex investment. So this, I feel, is the way forward. And given our strengths, I think we can make a good move. Now, with respect to focus, we are the auto capital of India. So, and we also do a lot of wireless courtesy IIT Madras. So, automotive, wireless, and strategic sector should also be the focus in the field of semiconductors itself. So, unless there is a hard focus both from the industry and from the government, we can't realize our goal as a product state. And that is what needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your information. I didn't want to have an individual question and answer and delay the timings. All of you will know, conducting an event of this nature with 32 speakers in a day is not that easy. So we are trying to save every minute minutes. I requested them no PowerPoint presentation. Because if you put PowerPoint presentation, you have settings and then you have waiting times and then you have some mismanagements and it eats away 7 to 8 minutes. If you put a person to introduce each one of them, it will take minimum of 2 to 3 minutes. That's why we put a poster in the back. We requested each one of them speak for 10 minutes like a reel and give us a video for 30 minutes for uploading in the mobile app. And people like Nafisa said, Who will listen for more than 10 minutes, Raghu? I am more interested in action. You give me 2,000 students, I'll give them internship over like this in 10 minutes. This is what she was saying. And I know each one of their time was busy. And so please understand, there will be no separate question and answer because that will delay our timing. Somebody will raise their hands, then somebody will run with the mic and then pick it up the mic and then you have to reintroduce yourself. Go into the community in the mobile app. For example, if you want to ask Nafisa anything, go into the community in the mobile app and post, this is a question for Ms. Nafisa, and tag her, and she would answer you. We will build, this country has witnessed several communities, and now we are moving towards knowledge community. And this knowledge community, using the digital platform and using it for a good purpose is what we are looking at. So I reserve question and answers. We will plain talk. That's why I also requested them, no niceties here. Come to the talk like what Mr. Madhu said. I get into the topic and I speak the topic. Every minute, second is important to me. So enjoy the occasion. May I now have the second speaker of the day today, who is Nafisa. She will speak on the life science, shipbuildings.
Noon, Chennai. Vanakkam, Chennai. I am Vanakkam, Chennai. I hope I've got it right. I am delighted to be here. Truly, it is a privilege to speak before the august audience and the young, motivated students sitting at the back. To me, it is a privilege indeed. I'll just tell you a little bit about myself and then I will come to my topic. I'm Mrs. Moluboy and I'm the Managing Director of Moluboy Group of Companies. Moluboys are a 120-year plus legacy company. We were founded in 1905. I'm not 120 years, just the company. I'm still sweet 16. I also have the distinction of being the only woman in the world to head an organization in the space of supply and service of electronic bridge and safety equipment to the maritime industry. I have a wish. Before I hang in my boots, I'm 63 years old and I'm grandmother to 3 grandchildren with the 4th one on its way. I want to share the center stage with many women, especially those sitting in the audience. I can see such beautiful women. I hope after my speech today, you are as attracted and as passionate about the shipbuilding industry and maritime industry as I have been over the last 26 years. So that is the very base, the thrust of my speech, to get you all to convert into maritime dons and maritime supporters. Before I start my address, which is on shipbuilding and marine technology, I have a question for the audience. How many of you have heard an Indian sailing ship that entered Muscat during the recently celebrated Makar Sankranti on the 14th of January? Have any of you heard about this? Please raise your hand. Just as you did? No? Okay. Just as I thought, you did, sir? Okay, that's one in an entire audience. Okay. The vessel was INSV Kaundinya. INSV Kaundinya is an Indian Navy sailing vessel constructed using sewn ship technique. Sewn literally means stitching together. Her design is based on the 5th century CE merchant ship and is depicted in the murals of Cave 17 of the Ajanta Ellora Caves complex. No steel hull, no welding, just wood, rope, geometry, stitching, and brilliant craftsmanship. INSV Kundanya is built on that technology, basing it on ancient knowledge and modern day navigation technology, sailing confidently into international waters. My dear friends, India was building ocean-going vessels over 1,500 years ago. You may have also heard of Lothal in Gujarat, which is a dockyard and is dated around 2300 BCE. It connected the Sabarmati River to the Arabian Sea and facilitated trade during the Indus Valley civilization. India has been pioneering shipbuilding and seafaring to the rest of the world thousands of years ago. Now let me surprise you with some more facts. India has a coastline of over 7,500 kilometers. We command an exclusive economic zone of about 2.4 million square kilometers. More than 90% of India's trade by volume moves by sea. Energy, food, security all depend on what happens beyond our shores, in our seas. In spite of this, the shipbuilding and marine technology rarely feature in mainstream conversations about India's future. Today, India has only 7 to 8 major shipyards and around 25 to 30 small and medium shipyards. For a population of a staggering 1.4 billion people, that works out to barely 2 shipyards for every 100 million people. For a maritime nation of our scale and responsibility, this gap is strikingly heartbreaking. China, on the other hand, has today 180 to 200 active shipyards. And in 2000s, when the shipbuilding industry was at its peak, China had 300 shipyards. India needs to catch up, and we need your help to do so. Now, in case you thought that this sector of mine, that is the maritime industry, the shipbuilding industry, is archaic and belonging to the yesteryears, especially after my question to you, which took you back 1500 years, that is not correct. This sector is not outdated. It is an extremely current and relevant sector. Today in the maritime world, we are talking about autonomous and remotely operated vessels, ships that use artificial intelligence, sensors, and advanced control systems. We are talking about future fuels like ammonia, methanol, hydrogen, and LNG. We are talking about zero and low carbon shipping. We are also seeing rapid maritime digitization, smart ships, predictive maintenance, digital twins, and cyber secure navigation and communication equipment. This, my dear friends, is not a slow sector. This is a deep technology sector worthy of your interest, worthy of your time. High engineering and a global impact. Please, each one of you in the audience, when you are deciding on your careers and the path forward, seriously look at the maritime industry and the shipbuilding segment of it in particular. Maritime achievements, however, unfortunately, rarely make headlines. When an aircraft crashes, it makes newspaper headlines. When a ship sinks, it sometimes doesn't even make fine print of the newspaper. However, our ships sail through cyclones. We evacuate citizens from conflict zones. And very often, we are quietly keeping global supply chains moving, yet we go unnoticed. This silence has consequences. Your minds do not, young minds do not see shipbuilding. They do not see marine engineering. They do not see ocean technologies, not because this field lacks importance or significance or or purpose. What it lacks is visibility. Therefore, I am standing here before you today to speak to you of this sector so that it becomes visible to all the young people here, and that you too take to it as passionately as me and my family have done for the past 3 generations. My children are 4th generations in this industry. And I say that very proudly. So that is the paradox that you and I must start confronting today and correcting at this very prestigious summit, Thrive Tamil Nadu Summit. India is a maritime nation with a vast coastline, a massive ocean responsibility, from stitched ships that sail like Kaundanya to autonomous vessels and green shipping corridors. You and I need to ensure that shipbuilding is not seen as a peripheral, but as central to India's becoming a leading economic world power. That perception must change, because shipbuilding and marine technology is not just about ships. It's about national capability, strategic autonomy, high value manufacturing, skilled and meaningful employment, and a sustainable future for our oceans. It sits at the intersection of tradition and advanced engineering, of history and innovation, and they offer immense opportunity to each one of you in the audience. I hope my presentation has resonated with all of you, in particular with the youth and with the policymakers and with companies like myself who are here to facilitate and to convert the maritime dream and vision into a reality and make India #1 maritime nation, a place that truly belongs to India and all Indians. Jai Hind. Thank you.
What a delivery of a speech. Very motivating, positivity and whatnot. Look at her way of speaking and the drive and the energy and the modulations. One can learn a lot more than the shipbuilding from Fisa. And this is how she was, you know. I remember one of these days of run-up, I was trying to catch with her in the evening. She said, Raghu, either you call me at 9 o'clock in the night, I will be in the office, or you call me at 11 o'clock in the night, I will attend your call. This is how she was, and most dynamic lady. May I invite Mr. Anil, who represents the Vikram Solar. All of you know, in fact, Mr. Raja was talking about them, and they have been making several progress on their renewable energy. Right. He was to have a very urgent schedule, but thankfully I am holding him. Please go ahead, Mr. Anil.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. This is just to seek attention, because I'll be speaking on the renewable energy sector, which probably you know from your, maybe from a decade or so. Everyone, every state, every home, every engineer do talk about the renewable energy. But what is there in the renewable energy as on today, and how it looks like in future, I'd like to share the certain details and informations with you all. And I request you to listen very carefully, because it cites out the opportunities for all of us. If you see the per capita consumption of electricity, if you see for India, is anybody knows the number? Any wild guess? per capita electricity consumption or power consumption for India is 1.4 K per annum. Whereas for a developing nation or developed nation like Canada, US, South Korea, if you see, they are in the bucket of 12 to 15 K per annum. What it takes for us from becoming developing nation to developed nation, one utility which is very important is the power engine, which is the electricity or the energy. And today I'll be speaking about what is our state as on today on power, how the RE is shaping up that particular industry, and how that transformation, not only in India, globally, how it is happening. Allow me to share some of the credentials. Like India's GDP this year estimated around 7.4. In the last couple of years was bullish. And projections are very strong. The same time, if you see that we have a very strong domestic demand. We have policies coming from government, make it in India. Everything we want to develop, the ecosystem in India, whether it's a chip, whether it's a high tech, whether it's the utilities, whether it's the economical ecosystem which need to exist in country, We have seen very robust demand in all economic sectors so far. If you read these details, every economic sector has gone through those kind of a very robust demand. If I have to speak about a manufacturing sector alone, which is almost like 18% to the GDP. 18% manufacturing industries contribute to our GDP. The projections for manufacturing in India has been targeted somewhere between 25 to 30% by 2030. It's a great news for all of us. And this will happen through the government support, private participations, and the PLI schemes what the government is announcing now and then for the different industries. For especially in India, if you talk about the power generation, year FY25 was 476 gigawatt, which has been projected to 800 gigawatt by 2030, almost doubling. How bullish this sector is, how the projections are coming in. We are at 476. We want to go to 800 in the next 4 to 5 years time. And by 2050, it will become almost like tripled equation for us. And same time, the government has set the target for renewable energy, RE energy, solar energy, what we are talk about is around 500 gigawatt by 2030. This movement of RE energy in the country has happened from the last 5 to 7, 8 years in a very rapid manner. And if you see that these projections, what I have shared with you, the 800 gigawatt or the tripling the power requirement, it will increase our per capita consumption to a 4,000 level. 4,000 gigawatt by 2050. And in between 2030 and all that is expected to be around the 2,000 or so. It's a quite bullish industry as on today is happening. But what are the sources? Where are we getting a power? Traditionally, we were talking about only the thermal energies, hydro energies. If I have to share certain numbers with you, sorry guys, this presentation is not here, but I have already uploaded into the website here. The almost like a 50% our power generation as on today is also happening through thermal. The 10% of the power, which is almost like a 50 gigawatt, is happening through hydro, whereas 38%, which is 184 gigawatt, is happening through the renewable sources. This industry in the last 10 years, I am able to see how they have come to the 150 or almost like a 200 gigawatt segment ratios. If I have to do or share some details about the renewable energy in detail with you, almost like 116 gigawatt, which is 51%, is come only from a solar PV modules ecosystem. 51%. The second largest stack in a RE is a wind power. Wind power is almost like a 22%. If you see 51, 22, almost like a 75% of the energies are getting met through only these two ecosystems, which is called your solar PV, which is your module manufacturing. Vikram is a module manufacturing company as on today. The same time, the wind ecosystem, Tamil Nadu is too rich. I'll share certain details with you, Arvind, what is our positioning in the wind power systems also. But these two technologies are emerging is very strong. Just to share with you, we are the third largest electricity producer in the world. We have beaten Japan, we have beaten the other countries in sector, and time to come, probably will take it the second largest position. We ranked fourth globally on the RE generation. We are the fourth largest into a wind power generation. We are the third largest into the solar generation power system. And on a global map, we'll be driving close to 35% of energy demand in coming time. Very great news to have this. This is something I talked about India, but on a global, just to give you the scale about this industry, as on today, by the end of 2024, this renewable sector stands close to around 2,374 gigawatt on a global map. Whereas the projections up to the 2030 has been projected to 4,605. That means almost like double. Almost like double. And these two technologies, what we have talked about, it will contribute to almost like 96% to the growth rate. It's a great opportunity for all of us. Let me also share some credentials and detail about Tamil Nadu. And also I'll share that our Vikram Solar's association with Tamil Nadu in some details. Tamil Nadu as on today has a power generation by all sources close to around 43 gigawatt. Out of this, 26 gigawatt is through RE. Great number to have it. I think Tamil Nadu is consecutively from last 10 years is the number one company in terms of RE generations policies implementation in the country. Solar state has close to around 10 gigawatt, whereas wind they have installed close to around 12 gigawatt as on today. Projections are very bullish. As I told you, like 500 gigawatt, the target which has been set by the government of India, the two technologies which will drive by 2030, solar is going to be close to around 300 gigawatt and wind is going to around 120 gigawatt. Whereas Tamil Nadu participation as on today is only 10 gigawatt of wind, which has to go to the 120 by the different states sector, puts the huge and the large responsibility and opportunities for all of us. Tamil Nadu as on today is the third RE generating state in the country, followed by there are two states like Rajasthan and Gujarat marginally up. But Tamil Nadu, I do see that the opportunities, because the sun radiations, what it comes here, the kind of the industrial ecosystem, what it is as on today, and the support of government policies, plus the skilled talent pool, what we have. I'll not repeat the session, what has happened in the morning, but it becomes more conducive for conceiving the scalability of this industry. So some credentials I have taken it. Tamil Nadu stands at first in the wind power, which is 12 gigawatt, cross 10 gigawatt of solar sector. Makes a lot much sense. But let me tell you guys what is there written for 2030 for all of us as a country, and especially for Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu government has set up the targets. They want to go up to the 100 gigawatt. Precise number is 98 by 2034-35. That means from a current level, they want to have almost like double their capacities in 4 years by the generations route. Renewable share, which they have close to around 59%, wants to take it to 77%. That means majority of energy source generations in future going to go only through the RE route. And Tamil Nadu is well committed to this. Offshore wind capacity, they want to take it to 35 gigawatt, which currently they have only 11 gigawatt as on today, which will force them to replace the inefficient turbines, which can give the 25% more, plus the new installations, etc. Tamil Nadu is also considering the certain other dimensions, to put the more reliabilities into the system, which can throw the opportunity to the audience, to the students, academia friends and business friends. They want to get into a much more power continuities in a day and day night, So they are thinking about a solar pumped system, what we call it a pumped storage system, and BESS, battery system, battery ecosystem in the country. And also they are focusing on the grid modernization. As on today, grid all across in all states has a constraint. We can be more on the generating side, but this same power, if you are not storing and if you are not willing it goes waste. So there is an opportunity for the state to consider the rapid modernization of a grid, put ecosystems on the pump storage system, BESS ecosystem, and support the industries which can support the solar and wind industries in the state. This throws a lot of opportunities for all of us, And especially what I do see that, especially to the renewable sector, as on today, entire ecosystem of our country is dependent on all upstream raw materials coming from China. This throws the import bill close to around 70,000 plus crore to the 1,00,000 crore, which is the opportunity for all of us to understand, get into a research, whether it's a research, whether it's to mushrooming that the ecosystem, whether to get into the small scale industry supporting to the large circle. As on today in this industry, entire polysilicon, wafer, cell are getting imported. The second opportunity, what I see for the MSMEs sector, to getting into a component levels manufacturing. We have talked about in the morning, Minister has talked about how that MSMEs has to get mushroom, how they need to get support to the entire supply chain ecosystem. If you see in this industry, lot of cable, lot of junction box, lot of say connectors, lot of what you call the glass and the aluminum frames sector which gets used. And I do see that these are the opportunity for India to mushroom the small scale industries, which can in the future can see the larger vision of export and all that, but to support this industry's rapid growth in the next 5 years. And these are the opportunities for all of us. And this can throw close to around 5 headcount job opportunity for the state per 1 crore of investment. You can understand kind of investment what we are talking about, or kind of employment what we are trying to see. My only sincere request to the academia and the other academia friends, we need to focus much more on the skill development. One of the colleague has said it's not only the engineering, it is that, how that particular knowledge or skill getting translated to the product manufacturing. As on today, this scalability, I'm also finding a challenge, which I request, and I'll be requesting at a different forums, how this can be more simplified, how the skills can be made much better. Lastly, I'd like to share, what is the Vikram Solar? Some of you may not be knowing it. We are 20 years old company in the country, probably the second oldest. We had certain manufacturing facility in Tamil Nadu, in Calcutta, Calcutta. And way back in year 2021, our first association with Tamil Nadu started, where we have put in the 1.3 gigawatt setup in Orchidum. In year 2026, we have put in the next plant of 5 gigawatt, state of the art, most modernized in the world in Vallam 2026. And tomorrow we are inaugurating that plant. Give me only 3 minutes more. And the Gangai Kondam is a space where we are looking the backwardly integrated staff. Active project management is happening. The site is almost like a 300 acres where we'll be getting into the backward integrations up to the cell, polysilicon, and the vendor park ecosystems, etc. And Tamil Nadu also we are considering for our battery plant expansion. So we are seeing that Tamil Nadu is our strategic location for manufacturing. Regions are known to all of us, the government policies, skill set availability in the country, in the state, and we want to make this as our manufacturing hub. So we shows our full confidence with the government and the entire machinery, so how it works here. With this, I'd like to close my 15 minutes slot. Thank you very much for listening me patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anil. So nice of you. May I invite Mr. Srinath? All of you are familiar with Agnikul, and he is a man, the rocket science.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Srinath, one of the co-founders and the CEO of Agnikul, where we build rockets. Thanks to the Thrive TN team for inviting me here. I know our session is just stopping you all from having lunch. So, I think in aerospace generally also we always talk about keeping things lighter. So I'll keep my talk also lighter. So the reason actually we started Agnikul in Tamil Nadu itself is a good way to get into the topic, right? Enna irukku Tamil Nadula? Enna illan kekalam actually, but okay. What is really there, right? I'll start with the basic part. First is the policy aspect. For the first, I think almost, thank you, sir. For the first 2-3 years of building a rocket company in Chennai, நிறைய பேர் ஒரு question இதெல்லாம் லீகலா அப்படின்னு கேட்டு நிறைய பேர் கேட்டிருந்தாங்க. Okay, there was a lot of question on whether it is even allowed. And I think today there is clarity. I don't know how many of you have read the Tamil Nadu Defense and Space Tech Policy, Tamil Nadu Space Tech Policy and so on. In the government, they are actually releasing a set of guidelines, incentives, subsidies for doing aerospace stuff in Tamil Nadu. So I hope that should be a sign of encouragement for all of us, because that means it is in the government's mind to help people like who are doing this kind of work. And particularly for this sector, right, I'll consider space, aerospace like drones and defense. Without the government actually helping, not much can be done. So I think already Tamil Nadu is one of those states. That's number one. Number two is investment and investor interest. I think the Honorable Minister also spoke about it in the morning. This is the only state, I think, in India, literally, Tamil Nadu is the only state where there is uniform development. ஒரு saying இருக்குல்ல, உடம்புல வந்து ஒரு இடத்துல மட்டும் பெருசாச்சுன்னா அது weak and swelling. It's actually a disease, right? But if you uniformly grow, it's like muscle building or something. I think Tamil Nadu is one of those states where it is a healthy sign of actually uniform growth, which means wherever you are, சென்னையில தான் இருக்கணும், அதுலயும் ஓஎம்ஆர்ல தான் இருக்கணும், இல்லைன்னா இன் சம் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் பார்க் தான் இருக்கணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை. I think wherever you are, there is scope for actually building out stuff. There is a local vendor ecosystem. There is a thriving community of people there. So I think we should tap into that. That money is already going in. The money is flowing through the system. Being in the right place is not about only one area and other areas are useless. Classic example of that is you would have all heard about Zoho. So where are they based? Do you know? Anyone knows where Zoho is based? So it is not in Chennai, it is not in a thriving whatever in an industrial park or something like that, right? They're able to do it from some other place. And I think that proves that we can do it from anywhere, take advantage of that. And finally, the third aspect is the vendor ecosystem as well. ஏதாவது வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் ட்ரை பண்ணோம் ஆல்ரெடி ஒரு 4 பேர் சப்போர்ட்டிங் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க particularly in space tech and defense. There are so many vendors. They supply for DRDO, they supply for ISRO, and now they're supplying for other larger private companies who are tier 1 suppliers. So in the aspect I think already the community is also there. So to summarize, we have the policy in place, we have money flowing through the system, and we have a reasonable vendor ecosystem as well. So nothing should really stop you in getting started. Finally, few other small factors, particularly again for space and drones. You have a long coastline. That is a huge advantage for these kind of companies. There is also a lot of talent through retired ISRO people, retired defense people, and so on. We are already a technology faring nation. It's not like we don't know how to build technology. So in that context, we have already a level, we are a level up, we have a starting point. And finally, the institutions here, right? We're talking in an institution, academic institution. Agnikul is actually incubated, at IIT Madras, is another academic institution. And the strength of what students in academia can give is also amazing. And in our team, the average age group of the team that did the launch for us in 2024, we did a launch in 2024, that was I think around 25, 26. So that means there is a lot of people below 26 also, right, in the team. So that is possible from Tamil Nadu. So I just wanted to highlight those aspects that already Tamil Nadu is in a platform. It's giving you a platform. Now it's up to us to actually make use of the platform and in this context, go to space or go to aerospace or wherever. Thank you very much again, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srinath. You have been a very inspiring for the youth, actually. You may not know directly the impact you create, but there are so many youngsters across various colleges. If today they are watching with eagerness, that's your success stories. Success is measured in different formats. Success is not just about money. Success is not about how much of profit we make. Success is not about how many people are employed in our organization. Success is how many people we have empowered. You have done that so beautifully in your life, and grateful to you have your presence here. Of all of us, you are the youngest. And happy. You have a way to go, and you have a right platform at the right age. You can shoot the sky. That's your space. Friends, and another charming gentleman who can only smile, Vivek Pathan. And how many can believe that he runs a company of 2,000 crore? I know many MSME entrepreneurs who do 1 crore turnover every day under pressure and tension and sleeplessness. And I'm sure this youngster must have several such pressure, but he always smiles. That is something which we can emulate from him. Thanks, Vivek. Please, all yours.
Thank you, sir. I always smile, except I think in the photo, I was not smiling over there. It's a real pleasure to be in front of all of you to speak. The truth is, of course, Mr. Raghu has been extremely kind with his words, but the truth is, you only see me, but behind me there's around 4,000 people that actually, require all the credits that comes their way. So I'm only the face of it. There is a big army of people behind me. Also, many tough acts to follow. I was sitting next to Ms. Nafia Issa herself, and of course, a rousing speech in the morning by Honorable Minister himself. So definitely a tough act to follow, and post lunch as well. So I don't know how much attention that I have from the people, but to be very honest with you, the one thing that I'm very happy about is the fact that I don't see too many people on their phones. We live in an age where when something is free, you are the product, right? When something that comes to you for free, nothing is free in this world, right? So when something comes to you for free, people need to realize that you are the product. So I'm happy to see that there's not too many people that are on their phones. I also wanted to say that we are one of the very few companies that, not companies, segments that what you would call as evergreen. But I actually am surrounded by many other people that are also evergreen over here. So when people talk about pharmaceuticals, they often talk about molecules, margins, markets, etc. But the truth is, at the heart of this industry, there is something that is much more simple, but also much more powerful, which is who gets access to healthcare and who does not get access to healthcare, right? So our company was founded on somewhere along these lines, where there was a situation that happened way back in 1983 that was a culmination for how Kaplan Point as a company started. My brother fell sick. He had typhoid as a 1-year-old, and today, typhoid is not so much of an issue, but way back in the day, typhoid was definitely a big problem. And also along with that, the fact that my father, who came to Chennai with 10 rupees in his pocket, was not able to afford to put him in a very good hospital or anything like that, So the truth is, my brother apparently was around a few hours away from being, something of a criticality. And because of the background that my father grew up in, we come from a farming community, So because of the background that my father grew up in, he had a leftist leaning mindset as well. So after this incident, it sort of woke him up a little bit, where he thought that being pro-poverty and being a leftist leaning person, might not help him or help anyone around him. So rather than being, pro-poverty, he started becoming what he calls as pro-poor. So he did come to Chennai in 1979 with what he calls as 10 rupees in my pocket, a bag full of rice, and a head full of dreams. So that's how it all started. I'm very, very happy. Of course, I will give you a little bit more detail as we go along. But just similar to us, many other situations happen like this in India, especially in the field of pharmaceuticals. So we did not start with innovative labs and billion-dollar acquisitions or anything like that. It all started with intent, which is today a very under-assumed fact. Intent is going to be more important in today's world than most other things, because what is exactly the intent when it comes to us? The intent to make medicines affordable, because that was not available to him, that was not available to his own children. So the intent to make medicines affordable, the intent to serve populations, not just in India, but around the world, that don't have access to affordable healthcare. So that's how companies like us and many others in India started out, with this same DNA. And at Kaplan, we didn't try chasing the easiest products, the easiest markets. We focused on doing difficult things, but doing them differently and doing them efficiently. And we made a lot of mistakes, right? I think our first, in fact, I was talking to my father, our first facility was in Pondicherry, right? This was back in 1992-93. I asked him why the facility had to be in Pondicherry. We had a lot of, industrial estates like Ambattur and Sriperumbudur and all of that. And he said, no, way back in 93, 94, there was an income tax holiday in Pondicherry. There was a break for income tax. But he said about 4 or 5 years later, I realized income income tax patti na worry pannittu irundhen. So we made all of those mistakes, right? And then, but today I'm very happy to say that we are probably one of the largest facilities in Pondicherry, and that entity happens to be our most profitable one till date. We have 6 more, but Pondicherry still continues to be one of the most profitable destinations, you know. So where we are today, and I will sort of lean a little bit more on Indian pharmaceuticals, not just Kaplan. So Indian pharma today stands at a position that very few could have even imagined decades ago. India supplies products to 200 countries around the world, right? I think there's only about 208. So we supply products to every single country around the world. We are trusted by regulators such as US FDA, EU GMP, TG Australia, Health Canada, Swissmedic, all of that. We are one of the trusted names when it comes to generic product manufacturing. We play a crucial role in reshaping global health, and it was none too evident than when COVID hit, right? Whoever that was an enemy became an overnight friend. Whoever that was a friend that wasn't receiving vaccines became an overnight enemy. So it goes to show you how much of an important role that we play today. And at Kaplan, this evolution is sort of mirrored with our growth. We are no longer just plain manufacturers. We would call ourselves problem solvers, right? We build deep capabilities with products that we manufacture, segments that we get into. We invest into automation, we invest into digital technologies, and we leverage our own private label expertise in many, many parts of the world we cater to. As a company, we are laser focused towards North and South America. Unfortunately, we don't yet have a domestic presence in India, which is why probably many of you have not even heard of us. But we are probably one of the largest suppliers of pharmaceutical products to South America. What sets us apart is not only a difference in scale, but what sets us apart, I would say, is something called consistency. That is something that not many people really think about. You know, what makes, let's say, a Virat Kohli, right? So every time he steps out to bat, everybody wants him to score essentially, right? The fact that he is where he is because of the consistent way in which he has performed over the years. But I'm not going to compare us to Virat Kohli or anything like that, but I'm just saying that consistency has been key to everything that we have tried to do. Consistency in quality, consistency in compliance, in capital discipline. In a world where there is significant amount of volatility, this consistency has become indeed our strongest currency. And with all humility, I stand here today and I can tell you that Kaplan Point is by far the largest company in Tamil Nadu. We employ more than 3,000 people within Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, and another 1,200 people in Latin America, US and China. For a man that came to Chennai from a little village called Gumudipundi, it's in fact a little village called Puvulambedu in Gumudipundi, with 10 rupees in his pocket, I'm very proud to say that at its peak, our company, which is a listed company, was valued at over 20,000 crores. So, and like thank you. But like my father always says, you know, he's the best is really yet to come. The best is really yet to come. Where we are heading, I would say, is in the future, especially when it comes to pharmaceuticals, not just in India, but rest of the world markets as well. It is going to be defined by who is going to execute better, who is going to earn the trust of people that is going to take your product. Because I think ideas are a dime a dozen. Right? Everybody can come up with fantastic ideas, but who is going to really execute them and execute them within the right fiscal discipline is going to be important. I would say in short, the 3 things that are going to really shape global pharmaceuticals as we go out is we are going to go from volume to value, right? Because you know, all of our parents and grandparents and people, they keep talking about how, you know, we have all of these new diseases, cancer and autoimmune diseases and all of that. The truth is, these diseases were probably already there from the beginning. It's just that we know how to diagnose them better. Believe it or not, when I say this, today we are living in the most healthiest times that we've ever had in human history. But we don't think about it that way, right? I'm 42, I take a blood pressure pill, I take an anti-cholesterol pill and all of that. And, people might say that, you're too young to be taking all this. But the truth is, we've been able to diagnose it, catch it earlier compared to what our parents and grandparents did. So I would say that that in itself is significant growth. So I would say we are going to go from volume-based manufacturing and supply chain efficiency to something that is going to start adding much more value, because the healthier you get, you're going to start focusing a little bit more from acute diseases to chronic diseases, like lifestyle diseases. I'll give you a little example. About 20 years in a row, many people would have heard about this product called Augmentin, right? Amoxiclav tablets. Everybody knows about it. For 20 years in a row, it was #1 in India in terms of sales. And then they released a new product called, Mr. Trump calls it the fat jab, right? It's a GLP product. Was released less than 9 months ago, dethroned 20 years of Augmentin in 9 months. So they goes to show you that the whole world of acute diseases is going to slowly shape away into much more chronic ailments and much more lifestyle ailments that we are going to cater towards. And value will come not just from manufacturing and research, but also from companies that are most nimble and adaptive to change. That is, Darwin said this, I don't know how many decades ago, about, it's not the fastest or the strongest that is going to survive. It is the one that is most responsive to change. So today I stand in front of you and ask you the exact same thing. You don't have to be the fastest in your class. You don't have to be the most, intelligent in your class. You need to try and identify things that are going to change. And you need to be at the cutting edge of that change when that happens. And at Kaplan, we've embraced this, or I would like to say that we would like to think that we are embracing it faster than others, and built up a company that thrives on a good, positive culture and not just compounds or chemistry. And finally, I would say that the first phase of Indian pharmaceuticals, we were working on medicines that were made affordable. The second phase was about getting global regulatory standards to comply with what was needed. I don't know if that was for me or for Dr. Nafisa. Thank you. But I would say that the next phase for everybody in pharmaceuticals would be to have affordable, high quality and sustainable healthcare. We've had an excellent relationship with Tamil Nadu and Guidance Tamil Nadu as well, that has helped us with many things, and they will continue to help us. One final note, this is it, I promise. The one final note that I have is an old Arabic saying, right, which is health is your first digit. And without the first digit, all other numbers lose their value. So focus on your health, focus on what gives you happiness, and focus on what gives you hope. Because without hope, we don't have anything else. Thank you so much. Thanks for all.
Friends, I know we have tough time schedules, trying to balance many things. May I invite Dr. Seshu? That's Dr. Seshu. He came all the way from Germany, and he wanted to, his original timing is gone, and he is a German when he looks at the timing schedules and whatnot, and he has a flight to catch, and he is leaving for Germany tonight. On our request, he stayed back, and I wanted him to speak on the e-vehicle subject. You will enjoy listening to Dr. Seshu. Please do. And thank you, Prahlad.
Thank you very much. Now, I actually came here today to talk about electric vehicles. I wanted to talk about students' nonlinear partial differential equations and stuff like this. But I heard the people here, I recognize the message should actually be to you. Now, what does actually one tell the students who are more or less just about ready to get into the next phase, which is your career? I was wondering on what would you take home, and what should I be telling you today that you would take home, and also remember for the next many months and years. I said, why don't I talk about myself and my journey? I was born in a small village in Andhra Pradesh. There was no road, no electricity. We had to walk about 2 kilometers one way through the mud every morning to go to the school. We were 12 children in this small village called Rama Rajulanka. Now, there was rain, there was slush, there was mud. We went to the school. My mother made small little backpack based on some coconut-derived product. We would sit under a mango tree and had our lunch. One fine morning, we had electricity in the village. There were 7 street lamps put in that village, and incidentally, one of them was right in front of my house. So we would take a small little stool, sit on the stool and do our homework. Because there were these 7 street lamps, so the whole village actually centered, or every evening they sat next to this, and they were doing, women were doing something there, men were doing something there, we were doing our homework. Now, we had one day a newspaper for the whole village. And I used to read quite nicely, and I had a nice voice. I could sing as well, you know, as my voice still did not break. So they gave me the newspaper to read. So I was reading the newspaper every day, and one day, there was a big title, Man Landed on the Moon. I was reading that to the people sitting next to me under the street lamp. So while reading, I was looking up there. I said, gosh, there must be no people walking up there. Now, it intrigued me. It literally intrigued me so much that you know, I was like a small little kid, and I still did not know what was flying all the way to moon and so on. Now, you have to imagine this was the beginning of a career for me that brought me to NASA one day, 20 years later. Now, it's one thought that you take home, and if you think on it all the time, it becomes a reality. That's it. All you need to do is to think on that. It has to be powerful. All you need to do is to make it a habit, not to forget about, to think about it. And then you keep doing it, it becomes such a part of your life, you will get there. Now, next day morning, I went to the school. I went to my teacher. I said, how did that happen? He said, Teshu, you have to read about what is space, you know, stars. So I took 3 books that night, and I read all of them within 1 week. I read many more things over the time. Then I went all the way to IIT Bombay. And you have to imagine, I had other issues. There were little jokey stuff. You know, you can imagine like anyone who goes to IIT, he goes to United States. But I went to Germany. Now, there were things, but you know, I know we've got some time limits. I'll have to stick to these time limits. I went to Germany, but I still went to NASA. I worked in a project. I designed high-frequency radar systems that flew into space shuttle one day. It was a European Space Agency project with NASA. Now, I stood on this one table with so-called the 4th man on the capsule who would collect all the information from, you know, whole NASA, you know, all those things that happen, to the crew, to the ones that are up there. Now, this was the guy that inspired me so much. He knew everything. He was the guy who was watching what was happening there. He had lots of data. That's the first time ever I recognized you have to develop so many competencies to get there. Now, the rest is, as they say, history. But I also want to take you to something else, by the way. Over the time, I have also met people. There are people who, you know, the first person that inspired me when I went to Germany was my professor. In the morning, he was talking about radars, he was talking about satellites. In the evening, he also spoke about religion and philosophy. Now, he was equally good in it. Now, I looked at him, I said, how can he be so good in everything he speaks? Now, which I did not recognize initially, but he spent a lot of time to become a knowledgeable person across everything he came across. Now, students, it's not just about changing certificates, it's a knowledge. If you think that you know about electric motors, don't do that. You need to understand the systems, you need to understand the overall value chain of where you are. As a student, I can tell you, if you came to me, I have actually had lots of students coming to me for interviews. I can tell you, I never looked at the CV. I looked at what did he understand over the value chain. Now, this is what plays a role. Now, I know in India, it's all about passing the examination. Important is to get whatever scores. But I think the times are over now. What you should be looking at is how much do you know about the functions on the left side and right side of where your core competency is. Now, the second person who influenced me later on was another person who, I worked for Mercedes-Benz for a long, long time. Now, there were people in Mercedes-Benz in Germany, they spoke about how to increase the EBITDA by 0.25%, 12 months later, but they also know exactly about where does a small little change in the powertrain and everything changes in terms of efficiency. Now, this is something what typically happens to people as they grow into higher positions is they forget what's down there. There is typically a kind of a lag between what's up there to what's here. Now, I know we've got a time issue here. I'll finish it up in 1 second. I just want to tell you the simplest principle for you, all of you, is think of something, think of it every day, don't forget it, keep working on it. It'll get you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Seshu, you need to be here. You please come. Please come. May I invite Mr. Prahlad to, he is a VinFast person director whom Mr. Raja was referring in the morning. He has quite a lot of jobs to be given to you people. Please watch him and satisfy him. I know lunch is getting late, but don't worry, lunch is safe. But the job is not safe. So take the job first.
Thank you, sir. I know everybody is waiting for lunch. I will make it short and brief. So back in 2023, me and Mr. Kasi sitting here, MD from TN Auto Trice, we were working in VinFast in Vietnam. So VinFast and Rather is a part of Vin Group. So Vin Group is like Tata and Reliance in India. They are into all business in Vietnam. And the founder of Vin Group is the richest man in Vietnam. So our Vin Group had one of the business was VinFast. So 2023 in the Mali event which was organized by our chairman, and he was asking questions from the employees. So one of the employees asked, why can't VinFast come to India? That is a trigger point. Chairman immediately decided, yes, we want to invest into India. So but the challenge for us is that in India, the EV penetration is very bad in terms of it is very low compared to the other countries. So India, in terms of car sales, we are in number 3 across the world. So that means in a month, total 4 lakh cars were sold, passenger cars. Approximately 4 million, 40 lakhs to 45 lakhs of cars were sold in India in 1 year. 2025 la pathina mottham 45 lakham cars vithirukom total India la. Adha electric cars mattum pathina roughly 1.77 lakhs. So 45 lakhs la 1.77 lakhs is the electric cars sold in India, which is roughly 2 to 3%. And that is the first problem. The EV penetration is very less in India. Second problem, it is not a problem, it is an advantage. India is 100% oil dependent country. We import oil, 85% of the oil we are importing it. And all the cars, that balance 96% of the cars sold to the passengers are run by the oils which we are importing. That is number two. Number three, policies. India gives a lot of good policies for electric vehicle, promoting the electric vehicle, like for example, production linked incentive, FAME, and import policy, as well as a lot of other policies promoting the government. Fourth, environment. So as you know, the top 10 cities which were highly polluted across the world are from India. So if we put all this in the into a basket, it is clear that India needs an alternate. So in the alternate, who will bring this alternate? We already have a lot of companies like Tata and Mahindra and Maruti who are there in India for last 3-4 decades, but they are not able to penetrate into electric vehicle market. So India definitely needs somebody who has born electric company. So VinFast, I represent VinFast. So this company is a born electric company. So chairman of the Vin Group decided we want to invest into India, and he has given a deadline for us. February 2024 நம்ம இந்தியால அடிக்கல் நாட்டும் deadline கொடுத்துட்டாரு. So we were not prepared, and me and Mr. Kasi flew from Hanoi in Vietnam back to India. India வந்த உடனே we were trying to reach all the states, but it is very hard because அப்ப யாருக்கும் VinFast தெரியாது. வியட்நாம்னால எங்க இருக்குன்னு தெரியாது நிறைய பேருக்கு. So it is very hard for us to advertise. I made almost 200 presentations to different ministries, different authorities, advertising who we are, what we are doing on it. And one day I sent a message to Mr. T.R.B. Raju on a LinkedIn. So he immediately replied, and within a month he flew back to Vietnam. Exactly December 27, 2023, or Vietnam vandaru. Vietnam vandittu, he saw all the investments what we did in India. He was very much amazed. So December 27th, Vietnam vandaru. January 4th, 2024, we are announcing in the Global Investor Meet in Chennai. February 25th, 2024, we had a groundbreaking ceremony in Thoothukudi. Reason for Thoothukudi is also a challenge because whenever a foreign, in terms of car or automotive industry, it is not like most நிறைய company வந்து invest பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. The last investment which came into India is Kia in 2016. So ஒரு decade க்கு பாத்தீங்கன்னா there is no
Thrive Ind is a movement created for connecting industries, individuals, and institutions. Go to the App Store, type Thrive Ind, download the app, and this is what you see. It talks about the Thrive Tamil Nadu event first. Tomorrow it can be Thrive AP, Thrive Gujarat, Thrive Maharashtra, and Thrive UP. And it talks about the people who are involved in the social movement, the date of the event, why this event, and you can also have videos about the event, and the targeted sectors, particularly for the TN Tamil Nadu, is mentioned here. The target audience is mentioned. The 6 emerging sectors have been identified. The speakers for this event have also been taken a note of. And the people who are the advisory committee members of the movement is mentioned in this app itself. The organizing committee, which has the various individuals who have their own contribution to the industry, are part of this venture. Once you have gone through, you are now ready to register. Go to the registration, select whether you want to be a job seeker or a job giver or an organization. Let's take this. And then all the 6 sectors are mentioned in this. You can choose either to watch the event or join the community or both. And for that matter, once you select, you have the amount which is one-time cost to be paid. The specific feature of the watch the event is, let's say if somebody is interested in shipbuilding, and once you have selected watching the event, there will be continuously videos updated, not just for one program. Joining the community is an exclusive feature available in this mobile app. Now, once you have chosen, you can go ahead and select your own email ID and the password which you want to have for your mobile app and fill up everything. It will take you to the continue to the payment gateway, and it will also verify your email through an OTP, which is going to be sent to your email, which you can reconfirm. Completely authenticated app specifically for the people who are involved in this. Once you have registered yourself, it will ask you for a login page and you can log in yourself. For example, once you have logged into this mobile app, you have an opportunity of whatever you have selected will come here. Suppose if you want to add any more sector, tomorrow when the event happens in AP and new sectors come, you can add and buy more sectors. All the cost what you pay is only a nominal one-time cost for us to sustain the platform. We are a not-for-profit initiative. It's a people's movement. It is only for you to watch. Go to the dashboard. You can set your profile. You can edit your profile, and you can keep what you want to be seen by everybody. You get announcements. You have your password changing. All the features are available to you. Now, you have already gone into your dashboard. You have chosen the event. For example, you have chosen 6 events. Now you can select the event, who is the speaker, and his video will be updated. This will have continuous video. People who are domain experts will be part of this video session. This is an interactive platform. And once you choose the community, go into the community, you will find posts of different people. You can use for discussions. You can answer a post. You can comment on the post yourself, or you can also create a post. I need an internship. And you can describe whatever you want and then add files, whether you want a JP file or a PDF file, and then submit the post. All the posts and the comments of every member comes to the backend, and the backend approves this post for finalized version so that we prevent misuse, unwanted comments, wrong area postings, repetitive marketings. All this is eliminated. This app is purely a knowledge sharing app. The intention of ours is to strongly build a mobile-based community which will take us globally and position India as a superpower and empower entrepreneurs and the students and the job seekers. Skilling is the necessity of the world. And the right skilling, Thrive Ind, will guide you, hold your hands, and make you grow. This is our contribution to the nation, and we stand united in empowering the country and the people. Thank you so much for watching this video. You can share your comments, you can share your opinions and suggestions and make it big. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thrive Ind is a movement created for connecting industries, individuals, and institutions. Go to the App Store, type Thrive Ind, download the app, and this is what you see. It talks about the Thrive Tamil Nadu event first. Tomorrow it can be Thrive AP, Thrive Gujarat, Thrive Maharashtra, and Thrive UP. and it talks about the people who are involved in the social movement, the date of the event, why this event, and you can also have videos about the event, and the targeted sectors, particularly for the TN Tamil Nadu, is mentioned here. The target audience is mentioned. The 6 emerging sectors have been identified. The speakers for this event have also been taken a note of. And the people who are the advisory committee members of the movement is mentioned in this app itself. The organizing committee, which has the various individuals who have their own contribution to the industry, are part of this venture. Once you have gone through, you are now ready to register. Go to the registration, select whether you want to be a job seeker or a job giver or an organization. Let's take this. And then all the 6 sectors are mentioned in this. You can choose either to watch the event or join the community or both. And for that matter, once you select, you have the amount which is one-time cost to be paid. The specific feature of the watch the event is, let's say if somebody is interested in shipbuilding, and once you have selected watching the event, there will be continuously videos updated, not just for one program. Joining the community is an exclusive feature available in this mobile app. Now, once you have chosen, you can go ahead and select your own email ID and the password which you want to have for your mobile app and fill up everything. It will take you to the continue to the payment gateway, and it will also verify your email through an OTP, which is going to be sent to your email, which you can reconfirm. Completely authenticated app specifically for the people who are involved in this. Once you have registered yourself, it will ask you for a login page, and you can log in yourself. For example, once you have logged into this mobile app, you have an opportunity of whatever you have selected will come here. Suppose if you want to add any more sector, tomorrow when the event happens in AP and new sectors come, you can add and buy more sectors. All the cost what you pay is only a nominal one-time cost for us to sustain the platform. We are a not-for-profit initiative. It's a people's movement. It is only for you to watch. Go to the dashboard.
We are combining 2 sessions, EV and renewable energy. We have Mr. Rajiv Krishnan, CIL HR, to chair the EV session. Mr. Kanyapan, former MD, ZF Commercial Vehicle. Mr. Jaishankar, Chairman of Renewable Energy Session. And we have the speaker, the panelists, Mr. Balaji Parthasarathi, CEO, TP Solar. And let's welcome the gentleman on stage. Over to you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, ma'am, for the warm introduction. And thanks to this wonderful forum, Thrive TN 2026, and the people behind it for inviting us. It's a great pleasure to be on this panel with some very eminent panelists. As mentioned to you, Dr. Kanyapan, Mr. Balaji, Dr. Jaishankar, these are the people with us today. And we are going to talk about 2 areas which are very important, specifically for the younger crowd. I see a good bit of people who are probably in college, graduate, postgraduates, who are looking for jobs very soon. These are 2 areas which have the maximum number of jobs which are going to be created, right? These are the 2 areas in which the maximum number of jobs are going to be created. I'll start with a little bit of an introduction, and I'm going to make a few points. Okay, I'm going to make about 7 or 8 points. And if you want to make a note of it, you can. But these are going to be really the landing points, which are going to be very important for all of us to know about this world of renewable energy and this world of electric vehicles. Okay, the first thing is that the market leader can be Ghana. You know where Ghana is? It's in Africa. Why do we say Ghana can be the market leader? It's not, but it can be the market leader because emerging markets today are beating everybody else. In the race for technology, it's not sequential. Okay, you don't have to do this and you don't have to do the 80s technology and the 90s and then the 2010 and then go forward. You can leapfrog. Okay, so that's one reason why India is doing well. But what we are doing well, others can do even better if required. Okay, so it's not necessary that any market which is leading now can always be leading. Okay, so you could have an unheard of country also taking over and becoming the market leader. That is the first thing. The second is that you need policy clarity. Okay, the countries which are doing well have got policy clarity. We have got it, we got it maybe a little late, but then we have got it more than other countries. We are doing better. There are many policies which are created at the state level. So the state level policies also matter to a very, very big extent as far as creating jobs is concerned. The third thing, and this is largely relating to EV and also to renewables to a certain extent, is the ecosystem, right? Without the ecosystem, you cannot really create an industry. The ecosystem means, let us say, for electric vehicles, you need to have charging stations. Apparently, the ratio currently in India is about 1 in 300. Okay, that is for 300 vehicles, you have one charging station, whereas it has to be something like 1 in 10. Okay, so the readiness of the ecosystem is very important. That's the third point. The fourth is I spoke about jobs, right? I want your attention here, guys, students. Can I have your attention? Okay, this is about jobs. Okay, and what you need to know is that the headcount has increased almost by 4 or 5% over the last 6 months itself, and 13% over the past year. This is research not taken from Google or somebody else's research. This is research done by the company that I represent. Okay, why it is important to listen to me is I'm the person who can give you thousands of jobs. Okay, so please pay attention, because the company that I represent is working with other firms and can give you thousands of jobs. Okay, so you better listen to me, and maybe you want to take my card after the session, you should do that. But the point is more seriously, the point is that the facts that we are giving you, the statistics we are giving you is about what we have researched for ourselves. Okay, it's not come out of any other place. Okay, and out of these jobs, several lakh jobs are right here in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so those of you who don't want to leave the state, okay, you're attached to the state, okay, you are attached to everything that the state stands for, and you want to be very close to your home and hearth and your movies and, and Talaivar and everybody. You have 2 lakhs plus jobs right here happening in Tamil Nadu. Okay, that's the fifth point I wanted to make. Okay, now this whole opportunity, I'll just talk a little bit on electric vehicles, and I've got some more eminent people who can talk about renewable energies. Electrical is a $17 billion industry in India. How much is that? $17 billion. Anybody who can convert that into crores? $1 billion is how many crores? You have to multiply with 9,000 crores. Okay, so 17 into 9,000, wherever that takes you. Okay, 1,153,000, okay, whatever crores or whatever it is what it's all about. Okay, that's the size of the opportunity which is there. The other point which I want, guys, pay attention. I'm assuming that those who are talking don't want jobs. Who all want a job here? Who all is going to look for a job in the next 1 or 2 years? Jobs? Don't want, still studying. Anyone who wants jobs here? Okay, I'm seeing only maybe about single-digit numbers, about 7 folks only out of maybe about 100 here want jobs. So I'm assuming the others are probably pursuing higher studies, okay, and not right now in the job market. But think about it, if you didn't hear the question, ask your friends who raised their hand. There's still time to raise your hands. The other thing, why Tamil Nadu is a leader is you have firms like TP Solar, you have firms, automobile firms like Ola, TVS, Ather, Ashok Leyland, Hyundai, Tata Motors, Royal Enfield. All these firms are leading today in electric vehicles. Okay, you have to remember that 1 in 4 four-wheelers, electric four-wheelers is made in Tamil Nadu. 1 in 3 two-wheelers, electric two-wheelers is also made here. Okay, so those are the numbers, more than half. Okay, more than half is expected to be made eventually in the state. And of course, the state also extends to Hosur, which is an ecosystem which is also supplied, in a sense by Karnataka. But the state per se is really going to be where the action is on electric vehicles. Right. The other reason that electric vehicles is clicking here is because of the ecosystem of education. I'm assuming all you folks here are technically qualified or want to be technically qualified. You're the people because of which the sector is also booming. Because Tamil Nadu had the manufacturing infrastructure, it had the knowledge of mechanical, automotive and so on, and it had also the whole, kind of ecosystem for creating an industry. It got created here. But Tamil Nadu is not the only place where it's happening. So normally we feel complacent that everything is happening here. We are the best state in India and so on. There are states which are moving forward also very fast. Okay, so Maharashtra is moving very fast. Gujarat is moving very fast in automotive. And these are states that can actually threaten you. Okay. Now, what is really going to hold up the growth of this industry? Can somebody tell me what is going to hold up the growth of the electric vehicles industry? Any answers? Sorry? Yeah, wonderful. Who said that? Great. So, gentlemen in the fourth row said batteries. That's right. What else can hold up the growth of the electric vehicles industry? Yes, wonderful. Who said that? Same gentleman's answering. Any other answers? Well, it's actually right. So I can't, kind of ask others also to guess. Charging stations. That's right. But more than anything, policy is going to determine that. So how did China become the leader in manufacturing? Because they thought of the right policies far before anybody else. These things are dependent on subsidies. Today, when you set up an electric vehicle plant, you get 50% subsidy on land. Okay, then if you're setting up charging stations, you again get a big subsidy which goes between 1 lakh to 10 lakhs. Okay, for setting up that charging station. Okay, so there are many things like this which are coming into the ecosystem, which is government policy, which has to be consistent. You can't have a government later which reverses some policies, right? The government has to consistently take the same policies forward so that you have a certain plan. And that is where actually certain countries like maybe China and all have gone ahead. The final point which I want to talk about is actually to be prepared. Have you heard this motto anywhere? Be prepared. Be prepared. Okay, it's actually the Boy Scout motto. Okay, the Boy Scouts motto is actually be prepared. Okay, you're ready for any eventuality. It applies to you students. Today, what is happening, the crying need which is there in the sector, other than what is happening, is actually the new creativity you can bring in. Okay, the demand for AI is very high in this. Because these are all, I was talking to somebody, they said, and you'll have more, people talking about the whole renewables. If there is something happening in a certain panel in some other country, okay, something happening in some other solar panel somewhere else, you are able to monitor it remotely, you are able to take certain intelligent action, which is all routed through AI. Electric vehicles are very, very huge component of AI, which is going into it to almost try to see
generations along. That whole area is getting transformed so beautifully, so wonderfully. That is where Thrive, the word Thrive is happening. I am from Trichy. I studied in IIT Chennai. I went to US, came back, stayed in Bangalore for 30 years, worked in GE. Last 2.5 years, 2 years or so, I've been in Tata. I'm just enjoying my life. I thought I would retire, but Tata grabbed me from nowhere and put me in Tirunelveli. I thought, Tirunelveli poi vela pannuma appadina. But now I'm telling my family, I won't come out of Tirunelveli. I'll be there for a long time. Why renewable energy is very important today? You know how much of power or electricity generation is happening in the country? Any idea, any number? How many gigawatts of electricity we produce for India annually? Any number? 420? 423, wow, so accurate. Roughly around 500 gigawatt, okay, can keep 500 gigawatt. What percentage of that comes from renewable energy? Any guesses? Renewable meaning solar, wind, hydro. 50%. 50% of that electricity in the country is generated through renewable energy. And solar plays a very, very high value in that 135 gigawatt of solar capacity we have in the country. My colleague just now, my friend and colleague YSA is, I have a lot of his employees in my organization, just now explained the importance of policy clarity. Which country is advanced for solar and solar manufacturing? Any guesses? China, right? Anything, everything in the world is China. So today, until last few years, if someone has to develop a solar farm, set up a solar farm, they have to import modules from China. China was dominating the world. What the country did? Very clear policy. If you have to bid for a utility project or any rooftop solar has to be installed, it has to be made in India. First they said modules have to be made in India. Then coming 2026, the coming June onwards, the cells have to be made in India. And how do you make cells? It comes from silica. Silica, we pull a rod called ingot. We cut the ingot into wafers. We process the wafers through a chemical processing, and that becomes cell. And then you put the, I saw the picture somewhere here, this picture. Put the cell together in a glass and laminate it. It becomes a module that goes into a rooftop. Now, last 2 years, all the modules are getting made in India. This year onwards, cells are going to be made in India. 2028 June, ingot and wafers have to be made in India. Why this is important? This policy clarity drives the importance of we manufacturing it ourselves. The question is, do we know how to manufacture? The answer is yes. Because we have people who are very, very trained in this. Of course, we take the help of Chinese experts. We have technocrats coming from China, suppliers coming from China, helping us set up the plant, and we are ramping up so beautifully. Another question, you know how many women work in our factory, in TP Solar factory? We have about 2,000 people working, 2,000 operators. Guess what percentage of women would work in a solar manufacturing facility? Any guesses? Here suddenly the women would be there in a manufacturing facility. Sorry? 50%. Sorry? 3/4. 34. 80%, 3/4, okay, I'm sorry, 80% women. The largest women population in a manufacturing facility in the country is happening in TP Solar. All of them are from the region there. Thoothukudi, Tirunelveli, Nagarkoil. We ferry buses to ensure that all the women employees are picked up safe from the homes and dropped back safe in their homes. Tirunelvelina, Alva, Abdina Solapoi. Today, the women employees are creating records there. They're making solar modules across 3 shifts. safely and securely. And this cannot be possible without the ecosystem that we talked about in the morning, MSMEs, very, very important aspect. We have roughly 700 MSMEs with whom we partner, we develop, and we work. They are not just services-oriented MSMEs, very deep science or deep technology. They are helping us get gases, chemicals, frames for the modules, as well as important services like logistics, transport, canteen, and security. So many important essential services. Both aspects, we have MSMEs. As I told you, we also send these modules to your rooftops, correct? The government is giving incentives today to install solar rooftops in your houses. We work through channel partners. We have thousands of channel partners in the country. These channel partners are all MSMEs. We train them, we tell them how to do it, and then we empower them to generate power. Empowering to create power, that is the slogan. We empower all the channel partners. And these channel partners, in the morning also, we talked about the marginalized section of channel partners, etc. We have a special focus on addressing that as well, because Tata believes in a diverse and a unified society. We train our operators ahead of time. So what we do is, we have a skill development institute. We call it as Tata Power Skill Development Institute. You may be wondering, a solar manufacturing, we do not know. So we train the people during the last semester itself. And then when they come to our institute or when they come to our manufacturing, they become manufacturing ready right from day one, right from the safety, security. We deal with chemicals. There are very intricate processes, semiconductors. So we train all of them during that ahead of time. One very, very important initiative we have taken is with the help of the government of Tamil Nadu, Department of Technical Education, the DOT. We are also engaging with +2 students. 240 +2 students have enrolled in a new diploma course called Diploma in Renewable Energy. Many of you would not even know that. There is a new course that has been formed. We have helped the government create this course. We are engaging with 250 students who are around the area of Tirunelveli and Thoothukudi district, 8 diploma institutes, polytechnic institutes. They come and spend 9 months in our factory. The concept is earn while you learn. When you earn, you learn. When you learn, you also earn. They have 9-month exposure, hands-on exposure, and 3 months they go back to the campus, get the theory with the colleges, and then 2 years they do this, they get a diploma in renewable energy. Why are we doing this? We are not doing this for ourselves. And those students have no binding to join us. They can join my competitor as well. But I am doing this because we have to skill the people in that area. That is very, very important. And who better than a company like Tata to do this? All of you have heard many things about Tata. I also heard many things about Tata. When I joined this company, I realized what we hear from outside and what we do is, there is so much more to know about Tata. The empathy, the attachment to people, society is very, very deep. I never seen any company doing this kind of thing selflessly, to train the people and to develop and to skill the people around the community so that it benefits not only us, but also the entire community around. So with this, I will conclude my speech. Renewables is there to grow. It will grow significantly further. The country is rocking already. Tamil Nadu is rocking like crazy. Tamil Nadu is in the helm of renewable energy. Periya hope alladhu. Can always give a big round of applause. And morning there was an important topic when Minister spoke. The MOU to Mr. Raghunathan asked MOU to conversion, timeline. We signed the MOU 3 years back. From there on, 2 years later, the first module got rolled out. It is possible when the company as big as Tata has a will to do it, the MOUs to become real. We are now declared a 10 gigawatt ingot and wafer capacity as well to be built in India. So renewables is there to grow. We will grow because of you all. the talent that we have here, the students as well as the MSME divisions that we have. We just have to be open. We just have to be hungry. Talking about hunger, I forgot to mention a very important point. I have 110 people with speech and hearing disability in my factory. 110. I will take this applause to them directly. Why this is important? It is important to believe that everyone is equal. Again, a Tata company does what it doesn't, believe in telling and doing. It believes in doing and then later on telling about it. Government of Tamil Nadu helped us do the hiring of these people. They are in the lines, not just doing supporting roles. They do actual core manufacturing. We ensure that they do it in a safe and sound manner. So inclusiveness is going to be important. Hunger is going to be important. Pasi irundha saapadu kandipa irukku. There's a lot of food around. All you have to do is be hungry, eat healthy. So pick and choose. Don't eat junk food. Eat healthy food. Join good organizations, good growing industries. My other co-panelist is going to talk about the growth that is happening in electric vehicles. So much of growth is happening. It need not be in the core, electrical and electronics and communication. Everyone is talking about the buzzword AI. It can also be in all the ancillary areas. We are looking for finance people. We are looking for product management, project management, sourcing. Every aspect, every function is important. HR, every function, administration, every function is important. There are growth opportunities in all these functions. Stay relevant, stay hungry rather. Not only the food that you ate today, but the jnanam, the knowledge that you always have to go after. And all the best to all of you. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Good afternoon. After working for about 40 years in the auto industry, I've been the last few months working for an organization called Indian Foundation for Quality Management, IFQM. IFQM is essentially founded by the top business leaders in India, including 3 companies from Tata Group, TVS Motor, Biocon, Sun Pharma, L&T, Motherson Group, Boeing India, etc. Each one of them have funded a large amount of money to, help other Indian companies to move up in terms of standards to a global level. So as part of that, I've been actually going around some of the MSME companies in the last 6 months to try and see how we can help them to become globally competitive and export capable. Now we can solve those problems through students, universities, because these issues faced by these MSME companies, difficult for them to solve by themselves, recruiting talent because not many people go and work. Also, they also don't have the organizational capability to really invest on such resources. So what we are trying to do is to see how we can resolve real world MSME problems through students, because Mr. N. Chandrasekhar himself is on the governing board of this organization, and Mr. Venu Srinivasan is the chairman of this organization. So they really believe India has to grow, India has to reach, the Viksit Bharat. We need to address the MSMEs and make sure that they really become global standards. Also, the culture of quality should be imbibed at the college level itself. So there are multiple initiatives within the IFQM organization to really address this. So I believe I have some legitimacy to stand here and speak to you. Primarily, auto industry, if you see, there are major transformation going on. We are actually in the midst of the transformation. Started few years ago, but then this is a once in a lifetime type of change. Last 100 years, we never saw such a transformation, what is happening in the last 10 years. But this is likely to continue and grow. So the changes, if you want to categorize, there are now autonomous vehicles. In some part of the world, already the robo taxis are real. It is working. Connected vehicles. So vehicles are intelligent today. Today the vehicles can see, think and act. So now there is a possibility to really mobilize those intelligence of those vehicles and then see how we can improve the safety and the efficiency of the vehicle. Then you come to electric. Electric essentially, you completely replace the powertrain with the electric powertrain. The historical advantages some countries like Germany had in terms of the IC engine, strength. Suddenly the strength is moving to China and other markets which actually anticipated the evolving situation and prepared for this, and then they've already moved into it very rapidly. So India is actually in a very, very good position to succeed in this space because as Mr. Balaji spoke, we are actually in a very good advantage of generating this renewable energy at a much, much competitive price. And then you don't have to rely on a fossil fuel-based systems. So it's a strategic advantage that we have. Today, it's only about 8-9% of the vehicles are electric in India, but the government of India positions that we should achieve 30% by 2030. So there is likely to be, I would say, exponential growth of this sector because you need certain volume to grow. So volume and scale is moving up. This will drive our growth. Particularly Tamil Nadu is very, very well positioned because we are already I would say automotive hub, global automotive hub. The company that I used to work for, ZF, WAPCO, we develop all our softwares in India. Most advanced software in the world is written in India, Chennai. Actually, we have more than 1,000 people working here, writing software for the advanced developments for the world is developed here in Chennai with the people from here. So having said that, now my topic is on the MSMEs. MSMEs actually, my view is the problem is not so much related to how they will seize the opportunity in electric, but MSMEs need to manage themselves to a global standards of performance, which means do we produce to the global standard of quality? India largely produces and then probably inspects and then segregates and gives a good part to the customer and something goes to rework, etc. We have still not developed a capability to produce zero defect. Recently in Economic Times there was an article, editorial, which clearly said China's evolution of where they are largely because of their ability to produce zero defect as a nation. So again, in this area, if we really want to achieve the zero defect production capability, it is possible to do only with the digital and AI integration into the production system. There again, today's youngsters who are quite comfortable in dealing with all these subjects are the right people to really go and support this organization. So our approach is to really take students from the universities, taking them to the we are also working with large companies, both large and MSME sectors, to go and address their real world problem and then help them to produce zero defect. How do we do? The idea of IoT. We are working with some of the 3 universities here in Chennai, Anna University, Vailtech and SRM. We are willing to work with many other universities also to take the students there as paid internship initially, and then if that works out, we want the companies to recruit them. And by that process, they should actually raise raise their quality system to a global standard. Cost-wise, India is quite competitive, per se, at least in the auto industry. And with these capabilities, the other important aspect the companies have to look at is, if they want to play a role in EV, then the competence is required to really contribute in the EV segment they have to build. Mostly the competence is related to battery management system, battery manufacturing. A lot of things are already talked about. I don't want to repeat, maybe the charging stations and the EV powertrain, which is basically the electric motor, controller, inverter, etc. And very strong software capability. Because future vehicles will be driven software-defined vehicles. You will be able to program the vehicles to operate the way you want it. You can do the over-the-air update, etc. But all these things, in my view, are on the right thing, right opportunities, tremendous opportunities for India largely, India, particularly Tamil Nadu, both MSME and students as well. And I would like to take this opportunity to wish you, best of luck to seize the opportunity and then succeed. Thank you.
I think, thank you, Rajiv and Kanyapan sir and Sir Balaji. See, நீங்க எல்லாரும் நினைச்சுட்டு இருக்கீங்க இந்த ரினியூவபிள் எனர்ஜி இவி இதெல்லாம் யாருக்கோ வந்த விருந்து நினைச்சுட்டு இருக்கீங்க. யாருக்கும் இல்லை, உங்களோட எதிர்காலத்துக்கு தான். ஏன் அப்படின்னா, everything is under the umbrella of sustainability. Suddenly, the world order thought, நம்ம பாட்டில் நேச்சுரல் ரிசோர்ஸஸை கன்சியூம் பண்ணிட்டே போகிறோமே, be it food, oil, everything, infra, natural gas. நம்ம குழந்தைங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது இருக்குமா? At least, if not different, at least this standard of living. So if you see in the last 7-8 years at least, what was theory became urgency, what was urgency became mission critical, what is mission critical is getting implemented for the welfare of all of you only. We wanted to do all this under the umbrella of sustainability because the natural resources will not last long. That is one thing. They are emitting carbon, which is polluting the atmosphere, which is spoiling the health of all of you. So since there are, so much is the domain expertise available on the dais, so I don't want to, take much time. But I'm just going to give you a slightly different perspective also. Solar, of course, we are doing very well. But the challenge is on utilization of solar, because the data shows if you have 100, the actual utilization in terms of effectiveness is hardly 20-22, which of course came from another speaker who is traveling abroad at the moment. That was the learning for me. So that is a great opportunity. Okay, one is increasing the linear capacity, but how effectively you youngsters are going to find innovative solutions in way of storage, dispatchable energy systems or whatever. Young brains can work at it, because linear capacity is one good thing, but that's not going to solve the problem beyond a point. And of course, the limitations of the advantage of wind, of course, is the land can be utilized. And I will leave the rest because there is a lot of data available. You can also interact through our app, where all our experts will be too happy to answer you one question. But from a perspective of few things that is happening globally, one is the geothermal. We may not be that relevant, but from a perspective of India, waste to energy is picking up. Some of the young brains like you are finding quite a lot of innovation on waste to energy, and it is getting translated into small shop floor. These are the areas where you people should catalyze, convert into opportunity for entry into MSMEs, because this is one great area. In fact, there is quite a lot of young brains in Tamil Nadu also who have been working. They started with mobiles Now they have not left out anything. So I would urge each one of you, pick up one thing. See how you can, first is reduce the usage. Second is how you can convert it. These are the mindset we should fix forever for your own well-being. And of course, at a gross level, nuclear is picking up. In fact, see, Nirupana, why should the nuclear was about 10% even in 2017 globally. We are blessed with so much of natural resources, so we did not use it. So now I think there is some Shanti Act, maybe we will touch 2%. It may be only 2%, it's not renewable, but why I am bringing it here is it is for load balancing. There also there is a lot of uniqueness in terms of knowledge domain. So I also wanted to bring it to the college authorities also. These are the different areas other than what is already exploding in terms of renewables are going to stay. EV are going to stay. It is only the transition each country decides on its trajectory depending upon the capex and other things. But it, both from a sustainability point of view, from the society's point of view, from all your livelihood in 2040, 2030, 50, we all should look up seriously both at the personal level and also at an innovative level. That's grateful for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Do you have time for questions? We have time. The format is for 2 questions.
Yeah, you can please.
Okay, so we have time just for about a couple of questions. So any questions from the audience to the eminent panel on the podium? Any questions? I'm also told there is, students can ask at least one of them. Already it's come, is it? Okay, so you want me to read it out? You read it out, sir? You want to read it out? Okay, sure, okay.
There is one interesting question with some of the solar inputs being costly when you domestically, when you manufacture locally as against imports. How do you give incentivize local manufacture as against imports? You can take, I think that's it.
So very good question. So the question I'll repeat for understanding. If you import today from China, if you say import a phone, we get it at 100 rupees. If you manufacture this in India with our own labor, but the raw material could still come from China, it will be more than 100 rupees. And how will you sustain this model if you don't get support from either government or any other opportunity? The government is giving incentives for sure. There are a lot of incentives from the government point of view, central government, state government. I'll give you a couple of examples. Central government says, Mr. Tata, you set up manufacturing here and make sure that 50% of the raw material should be made in India also. Not just the end product, but even the raw material that goes into the solar module also has to be made in India. If you do that, I'll give you some incentives. I'll give you some, payments over a period of time. Mr. Jaishankar very correctly mentioned the efficiency of solar modules is only roughly between 22 and 24. If you increase that efficiency, I'll give you incentive. So the government is essentially making you come up with the best product, best technology at the lowest cost. And how can it be possible? Incentives are only going to be short term. But the long-term sustenance to that is this ecosystem of very smart MSMEs who can innovate, co-innovate with us. We have to come up with very, very cost-effective solutions and with the bright minds that we have. What have we done today? For example, in TP Solar, we took the challenge of reducing cost from whatever X value to 20% lower. 20% cost out in a solar module is not easy at all. We accomplished that in the first year of manufacturing, and we are profitable, and we are able to translate that benefit to the customer as well. So it's a very, very relevant question. This is going to be the reality. Any effort that the government takes, any effort that the industry takes is going to be filled with challenges, and that is the exciting part of the journey.
Hello. Yeah, thanks a lot. So Yeah, so I'm just going to summarize very quickly one or two points so that it stays with you. Thanks for your participation. So one is that, Balaji made this very important point, stay hungry, stay humble. Okay, so I think that's extremely important. Jaishankar sir said that renewables is not just what we think it is. It could be geothermal waste. I'm adding ocean energy also to it. Nuclear can also be, though it's not technically renewable, but it comes in alternate energy. So that is a very important point, specifically for people who are framing curricula. Kanyapan sir said a very important thing relating to employability. Employability is really going to define everything, how employable you are. But there we don't need to read everything that the papers say that Indian graduates are unemployable and all that. We also give us good examples how they're creating excellent things. The important thing is to be
Hope all of you are enjoying the occasion. இப்ப பேசின ரெண்டு ஸ்பீக்கரும் so much of a knowledge. ஒரு டாடா கம்பெனியிலிருந்து ஒரு எம்டி தூத்துக்குடியிலிருந்து இங்க வந்து நமக்காக ஒரு 10 நிமிஷத்துக்கு இவ்வளவு தூரம் வந்திருக்காருனாக்க சாதாரண விஷயம் இல்லை. It involves their commitment. The next session we have advanced electronics. And we have Mr. Benedict, who is our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Jayaprakash Gandhi. He is a session chairman, Dr. Dinesh, Dr. Balaji. இவங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் பெங்களூர்ல இருந்து இதுக்காக வந்திருக்காங்க. அவர் வந்து சேலத்திலிருந்து இதுக்காக வந்திருக்காரு. இத மாதிரியான ஒரு knowledgeable people ஒரு இடத்துல வந்து 10 நிமிஷத்துல பேச வைக்கிறதுன்றது அவ்வளவு இயல்பானது இல்லை. It's not possible to contain their thoughts, what they want to communicate in 10 minutes. writing a one-page essay is easy, but writing a two-line is very tough. I'm so grateful for all of them to be here. And Benedict, we'll start with Jayaprakash Gandhi, sir. Yeah? So may I request Dr. Jayaprakash Gandhi to take over, sir, as a session chairman.
Okay, very good evening, students. Sir, before I start my session, two questions students asked me when I was on outside. Sir, பேசுறவங்க எங்க லெவலுக்கு வந்து பேச சொல்லுங்க, சும்மா முன்னாடி உட்கார்ந்து மட்டும்தான் பேசுறாங்க அப்படின்னாங்க. எங்க ஸ்டூடெண்ட் லெவலுக்கு. So I'm going to speak for the students first. அடுத்தது இன்னொரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் கேள்வி. சார், எல்லாமே எமர்ஜிங் செக்டரு, பட் நம்ம ஊர்ல யாரை கேட்டாலும் ஏஐ தான் சொல்றாங்க. ஏஐ ஏன் இந்த எமர்ஜிங் செக்டர்ல வரல? ஏஐ கிடையாதுன்னாங்க. Why AI is not in emerging sector? A good question actually. So I told them AI is going to integrate in every field. Arts, study, science, study, engineering, study, medical, whatever thing AI is going to integrate. Now the topic is advanced electronics. I was in Taiwan about 4 years back. I was very fortunate to attend, visit TSM. Nobody allowed. They don't allow so easily. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing. Boys, can you please? I asked the director one simple question, because they are the most top line semiconductor chip manufacturing. 90% of chip from the world goes there. Our 2036 variko, our orders are filled. Suppose you want a chip now from TSM, you will get in 2037. So I asked them, what is the biggest secret of your success? The Taiwan. They said the biggest success is only one. The engineering institutions, the educational institutions support us. In India, there's a big gap between the industry and the thing. Though they come and talk, but they never integrate. That's even I tell it very frankly. How many industries goes regularly and tell them what is next to them? In fact, I'll tell you, in semiconductor advanced electronics, I asked them what next generation, who gave this idea? They said the student gave idea. Everybody knows semiconductor is silicon. Up to 2 nm they have come. Now they are ready to manufacture 1.5 nm. I asked them any material obstacle, who gave this idea? Then he said the students gave, not the scientist. Students வந்து லைன் போட ரோடு போட்டு பிரிட்ஜ் போடுறாங்க. We are not doing it. Maybe Thrive will bring them the educational institutions and the industry together. A lot of new materials, semiconductor materials are getting now being researched. Now, I asked the top 4 or 5, I don't want to mention the institute name, which even really prepares for the advanced electronics. Do you know about this particular materials? They said no. We are not updated. It's the biggest problem with all of us. And we blame the institutions, we blame the government, we blame the policy that students are not getting job. Are we preparing for the future? So this is the problem we face always. In fact, it was the silicon carbide from silicon card. They have given another name for a nitrate. Adu kondu varanga material. Lot of things are happening. In the updates la kadikave matengudhu. Then I asked him even the Taiwan, the National Taiwan Science University. They say India is going to big hub in advanced electronics and also in semiconductor. What we should do? What we are lacking? They said very clearly, because I heard a lot of educational institutions were here. I don't think few of them have left. Right. Even the students should know about it. Some of the students said, JP sir, we are doing electronics and communication. We want to come into semiconductor industry. Then we need to bring material science into electronics. We need to bring instrumentation engineering integration is all needed. We need to change. What syllabus we have 15 years back, still we have in most of the branches. Now we need to change all this. Maybe this forum, I take an opportunity to really express the concerns. நான் பேசும்போது நிறைய கல்லூரிக்கும் பிடிக்காது, உண்மை என்னைக்குமே கசக்கும். Reality bites. 6-7 years back, I'm very happy in the morning, Muralidharan said, I spoke about AI. I spoke about AI 8 years back. I spoke about data science about 10 years back. I was one of the first few persons said IT will fall. It's தெரியல. So my dear friends, here you need to really keep learning. Right? So now previous session la sonnaanga illaya, more than one domain will be the key to success. So learn about it. A lot of things are going to happen. Maybe one or two I'll tell you, because how the advanced electronics are going to play a very big role in career. Every field, whichever branch you are doing it, from management to science, everybody has to now integrate. Because now we have moved into AI-driven, virtual, digital, robotic, automation world. Your entire career planning should be related to this AI-driven, virtual, digital, robotic, automation world. But you need to design, and advanced electronics is going to play a big role. So many things are happening. I don't know how many of you know about the World Consumer. It was in Las Vegas. What are the new innovations took place? Now the next mobile I'm going to Spain, Barcelona, to attend, because I got a special invite to address also the mobile conference, the World Mobile Conference. Even the last time when I attended, there's a lot of changes. Rightly said, we never get connected with people. The industry has to connect with people, students have to connect with people. We never do that. Right, my dear friends? Things are changing. I heard that aerospace and drone. When I visited last conference technical, one Japanese scientist says there's no need for drones. There won't be drones after 5 years. Can you believe any of you? There won't be nobody. If you want anybody, because I cannot put it because their product, if anybody wants to see it, I'll show you. I showed a few students also from RMK. They were there. I showed them. Do you know what is the size of their prepared? They've named it as Beyond Drones. Do you know what is the size? Half the size of your finger. நம்ம இங்க உட்காந்துட்டு ட்ரோன் சொல்லி கொடுத்துருக்கோம் பையனுக்கு. 5 வருஷம் கழிச்சு ட்ரோன் என்னன்னு யார் வேலை கொடுப்பா? Are we really preparing the students for the future? No. Are the industries integrating with all this? We never do that. See the robots they've created in the consumer things. Huge robotic revolution is going to come. Aduthathu one or two things I'll tell you, not only drones. Entire QR code will be replaced by IR code due to advanced electronics. QR code நம்ம யூஸ் பண்றது will be replaced by IR code. Lot of things are going to happen. Aduthathu I'll most best innovation award again related to advanced electronics. Because I have to tell you, because they're going to speak technically, but I have to tell you to your level. உங்க லெவலுக்கு வந்து என்ன நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு உலகத்துல எல்லாமே. The best innovation award for the year 2025 has gone to an AI digital mouse. Anybody wants to see it, I'll come down and show you. I'm not able to digest that innovation, which got the best innovation award for the year 2025. The scientist told me, JP sir, what it says, you can feel the unseen. Whatever you are able to not to see in your eyes, you can feel in your hand. And I asked him, can I feel my heart? He said, why not? He said, you know what he did? He scanned. I could see my heart pumping in the screen. He said, take that AI mouse, digital mouse, and touch your heart in the screen. When I got shock of my life. I could feel my heart in my hand with blood. Can you believe this? So tomorrow what the scientist is saying, a doctor can, and a pregnant woman can feel the child when it's in their womb. See the development taking place in it. We don't allow our students to go to, the institution should allow students, sponsors, they make so much, allow the students to attend those type of conference. How many students went to World Consumer Conference? Tell me from India. And we come and talk in the stage, do this, that. Sir, we need to do that. At least send the faculty, let them go and see it and at least explain to them what is happening. உட்கார்ந்து அரைச்சமாவே அரைச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க சார் 5 வருஷம் ஆச்சு. And we talk about developments. Sad, sir. First of all, we need to, sir, I'll finish. This forum I take every time that because they are listening, sir. At least I am very happy. Thank you, boss. Now this is the forum. Now the people like us has to come and really wake up your youngsters. Right, my dear friends? Things are changing. You need to change fast. The last one thing regarding electronics, I tell you, my dear friends, integrate. One, I still feel that India is going to be a very big hub in electronics. Lot of job opportunities are going to be created if you are able to update and learn. Oh, I was talking to principal of Ethiraj College also. She said, JP sir, can you suggest something for data science? As I suggested, even if the students are doing data science, don't worry. One of the biggest need today in semiconductor industry is in data science, SPC, statistical process control. Only electronic students who is going to integrate data science can do this. First of all, the industries here sitting here, please tell them what is next, what skills they know. From morning, I didn't see much of them speaking about the future. We were speaking only about the present. Wish that at least my panel members will speak about the future, sir. Another last thing, don't tell me, JP sir, I refer Google, I refer Gemini, I refer ChatGPT and get updated. You are getting fooled. Do you think even Gemini gives updated information? Nobody gives. I prove that. If somebody asked me, so what is the computing methods? The latest computing method which NVIDIA is choosing, because NVIDIA again comes into advanced electronics, that's why I'm saying the last one before I close. It is known as energy efficient computing. Another biggest computing method in advanced electronics is going to come is spatial computing. SPATIAL, spatial computing, integrating physical and digital world. Now, if you have things, don't believe me, take Google AI, ask for latest computing technologies, put it, and if you show me these two computing method, I will leave my profession. Even AI doesn't tell you the updated one. எப்படி fool பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம் நம்ம ஸ்டூடண்ட்ஸ் பாத்தீங்களா? How many of you are dare enough to say this? Anyway, my dear friends, I'll get another chance to come to your place and tell you what is reality in this world. Thank you very much for this great opportunity.
So we'll have next Dr. Dinesh talking about advanced electronics because he is from the industry and yes, okay, both of them are from the industry and both of them have got lots of love for the students and their knowledge. So we'll have Dr. Dinesh talking about the advanced electronics and its opportunities. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. I will not take much time. So, thought process goes in one particular subject like computer science or electronics. But what industry needs is you should be a system level thinking. So it needs collaboration, interdisciplinary research. For example, if you see overall the entire industry, let us say the Amazon sells that big billion day. What happens in a big billion day? So basically what happens is they sell the products. So India has been almost a consumer, most of the market is consumer market. Okay, but who produces the market is the US. The US or other advanced countries, they produce the products. The product needs not only electronics, it needs computer science, it needs mechanical design, it needs electrical engineering aspect. So as an engineer, you should not think as a subject, only subject as a computer science or electronics. You should think as a system engineering. So that's where our thought process should change. So this is very, very important. Going ahead, if you see on an average, we have around 80 billion market for the electronics, which we buy the chips from the America or some other countries. So now, already since we are consumer market, if we can convert this, that at least the local 80 billion market, so India will be one of the superpower. So this is one interesting area where we need to concentrate. Second thing is, always we see that whatever the products we have that. For example, Chennai Metro, I was traveling on Chennai Metro. Any idea what is the operating system Chennai Metro uses? Any idea what is the operating system Chennai Metro is using? So it is basically a Linux operating system. Okay, for example, you have mobile. I think you have mobile, right? Android mobile. So Android mobile uses which operating system? Can anyone tell me? Android mobile uses which operating system? It is Android OS or Linux OS? It is Linux OS. So now, even if you are an electronics engineer or computer science engineer or any sector, 90% of your gadgets are being, it is using Linux as an operating system. So now, in order to be employable, if you don't know Linux, so you will lose 90% of the opportunity. So which is very, very important. So now, even though you are an electronics engineer, even if you study microcontrollers or microprocessor subjects, you should be knowing Linux as one of the operating system, how you can integrate Linux into the actual microcontroller. So this will enable you to tap into, at least to get into the gate of 90% of the companies who do manufacturing the product design. So this is very important. Second thing is, as per the AICTE Council website data, on an average in India, how many engineers are passing out every year? Can anyone tell me? How many engineering students are passing out every year? 17 lakhs? It's around 22 lakh engineers. 22 lakh engineers are passing out. So now, in this, hardly 10% or 10 to 12% of engineers are getting employed. So what happens to remaining people? Why they are not getting employed? One of the reasons could be the huge industry and academic gap. Okay. So second thing is, maybe while studying engineering, so we all focus only like computer science and electronics. So I would request the students should focus on domains. At least one or two domains the students should pick it up of their interest and they should start learning them. For example, if you see, if I see any Benz car, Daimler S5, class S5 car, if it goes, I am very proud of that because the Benz S5 class has the engine control unit which runs my software which I have written. Okay. Now thing is, now I am a computer science engineer, but I wrote a software for Benz car and BMW car. How it is possible is I learned how an automotive car works. So now whatever the programming language which I have learned, I need to cater to the actual the automotive system. Similarly, now everybody we think about AI, artificial intelligence, right? Now, when you are writing the artificial intelligence code, we see that ChatGPT or Gemini, we write the GenAI code in the Python and we run it, right? So actual meat or actual market is this ChatGPT or Gemini, the comments which you give, it runs on the background of the AI processor. So actual thing is the core is AI processor. So now, in order to understand the AI processor, everybody can do AI, the Python programming. As an electronics engineer or electrical engineer, you are the ones who can design an efficient AI processor. Second thing is, many companies like NVIDIA, Microsoft, many people are coming up with AI processor. If you see, they are setting up a lot of data centers in AI. Now, for example, I think I heard that Google is investing almost one of the heaviest investment across the globe. In Visakhapatnam, they are investing in the Google data center. Now, what is the background? So, in order to run the Google data center, it needs around few megawatts of power. Entire Bangalore needs at least 1 to 2 megawatts of power per day. But the Google data center, it needs huge amount of, that is more than 5 megawatts of power. So where the power is the next domain. So now going ahead, power sector. So we don't have good quality engineers who can optimize the power or how efficiently the power system can be designed. So even the Seattle in Microsoft and Google in other countries, they are investing. So now power domain is going to be one of the major domains where we don't have enough engineers, quality engineers in the sector. Apart from that, we have battery. Battery is going to be the next challenging era because of the electric vehicles. So there also power is going to be one of the key sectors which addresses. Next thing is about embedded systems. So when I speak about embedded systems, if you see that we have around 10,000 patents. I think morning one of us was telling that we have 10,000 patents in Tamil Nadu. Now, apart from patents, how we can convert the patents into productization. Productization is very, very important. So next, going ahead, I think the patent should get converted into products. So this is one of the key areas where we need to focus. So coming into product means you should have a system level thinking. Otherwise, you cannot design a product. So that's one important thing. And going ahead, the geopolitical instability. So now, because of the American policies, whatever is happening, there's a huge destabilization of the market. So now, as we have already the demographic dividend, that is from 2030 to 2050, 50% of the population, India's population, will be in the age group of 25 to 50. So this we need to capitalize this. So by using this geopolitical stability, if you see that most of the countries are saying that China plus one strategy. So now the supply chains are completely getting disturbed. So now if we can use this geopolitical instability and demographic dividend, that will enhance our capability and we can capitalize our basic things. Then, so apart from this, what I have is, we have next going ahead, we are coming up with RISC process. So so ARM processor and x86 processor era is going down. Now going ahead, RISC processor coming up. So if institutions can come up with designing their own IPs for the RISC processor, so it will be fantastic and we can capitalize the overall market. So with this, I thought I can share. These are the emerging areas where we can focus and we can capitalize, and the students can capitalize at least 2 domains. The students can learn 2 domains before they come out of the engineering college, and if they can capitalize at least 5 subjects, if they are thorough in at least 5 subjects, I think they will be more employable. So thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh. It was so nice. He was connecting lots of things which are for now and also for the near, not for far. I think you would have got that idea. Okay. So hope you will be, you would have got some idea from him actually. Yes, no? No, yes? Yes, no? God, okay, thank you. At least some yes there. Next we have even though he has guided so many doctorates, he calls himself as Engineer Balaji Sheshadri. Okay. He is such a down-to-earth person. His knowledge delivery would be like so simplistic. Hear from him.
அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். நான் உங்க இடத்த கொஞ்சம் உட்காந்து பார்த்தேன். காலையில இருந்து நானும் இங்க உட்காந்துருக்கேன். முதல்ல மினிஸ்டர் வந்தாரு, டாக்டர் டிஆர்பி ராஜா. தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு நிறைய இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட், நிறைய கம்பெனிஸ். அதுக்கப்புறத்துல இருந்து இப்ப 4:30 மணி வரைக்கும் சிஇஓஸ், ஆல் இன்டர்நேஷனல் வெட்டரன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் பேசினாங்க. நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு நிறைய வேலை வாய்ப்புகள் வருதுன்னு. ஆனா எனக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு கிடைக்குமான்னு தெரியலீங்களே. பிரச்சனையே அங்கதாங்க. நான் கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 20 வருஷமா தமிழ்நாடு ஃபுல்லா சுத்திக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். இந்த பக்கம் என்னடான்னா அவ்வளவு வேலைகள், கொட்டி கிடக்கு வேலைகள். இந்த பக்கம் என்னடா இவ்வளவு மாணவர்கள். நடுப்புற என்னமோ ஒரு பிஸி. என்ன பிஸிங்கிறது இவங்களுக்கும் தெரியல, அவங்களுக்கும் தெரியல. என்ன பிரச்சனையா இருக்க முடியும்? கிட்டத்தட்ட நானும் என்னோட குடும்பத்துல பாரதி 20 வருடங்கள் தமிழ்நாடு ஃபுல்லா கல்லூரி கல்வியா சுத்தினேன். கடைசியில நான் கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டேன். அந்த கண்டுபிடிச்சத சமீபத்தில் தான், ரொம்ப முன்னாடி. சோ காலையில இருந்து உட்காந்து கஷ்டப்படுறீங்க பாத்தீங்களா? நான் உலகத்திலேயே ரொம்ப கஷ்டமான விஷயம் எது தெரியுமா? இங்க இன்னும் பேசுறது கிடையாது, அங்க உட்காந்து கேட்கறது. உலகத்திலேயே அதுவும் நாங்க பேசுறதுக்கு ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் போயிட்ட வழியில. ஆனா நீங்க தான் காலையில இருந்து இது வரைக்கும் உட்காந்து கேட்டுட்டு இருக்கீங்க. அது பள்ளியிலேயே அப்படிதான், கல்லூரியிலே அப்படிதான். புரியுதோ புரியலையோ அந்த டீச்சர் எடுக்கிறத உட்காந்து கேட்கணும் பாத்தீங்களா? அதுதான். இல்ல நமக்கு ஒரு எதையாவது கொஞ்சமாவது எடுத்துட்டு போகணும் இல்லையா? நீங்க வெளியில போயிட்டு இன்னைக்கு நைட்டு யோசிச்சீங்கன்னா, ஐயோ என்னடா அது ஃபுல் டே உட்காந்தா ஒண்ணுமே மைண்டு கிடைக்கல, எதுவுமே இல்லாத போறோம் பாத்தீங்களா? இருக்கக்கூடாது இல்லைங்களா? உங்களுக்கு சிலைய போனஸ் வேணும் இல்லைங்களா? இந்த ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்றாரு இல்லைங்களா? நான் வெளில தெரியாத ஆளு. நான் ஒரு இன்ஜினியருங்க. என்னோட 61 வயசுல நான் ஒரு பொறியாளர் தான் வேலை செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கேன் ஒரு கம்பெனில. அவ்வளவுதான். என்ன வெளியில யாருக்குமே தெரியாது அதிகமா. என்னை எப்படி ரகுநாதன் சார் கான்டாக்ட் பண்ணாரு, என்ன கூப்பிட்டாருன்னு தெரியல. ஆனா அவரு என்ன கூப்பிட்டாரு. இவ்வளவு பேர் சேர்ந்து எதையோ பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறாங்கல்ல உங்களுக்கு. அதனால நான் என்ன கண்டுபிடி சொல்றேங்க, இங்க உட்கார்ந்து இருக்க அத்தனை பேருமே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், நீங்க எலக்ட்ரானிக் துறைக்கு வேலைக்கு போகணும்னு ஆசைப்பட்டீங்கன்னா என்னால உங்களை எலக்ட்ரானிக் துறைக்கு வேலைக்கு அனுப்ப முடியும். அது அவ்வளவு சுலபம். நீங்க நினைக்கிறத விட பல மடங்கு சுலபம். இங்க வந்ததுக்கு போனஸ் அவ்வளவுதான். எப்படின்னா நீங்க உங்களை கான்டாக்ட் பண்ணுங்க. யார? ரகுநாதன் சாரியோ நம்ம ட்ரைப் டிஎன் அமைப்பாளர்களை கான்டாக்ட் பண்ணுங்க. உங்களுக்கு எலக்ட்ரானிக் துறை சார்ந்த வேலை வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லுங்கள், போதும். நாம் ஒரு நாள் ஒரு 2 மணி நேரம் ஆன்லைன்ல திருப்பி பேசி எப்படி பண்ணணும்னு திருப்பி சொல்றேங்க. நீங்க இதுக்கு கத்துக்கிட்டதே போதும். நீங்க போய் எந்த இன்ஸ்டிடியூட்லயோ எங்கேயோ சேர்ந்து பல லட்சக்கணக்கான பல ஆயிரக்கணக்கான பணத்தை செலவே வைக்காத, இது வரைக்கும் நீங்க கத்துக்கிட்டதை வச்சுக்கிட்டு உங்களால எலக்ட்ரானிக் துறையில வேலை பார்க்க முடியும். அது முதல்ல சொல்லிடுறேன். 2வது பெரிய குழப்பம் இருக்கு நம்ம கிட்ட. இந்த எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ்ல அட்வான்ஸ் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் டாபிக், இன்னும் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் இருக்கு. அதுக்கு பேரு மாடர்ன் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ். மாடர்ன் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் என்னன்னா அட்வான்ஸ் 2 இருக்கு பாருங்க. என்ன வித்தியாசம்? சார் பேசினார் எனக்கு முன்னாடி இவி காரை பத்தி. இவி கார்ங்கிறது மாடர்ன் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ். இங்க இருக்க அத்தனை பேராலே அதை வேலை பார்க்க முடியும். இந்த நிமிஷம் நீங்க மனசு வச்சீங்கன்னா, நான் எலக்ட்ரானிக் துறையில வேலை பார்க்கணும்னு மனசு வச்சீங்கன்னா, இங்க உட்கார்ந்து இருக்க அத்தனை பேர் நீங்க அரியர்ஸ் வச்சிருக்கலாம், அல்லது குறைச்ச சிஜிபி வச்சிருக்கலாம், என்ன வேணா பண்ணிக்கலாம். நீங்க அத்தனை பேர் வேலை பார்க்க முடியும். ஏன்னா மாடர்ன் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ்க்கு வேண்டிய கணித அறிவு ரொம்ப கம்மி. எவ்வளவு கம்மின்னா கூட்டல் கழித்தல் பெருக்கல் வகுத்தல் போ. ஆனா அதை தாண்டி ஒன்று இருக்கு பாத்தீங்களா, அட்வான்ஸ் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ். அதாவது நீங்க படிக்கிறது கல்லூரியில 5% வேலை வாய்ப்பு தான் இருக்குது. 95% வேலை வாய்ப்பு எங்க இருக்குங்க? மாடர்ன் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ்ல. அந்த அட்வான்ஸ் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் என்னன்னா, இந்த கார் தானா ஓடுது பாத்தீங்களா, அட்டானமஸ் கார் சொல்றோம், அதுதான் அட்வான்ஸ் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ். இவி வெஹிக்கிள்ங்கிறது மாடர்ன் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ், அட்டானமஸ் கார்ங்கிறது அட்வான்ஸ் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ். ரெண்டுத்துக்கும் இவ்வளவு தூரம் ஜம்ப் போகவே முடியாது. பெரிய மேத்தமேட்டிக்ஸ், கணிதத்தை நீங்க புரியாகணும். அதனால முதல்ல நீங்க பண்ண வேண்டிய ஒரே விஷயம் என்னன்னா, யார் யாருக்கெல்லாம் எலக்ட்ரானிக் துறையில் விருப்பம் இருக்கோ வேலைகள்ல நீங்க அனைவரும் செய்ய வேண்டிய முக்கியமான விஷயம் மாடர்ன் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ்ல மாஸ்டர் ஆகுது. ரொம்ப ரொம்ப சுலபம் தான் சொல்றாங்க. நான் கிட்டத்தட்ட தமிழ்ல பல 20 புத்தகங்கள் எழுதியிருக்கேன். அத்தனையும் உங்களுக்கு இலவசமா தரேன், ஒன்னும் பிரச்சனையே கிடையாது. நீங்க ட்ரைன் கான்டாக்ட் பண்ணுங்க, நான் எழுதின புத்தகங்கள் அத்தனையும் உங்களுக்கு இலவசமா தரேன். அதே மாதிரி என் கோர்ஸ்ல கூட தரேன் உங்களுக்கு, ஒன்னும் பிரச்சனை கிடையாது. ஏன்னா இன்னைக்கு நம்ம இக்கட்டான நிலைமையில இருக்கோம். இந்த பக்கம் எல்லாருக்கும் ஆட்கள் வேணும், இவர் கொண்டு வந்துருவாருங்க. உங்க அமைச்சர் வந்து வெளிநாட்டுல போய் பேசி, எங்க வேணாலும் போய் பேசி இங்க இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் கொண்டு வந்துருவாரு. இவ்வளவு இண்டஸ்ட்ரி வெட்டரன்ஸ் வந்து கம்பெனி ஆரம்பிச்சிருவாங்க. என்ன பண்றது? கடைசியில வேலை செய்யறதுக்கு யார் வேணும்? இன்ஜினியர்ஸ், பொறியாளர்கள். அவங்க எங்க இருக்காங்க? நீங்க தான். ஆனா சாதாரண சம்பளம் இல்லைங்க. மாதம் 1 லட்சம் ரூபாய், வருஷத்துக்கு 12 லட்சம் ரூபாய் ஈஸியா சம்பாதிக்கலாம் ஒருத்தரும். ஆனா போட வேண்டிய எஃபர்ட் இவ்வளவுதான். நீங்க கல்லூரியில் இருக்க படிச்சதுல 100 பங்கு எஃபோர்ட் போட்டா போதும். அதுதான் கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்கேன். இது சாதாரண கண்டுபிடிப்பீங்க. என்னோட 20 வருஷம் உழைப்பு, கிட்டத்தட்ட 100கணக்கான கல்லூரிகள், 10,000 கணக்கான மாணவர்கள். நீங்க ஒண்ணு பரவாயில்ல, லிங்க்டின்ல போய் பாருங்க. இதை ஃபாலோ பண்றாங்க 50,000 பேர். எங்க கோர்ஸ் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கவங்க 10,000 பேர் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்காங்க இப்ப ஆல் ஓவர் த வேர்ல்டு. இது ரொம்ப சுலபம். ஆனா உங்ககிட்ட வந்து யாரும் தமிழ்ல உங்களுக்கு புரியுற மாதிரி சொல்லி தர மாட்டாங்க. அதுதான் ட்ரிக். ஒரு அமெரிக்கன் ப்ரொஃபசர் சூப்பரா இருப்பாரு MIT-ல, அவர் உங்களுக்கு புரியாத மாதிரி சொல்லி தர மாட்டாரு. சூப்பரா ஒரு நார்த் இந்தியாவில் ப்ரொஃபசர் இருப்பாரு, உங்களுக்கு புரியாத மாதிரி சொல்லி வர. ஆனா நான் அப்படி இல்லை, நான் உங்களுக்கு புரியுற மாதிரி தமிழ்ல சொல்ல முடியும். அதுதான் என்னோட பெரிய அட்வான்டேஜ். அதுவும் இலவசமா. நீங்க ட்ரைனியோட வாங்க, ஒரு மீட்டிங்ல உங்களுக்கு சொல்லுவா சொல்லி தரேன். இதோட சோ இரண்டாவது விஷயம் சொல்லிடுறாங்க, அதோட நிப்பாட்டிடுறாங்க. ஒரு நிமிடம் டிஸ்டர்பன்ஸ் இருக்கு. ஒரு நிமிஷம் டிஸ்டர்பன்ஸ் அவங்க செட் ஆகும். ஓகே ஓகே. நீங்க ஒரு நிமிஷம் யோசிச்சு பார்க்கல. உங்ககிட்ட ஒரு 5000 ரூபாய் பணம் இருக்குங்க. 5000 ரூபாய் கொடுத்து ஒரு போன் வாங்குறீங்க அமேசான்ல, லேட்டஸ்ட் சாம்சங் போன் 5000 ரூபாய் கிடைக்குதுங்க, வாங்குறீங்க. உங்க ஃப்ரெண்ட் வந்து 1.5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் கொடுத்து ஒரு சாம்சங் S25 வாங்குறாங்க. நல்லா யோசிச்சு பாருங்க. ஒருத்தருக்கு என்கிட்ட வந்து 2 போன் இருக்கு. ஒன்னு 5000 ரூபாய் ஆண்ட்ராய்டு போன், இன்னொன்னு 1.5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் ஆண்ட்ராய்டு போன். ரெண்டுத்திலயும் என்ன வேலை செய்யணும்? வாட்ஸ்அப் வேலை செய்யணும். ரெண்டுத்திலயும் இமெயில் வேலை செய்யணும், யூடியூப் வேலை செய்யணும். ஆனா இன்னொன்னு பாருங்களேன், 2 போனும் வேலை செய்யணும். இந்த 5000 ரூபாய் கொடுத்த போனு அரை மணி நேரத்துக்கு ரீபூட் ஆச்சா என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? போக மாட்டீங்க. சோ நல்லா பாருங்க, 5000 ரூபாய் போனும் ஒழுங்கா வேலை செய்யணும், எல்லா ஃபங்க்ஷனும் இருக்கணும். 1.5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் போனும் எல்லா ஃபங்க்ஷனும் இருக்கணும் அண்ட் ஒழுங்கா வேலை செய்யணும். ட்ரிக் என்னன்னா, என்ன வித்தியாசம்? அதே மாதிரிதான் நாங்க கம்பெனியில ஒரு வேலையை 1 மணி நேரத்தை முடிக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்ற பையனுக்கு நாங்க 1 லட்சம் ரூபாய் சேலரி கொடுப்போம். பரவாயில்ல சார், நான் 10 மணி நேரத்தில் முடிப்பேன், 25,000 ரூபாய் கொடுத்தா போதும். ஐ எம் ஸ்மால் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி, MSME. நான் சொல்ல பரவாயில்லப்பா. ஆனா ஒண்ணு, அது 25,000 ரூபாய் சேலரி இருந்தாலும் பரவாயில்ல, 1 லட்சம் இருந்தாலும் பரவாயில்ல. என்ன பண்ணணும்? நீங்க ஒழுங்கா வேலையை பண்ண தெரியணும். அரைமுறையா வந்துடக்கூடாது. எனக்கு டைம் எடுத்துக்கங்க. நீங்க வந்து 1 மணி நேரம் படுத்து 10 மணி நேரம் எடுத்துக்க தப்பு இல்லை. ஆனா ஒழுங்கா பண்ண கத்துக்கங்க. இதுதான் இன்றைய தேவை. எனக்கு இன்றைய கம்பெனியோட, எலக்ட்ரானிக் கம்பெனியோட தேவை நல்லாவே தெரியும். நான் இப்ப வேலைபார்க்க கம்பெனியில எந்த பையன் ரெக்ரூட் பண்ணாலும் நான் தான் ட்ரெயின் பண்ணுவேன். நான் ட்ரெயின் பண்ணி ஓகேன்னு சொன்னப்பறம் தான் உள்ளே போக முடியும். ஆயிரக்கணக்கான மாணவர்களை சொல்லி கொடுத்துருக்கேன். உங்க தேவைகள் அத்தனையுமே தெரியுங்க. ரெண்டாவது, இன்னைக்கு பெரிய ஒரு பிரச்சனையை இப்ப சொல்றாங்க, ஒரு உண்மையை சொல்றாங்க. நீங்க எல்லாம் நம்பிக்கிட்டு இருக்கிற ஒரே ஒரு விஷயம் நம்பிக்கிட்டு இருக்கீங்க எல்லாருமே, இது போல ஐடில வேலை இருக்குன்னு. ஆனா இன்னைக்கு உண்மை தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு, அத்தனை பேர் ஒத்துப்பாங்க, ஐடி வேலைகள் எல்லாம் போயிடுச்சு. உங்களுக்கு ஐடி வேலைகளே கிடையாது. உங்களுக்கு எல்லா வேலைகளும் எங்க இருக்குங்க? உங்களோட எலக்ட்ரானிக் துறையில தான் அவ்வளவு வேலைகள் இருக்கு. ஸோ தயவு செஞ்சு ஒரு நிமிடம் சார், நான் வந்துட்டு இருக்கேன். சரி, டைம் நேரம் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கு. நமக்கு தேவை அடிப்படைகள் தாங்க. நமக்கு ஒரு சின்ன உதாரணம் முடிச்சிடலாம். ரொம்ப ஒரு மாடிக்கு ஏறத சிறுவால வந்து ஒரு ஸ்கிரீன்ல காட்டுவாங்க. அதையே நாங்க 10 வாரம் காட்டுவோம். இதுல ஒரு மெகா சீரியல்ல உங்களோட சிலபஸ் அப்படிதான் இருக்கு. ஒரு வாரத்துல கத்துக்க வேண்டிய விஷயத்த நீங்க 2 வருஷத்துல கத்துக்கிறீங்க. சோ தயவு செய்து அடிப்படைகள் ஃபண்டமெண்டல்ஸ் கான்சென்ட்ரேட் பண்ணுங்க. மாடர்ன் எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் கான்சென்ட்ரேட் பண்ணுங்க. உங்க அத்தனை பேருக்கு வேலை இருக்கு. நான் வந்து அது எந்த அளவுக்கு தைரியமா சொல்றேன்னா, ஐ கேன் ஈவன் கொலாபரேட் வித் ட்ரைடிஎன். இங்க உட்கார்ந்து வந்த அத்தனை பேருக்கும் இந்த நேரத்தை காலையிலிருந்து செலவு பண்றதுனால ஐ கேன் கிவ் யூ ஆல் தீஸ் திங்ஸ் ஃப்ரீ ஆஃப் காஸ்ட். வித் தட், தேங்க்யூ, நன்றி.
Thank you, sir. So hope there are lots of hopes that were given by Engineer Balaji Sheshadri about the scope of job opportunities in the market for advanced electronics. So can I request Raghu sir to give the memento for the guests and speakers and the moderator? Thank you very much, sirs, for all your knowledge sharing. We have 3 more sessions, which means another about 1 to 1 hour, 1.5 hours. All the speakers for the 3 sessions, including the session chairmen, are here. We have 2 choices. One, we break for a coffee tea break and come back and then take the meeting, or we finish the meeting and then go for a coffee tea breaking. What do you want? Finish pannailama? And those who want to have a coffee and come back quickly can go and have a comeback, but we'll go ahead with the meetings. And if any of you want coffee tea, in the hall ulla serve pandradilla. Otherwise I would have got everybody served with a coffee tea. Speakers, obviously, session chairmen, we will have everything ready on this side to grab and quickly and come back. So let's go ahead with the session, and let's have the life sciences, pharma and bio. Gayatri, Dr. Gayatri, she is a session chairman. Sanjeev Rajan, sir, subcommittee chairman. Dr. Menaka, an entrepreneur. This morning we all heard our minister
talking high about her, and Dr. Gopalakrishna Dasika. Sir, so happy to have you since morning with us, sir. He has come all the way from Bangalore, and their profiles will be, Sanjeev, put it. So we will take on quickly on this, and then we will move on to the next. Is a very interesting topic. We have aerospace. Dr. Ponraj Abdul Kalam's advisor is here as a session chairman, and we have Dr. Senthil Kumar. All of you would have seen the news. Dr. Senthil Kumar was appointed by the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister as a head of drone center in Tirupati. So he is also here. And then we have the final session on shipbuilding and marine technology. Dr. Uday Kumar is here, and Rear Admiral Harish, Professor Siva Kolundu, they are all. Okay. So, Benedict, and the Jyoti Kumbuga, Professor. So we'll go ahead. Sir, Sanjeevi, sir. Gayatri.
Good evening to everyone. Life sciences is growing like anything. There is phenomenal opportunity, and we have veterans, Dr. Menaka Mahendran, Dr. Gayatri. Recently, actually, in 2014, it is only 10 billion. Now it is going toward 300 billion. Not only that, the procedures and formalities are changing every time. Procedures and formalities are changing every time, including clinical trials. Clinical trials is undergoing a lot of changes. Our veterans are there. Sir, please, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening to all. Thank you, Mr. Raghunathan, has given me this wonderful opportunity in this August forum. Life science and pharma industries in India. இது சொன்ன உடனேயே நம்ம எல்லாருக்குமே ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய டவுட் வரும். என்னன்னா, எப்போதுமே இந்த ரெண்டுத்தையும் தனித்தனியா சொல்றாங்க, பட் ஆக்டிவிட்டீஸ் ஆர் மோர் ஆர் லெஸ் சிமிலர், அண்ட் த கிராஜுவேட்ஸ் ஆர் த ஜாப் சீக்கர்ஸ் both are from same sector coming there. So what we are going to do them, how in both ways, is there any differences are there, or both are same, how they have to identify the small things, because in the sector in the pharma industry or the life sciences, people will be from mostly biochemistry, microbiology, biotechnology. இது எல்லாத்துலயுமே நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம நான் பசங்களை நிறைய மோர் தென் லேக் ஆஃப் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் எவ்ரி இயர் வி ஆர் மீட்டிங். ஸோ நான் சொல்வேன், நீ பயோகெமிஸ்ட்ரி எடுக்கிறேன்னு சொல்றியே, கெமிஸ்ட்ரிக்கும் பயோகெமிஸ்ட்ரிக்கும் என்ன டிஃபரன்ஸ், எதனால நீ கெமிஸ்ட்ரி பிஎஸ்சி கெமிஸ்ட்ரி இஸ் ஆல்சோ அவைலபிள், பயோகெமிஸ்ட்ரி இஸ் ஆல்சோ அவைலபிள், why you are choosing biochemistry rather than chemistry, in what thinking is in your mind to choose the particular thing. பட் எனக்கு இது கிடைச்சது, நான் இதை எடுக்கிறேன். ஹானஸ்டா சொல்லணும்னா இப்படிதான் ஒரு பதில் மெஜாரிட்டியா எல்லார்கிட்ட இருந்து வருது. பட் நமக்கு தெரிஞ்சுக்க வேண்டியது என்ன அப்படின்னா, இன் இந்தியா இந்த கரண்ட் ஸ்டேட்டஸ் மோர் தென் 1.5% of the GDP life science is giving, and the pharma industry is giving more than 4.5% of GDP in the total level, and the export is more than 86,000 crores to more than a lakh of crore is increasing day by day. அப்ப அவ்வளோ பெரிய இண்டஸ்ட்ரி அங்க இருக்கும்போது, ஆனா இந்த பயோகெமிஸ்ட்ரியோ மைக்ரோபயாலஜியோ பயோடெக்கோ படிக்கிற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு ஒன்ஸ் அகைன் இந்த லாஸ்ட் செஷன்ல சொன்ன மாதிரி ஏன் ஜாப் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸோ இல்ல ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஸா மாறணும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு தாட்டோ லாகிங்கா இருக்கு, இல்ல வேர் we are as an educational system or as an educators where we are lagging to connect these few things. அது எங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் என்லைட்மெண்ட் பண்ணி கொடுங்க. அது எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பிகாஸ் இந்த pharma industries and life science industries ஓட இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் எப்போ நமக்கு தெரிஞ்சதுன்னா, we know very well during the COVID period, though it take away the lives of thousands of people, but it has given the life for so many thousands of pharma industries and life science industries. So அப்பதான் நம்ம முழிச்சுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சோம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். For the past 75 years, the first time we have made our own Covaxin vaccine in India, made in India. 2.2 billion க்கு மேல நமக்கு injections Indians க்கு கொடுத்தோம். And we have export many things and நிறைய பேருக்கு நம்ம ஃப்ரீயாவும் கொடுத்தோம். Why these two industries are very much important in Indian industry அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும்போது, wherever whatever the natural calamity happens, wherever whatever the war happens, எது வேணா ஸ்டாப் ஆகும். இந்த ரெண்டு திங்ஸ் ஸ்டாப் ஆகாது. ஒன் இஸ் ஃபுட் அண்ட் another one is லைஃப் சேவிங் ட்ரக்ஸ். அந்த இடத்துல இந்த லைஃப் சயின்ஸ் அண்ட் pharma industries are playing vital role. So இதுல இந்த லைஃப் சயின்ஸ் pharma industries evolving career business opportunities என்ன அவங்களுக்கு நம்ம பண்ண முடியும், and what the top 3 skills employers look for today. Because இங்க வந்து லைஃப் சயின்ஸ் அட்வைசரும் இருக்கீங்க and pharma industries-ல இருந்தும் இருக்கீங்க, பயோ இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ்ல இருந்தும். என்ன நீங்க எதிர்பார்க்கறீங்க, எது லாகிங்கா இருக்கு? which skill can make a fresher employable within 6 months a period of time? Whether is there any lagging in the education, in the graduation itself? And nowadays everybody is talking about AI and informatics. So the bioinformatics and AI in drug discovery la, digital health diagnostics la, how far the digital is going to create an impact, how the biochemistry or microbiology or biotech students, they have to prepare themselves to adhere these kind of knowledge along with the educational system. இந்த changes வந்து ஒரு education நடந்தா ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய மாற்றம் இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா நீங்க எதை சொல்லுவீங்க? Because in all the industry we need, எல்லாரும் கேட்டா அவங்கவுங்க இண்டஸ்ட்ரி ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் சொல்லுவாங்க. பட் the life saving அப்படின்னு வரும்போது one is food and another one is a drug. So in these two things, what is the major thing happening in India? In what way we can also help towards that? Because in India now 2 lakhs startups are there. Fortunately, இதுக்கு முன்னாடி இந்த டாட்டால இருந்து வந்திருந்த சார் சொன்னாங்க 45% of the startups are from second and third tier cities-ல இருக்கு. So அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் அங்க கிடைக்கிறதுக்கு அங்க என்ன ஸ்கில் அவங்க அப்கிரேட் பண்ணிக்கணும். And the plus is, usually we used to say in top industries only 10% of the women are in the top position. But fortunately in the startup companies, 48% of the startup companies industries directors are women. So in these cases, how we can enlighten the women in the particular sector to come up next into that stage, அது ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் அப்படின்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். And we are in the pharma and life science industries are giving directly more than 20 lakh direct employability to the people. So though it gives 20 lakhs of employability, we are talking about unemployment and other things. How we are going to match these industries' expectations and the students' capability in one point of time. Please, both the experts throw light on that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, madam. Madam Majumdar is from Biocon is from ladies only, no? Not now, right? Now for a long time. She is the leader in the biochemical industry. She is creating lot of jobs. Okay. Then lot of developments are going on. Sir will explain. Please, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible? Can you hear me? Am I audible? Yeah. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. It's what? This one? It's off, huh? On, I think. It's on, I think. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, I need to be closer. Got it. Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Raghu for inviting me. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this major momentous occasion of a launch of Thrive TN. And I think it's a great movement that started today, and I look forward to seeing it grow across India. So, we've heard a lot since morning. Several speakers have talked about skills that are needed in various industries. Some are kind of common, but what I will do is briefly talk about, based on what ma'am was asking also, what are when it comes to life sciences, it's a very broad area, right? So you have, but I would say, I would underscore that it's something that's very, very essential for our very existence, whether it is our health, whether it is our food, animals, products from animals that we get. So all these are vital to our survival, right? So, but the good news is, unlike some of the other sectors that are a little more mature, like IT and so on, here we are at the early stage still. So there is a lot of growth that is happening across the world. And when it comes to biotech, its application of using recombinant DNA technology and live cells to produce medicines or produce enzymes or produce products that are going to be useful in various industries. So that's broadly the way I would define. And when I talk about, I think you heard about this numbers that exist. There are, in the next 5 to 10 years, we expect an explosion in this space, mainly because we have in India a large number of companies that are in the early stage right now. They will all go. We have an example here as well. They are expanding, they are growing. But the challenge I think we face in industry, so going from, maybe you have my background, right? So somewhere it might have been there. Should I say something? I started my career, for those of you who might, how many of you are in the biotech space? Is there anybody here that's in life sciences or biotech? Yeah, okay, only a small number. Yeah, but I think the jobs, there are going to be lots of jobs. But the question is, how do you get the jobs? So while the number of jobs may be there, the key criterion would be, if you want to, whether you want to stay in academia or you want to industry. This is one decision point that you would have to make, right? If you have already chosen to be in life sciences, you need to decide whether you want to continue in academia or industry. Clearly, there aren't so many jobs in academia, right? So if you want to go to industry, then you also have to think about, how do I position myself in the industry? There's a shift, there's a mindset shift that is also needed besides skills, okay? So when you think about, the jobs, there are jobs in manufacturing, quality, diagnostics, services. So broadly, in industry, the number of jobs that you will have in various subdomains will be different, right? So whereas when we are in academia, anybody who is a grad student doing a master's or a PhD here? No. Are they all undergrads here? Yeah. Okay. So this is another point I want to make, is that the jobs that you would get after doing your bachelor's are typically different from the jobs you would get in a biotech company after doing a master's or a PhD. If you want to continue in a research stream, I would advise to do master's, if possible, a PhD before you take on a job. But with a bachelor's also, you can do a lot. I mean, there's a large number of jobs that are available in other areas besides R&D, right? So you can have manufacturing, quality, regulatory, etc. So one of the things that will make you employable is to, while you are still a student, try and understand the life cycle of the product that you are going to be working on in whichever industry you choose, whether it is food, whether it is medicines, whether it is diagnostics. You need to understand where is the value coming across the value chain, and also look at what sorts of roles are there across that, right? So the number of jobs you have at the beginning of the value chain in R&D will be much smaller than you have as it progresses, okay? So it's also a numbers game. While we have aspiration, we also have to be realistic about the opportunities that exist in the industry. So try and map your strategy aligned with it's a numbers game, right? While there are many jobs in the industry, they are all doing different things. And the reason, one big difference is when we are in academia, we tend to be focused on our capabilities, our smartness, our intellect, and we are we feel that the smarter we are, the better we get. But in industry, this is important, but there are many other things that are important. So how do you ensure that you equip yourself with skills, mindset, and also the discipline? Our industry in the biopharma space is highly regulated. We make medicines for patients. So it's very, very important to ensure that you have the discipline, consistency, and the approach that is very, very, you need to also have a high level of ethics and integrity in order for you to be employable and consistently perform and deliver the product. Okay, so some of these things are unique, I would say. I mean, while integrity and ethics are important everywhere, but if we do not have good habits, discipline to document as we do, follow processes. I mean, this is beyond the scope of probably the 10 minutes that I have, but broadly, these are some of these things which we may not learn while we are in college. So these are things you would need to have when you join a company. So in order for you to actually get that, I would say that while you are still a student, try and do an internship in a company, in the kind of industry where you want to end up later. That will give you a first-hand experience of what it means to be in that role and what are the requirements to be effective in that role, right? So a company will not hire you or pay you for what you know. The value that you generate in the company is going to be important. It needs to be aligned with the needs of the company, needs to be aligned with the role that you are taking on. So these are some nuances and the thought process that is needed early for you to be effective in the roles that you get. You may get a job, but you will not be effective unless you understand some of these things. The faster you understand, the faster you adapt, the better and more effective you'll be in delivering the product that you have to deliver there. So the other thing I would say is don't worry about, I think some of the earlier speakers also alluded to this. Don't go after brand names for jobs initially. Ensure that you go get a job in a company, big or small, doesn't matter. Smaller is even better because you can be more versatile. But use your first few years, 4 or 5 years in the job to learn as aggressively as you can. Learn as much as you can. It's not enough to just know what you are supposed to do. I started my career, as a vet, right? But what I did afterwards, I went on to do virology, then cancer biology, then molecular medicine, and gene therapy. Then I started doing protein therapeutics. So at every place you are learning, right? It is important to try and learn as much as you can early in your career, and then decide where you want to focus. So it's a long game. It's not a short-term sprint. It's a marathon. So ensure that you keep a long-term view. Use your first 4 or 5 years to learn as much as you can, not only in the role you are, but also the adjacent roles. Try and see where your interest lies. ensure you are actually investing in yourself by investing in your job. The more you apply yourself, the better you will get. And then ensure that you protect your reputation by demonstrating consistency, quality, ethics, integrity. Your reputation moves faster than your resume in the industry. It's a small world and everybody knows everybody in the industry. So focus on doing the right thing, even when nobody is watching. That's quality, right? And we need to make sure that you have these habits ingrained early in your life. There's no shortcut in biopharma. We have to do things the right way because we have to serve our customers. The customer is the patient. So your intent for joining this industry is very, very important. You heard Mr. Vivek Parthivan speak about it also today, right? Very important. If you choose to be in the biopharma space, always keep your customer, that is a patient, front and center. Okay. The other big difference between academia and industry, I used to be a faculty running my own lab before I joined industry. And one of the mindset shifts I had to do was, when you are a professor, it's about you. The work that I did as a faculty was defined by me. I write a grant, I get the money, I decide what is interesting to me and I can do. When you join a company, you have to apply the knowledge, skills that you have to solve a problem that the company needs to be solved. The company needs the product that the company is trying to develop. You have to apply all your knowledge to do that. If you don't make that shift of serving the patient, serving the customer, maybe a customer could be within your company in a different department, right? So always keep a customer in front of you and you will never go wrong. The difference between academic mindset and this is, sorry to say this because I'm also, my heart is still as a professor, but my point is that when you're a professor, it is perfectly okay to do things that you want to do, and it's always, your interests come first. But when you are in a company, it's the company's interest that come first. So this shift is something you'll have to make early. The sooner you make that shift, the more successful you'll be in the company. And if you feel that that's not something you can do, don't join industry. Be in the academia, right? And I know people who are lifelong postdocs, right? They may not get a faculty job, but they continue to do science. They do their thing. They do what is interesting to them. Perfectly fine. Because published papers, all that is very, very important. And we need people to do that. People who are passionate about that and want to do that can continue to do that. But don't think that with the same attitude, same thought process that you have in this, after so many years of doing hardcore science, you can join industry and be successful with the same attitude. No, it won't happen. And the reason is, in the industry, it's not about you. It's about the product that you are developing. You have to work with people. It's team effort. No single person can get a product out into the market. It takes a lot of people to take from a concept all the way to the market. And this is, I think, the fundamental reason why I think people talk about industry, academia, collaboration. Why they fail. I've been seeing this for the last 25 years. I can speak both languages, but the problem is they also need to understand that, right? So the challenge there is faculty don't necessarily understand that the efforts that they have put and the discoveries that they have made are really the very start of a process, which is a very long one to make a viable product for the patients or for the customer, whoever it might be. And that is a very long and involved process. While this is important, it's not sufficient. So the value keeps increasing as you go up the value chain. And this is not usually clear to the scientists that have worked on it because that's their baby. I understand that. But I think that's where things fall apart, right? So we have to really understand how you actually can be on both these sides and try and bring people together and have a win-win solution for collaborations to happen. I digress, but this is something that I felt I need to touch on since we have faculty here. And for the students, I would say that choose skills before titles, especially in the first 5 to 10 years of your career after you have taken up a job. Don't worry too much about titles. Don't jump jobs without acquiring skills. Every role that you take up, please apply yourself and ensure that you master that, and then try and do something else, and then try and do something else. So that will have a compounding effect in your career later. But if you don't do that, you end up becoming more expensive for the company and you won't have the skills. So then you don't get a job after some time. So very, very important to apply yourself the first 5 to 10 years. Just learn as much as you can. And in the process, do deliver. The other big difference, I think, is that when somebody, I've seen this in my career, where students from good colleges, they join with a master's. Now, in the college system, they have been very smart, they are very good, they're coming from good colleges. I mean, like IIT, for example, just to give an example. I'm not putting down IIT here. But a student coming out of IIT with an MTech in biotechnology joins industry, let us say, and they join an R&D organization. Now, while they are smart, they don't necessarily have the experience in this particular space, whatever be the product that the company is working on, right? So what happens is they think that they have done experiments for their masters, so I can do more experiments myself. I used to design my experiments myself, and I'm going to do that here. The difference is when you are a student, it's your project, whether it is a master's or a PhD, and if you don't get results, you don't get your degree, or it gets delayed. So you are at, completely, your career or your degree is at stake there. When you're working for a company, there is a timeline, there is a deliverable, there is something that needs to be done in the most efficient manner. So people with experience, even if the other person, you are a PhD, but the other person is a master's, has been working in the industry for 10 years and knows this inside out, they may be able to advise you on the design of the experiment better. You may think, oh, I'm a PhD. Somebody with a master's is advising me. Perfectly okay, because they know that better than you. So be humble. One of the challenges that can come in the way of your progress is if you're not humble, if you're not learning, if you're not open. If you listen and it doesn't make sense, you're free to ask questions, you're free to give your point of view, all that is good. But don't close yourself to other possibilities. Always keep yourself open. The more open you are, the more collaborative you are, the more successful you'll be in the industry. Because it is teamwork. No one person can deliver. We all have to work together to deliver a product, right? It takes a village to bring a product, a drug to the market, right? So that's the other thing. The other is, as I said, think like industry, don't think like academia, which is the shift in the mindset. Focus on outcomes, timelines, and quality, and not just experiments. I've done so many experiments. I've got some interesting results. This is very interesting. I want to pursue this. But is that taking you in the direction of the product or not, will be the question. So if you want to do this exploratory, interesting science, you might want to be in academia, write a grant, get your money, do the work. But when you're in a company, even though you're doing R&D, it has to be very focused and directed in the direction of getting to where you want to go, okay? So the other thing is learn to work within structured systems and work within teams. It's a big, big shift from being a PhD or a postdoc or a faculty, pivoting to industry after that, huge shift. Believe me, I've done that and I know it's a huge shift, okay? So there you are whole and soul. Here you are part of a larger organization and you're all working on the same product, right? So learning to work in that structure system, understanding your role, owning your role, and ensuring that you deliver in a timely manner with the right quality, consistency is going to be very critical for the next person to do their part of it. So this is the other important one. Learn to work in structure. When you're doing a PhD, people come whenever they want, work through the night, don't have to be there when you don't want to be, you sleep late, all this. I've also done that, right? But when you are in a company, you are expected to be there when your colleagues are there because you are working together, and it's important to have continuity and so on and so forth. So ensure that you're able to adapt to a more structured system and organization. The other big one in life science, especially in biotech, I have seen labs in very good schools, not here, even in the US, where documentation is very bad, okay? So in our industry, in biopharma, if you haven't documented it in a contemporaneous manner with all the accuracy that is needed, if you haven't Alcoa principles, I don't know whether you guys have been exposed to, these are some things you asked me, right? So I think it would be good if while they're still in college, especially if you identify people in the life sciences space who want to be moving into the industry, it'll be good to have some tailored curriculum that will expose them to these concepts. And they start doing in the lab experiments that you guys do, whether it is bachelor's or master's. I think ensuring that that's also maintained will get them to start doing this. Because I tell you, my PhD professor was very, very strict. And if you did not write as you did, this was an academic lab, right? His philosophy was that if you walked out of the lab and something happened to you, the work that you did is funded by NIH. Who is going to be answerable to the work, right? But the point is that taught me that you have to write as you do. And this is something which I found lacking in a lot of labs in India, right? And I think we need to ingrain good documentation practices, right? GDP. This is one key part which actually makes you very sloppy and also causes later, it can be misunderstood. Even if you have sloppy GDP practices, then you can even be accused of falsifying data because you didn't record it at the right time and the right way. You may make a mistake because once you know the result, you might think, oh, I might have used this particular, you may document it in such a way that justifies the result, but actually it may not be right, right? So some honest mistakes like that can happen, which will cost you your job in industry. So ensure that you have good discipline early while you are in college, because old habits die hard. So you need to make sure that the first time you're learning to document in your lab notebook, you do it in a way that's consistent. The other thing is don't have notions about different parts of an organization being like, I know scientists typically think science is in some ways superior to some of the other areas, right? Or research is more superior to manufacturing or something like that. If any of the areas are not done, you don't get a product at the end. So respect all areas. Be open to exposing yourself to all areas across the value chain, okay? And that is the way you actually make yourself more marketable as well. When opportunities arise, you are able to take up those opportunities and you learn. There's learning across. It's a really fascinating world to be in this biopharma industry, provided you are open to learning, right? We are never experts, and I continue to learn. So the other is keeping career optionality open is going to be very, very important now more than ever. Why? Because we spoke about AI threat, etc. So many people have spoken about it. I don't want to spend time on it, but having multiple areas which you are able to operate in within this value chain will make you readily employable, even if some areas get impacted in a particular role, right? The other is if you want to, so if you feel that I want to be an entrepreneur, so this is another opportunity, right? So there are things I think which are very, very important. You need all these things that I talked about, you need, but on top of that, you need very high discipline, not just on science, but also on finance, right? And timelines. And the other thing, when you are an entrepreneur, I think it is important to ask the question, am I solving a real problem? So interest in science may not be sufficient for you to work on. As a scientist, it may be very interesting to me, but if I'm not solving a real problem, it's going to be a problem, right? So I know there is, we are running short of time. There is so much to talk about, but let me, I think I talked about professional reputation, and I think that it's important to think about, I mean, there's more I can talk about for entrepreneurship, probably another topic, because I think right now, mostly it is students here. Just to close, I would say that prepare for the roles that exist today. Study the area where you want to work, have a purpose, have an intent of what you want to do after your degree. And if you need help, reach out, happy to help. But you need to understand what is the industry you want to work in, because life sciences is very broad. I can't cover all of it in this particular session. But then you look at what are the, how many jobs are there in each of these areas, what really interests you. You may not be interested in all of them. And ensure that you play your cards right early. And once you are in a job, try and excel. And then you can always also look at opportunities adjacent or outside of that particular core area, so you become even more proficient. So, and the other is think long term. It's not a short race. And then combine science, systems, and mindset. These are the three things. Science is something that we learn in college, but understand that you have to work within certain operating systems, certain structure, etc. And then your mindset shift has to happen at the right time. If that doesn't happen, and if the other two are still there, it'll still be difficult for you to keep on, hold a job, or be successful in the job. So your degrees, your competence, etc. may get you a job, but these other two things that I talked about are what is going to make you successful in the job. So, and I wish you all the very best. And if anyone wants to talk more about this, happy to connect. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. It is now time for Madam Menaka Mahendran, founder MD, Bio Nametech Industria. Madam, it is your time now.
So thanks for this opportunity, Mr. Raghunathan sir. And yeah, this is a very nice event. The event which is the first time I am seeing an event which is connecting the student community, entrepreneurs, policy makers. That is a very important thing I am seeing here, as well as the academicians. So a very historical event, I would say here. So the topic here is about the life science and science thing is the major industries involved here is the pharmaceuticals, the biotechnology, medical devices, healthcare, agri-biotech, and the cosmeceutical. So these are all the major industries involved in the life science. So already Doctor has spoke many things about the life science and the job opportunities, discipline, many things. So I can just give a small summary about the entrepreneurship, the business. So that is where I am here. So I started my career, I started my company in 2013. It was around more than 10 years old company. It is an MSME now. So we are working on the development of molecules using the API and intermediates using the chemical and biological domain. That is our main criteria. So coming to the job opportunity of the students, life science is not a single department, I would say. It is an integrated department. There is an opportunity for the R&D students for the R&D. There is an opportunity for the, there are so many services inside there. Analytical department is there, R&D department is there, quality control is there, quality assurance is there, marketing is there, commercialization is there, regulatory compliance is there. So much of job opportunity you can see in the life science domain. So apart from this, if there is any one student you want to take your business as your career, you please, as today morning, as our Honorable Minister said, please make your final year project as a very interesting, passionate one. Don't just to complete a graduation, don't make that final year project. So what is your thought-provoking system? What is in you? You want to do something in your career. You take that as your passion and do the final year project. Then after the project is over, you place, if the project is very good, come out well with a good results and output, you can take it for the grants. There are so many grants in the state government as well as the central government. So everyone has talked about all the domains. So where I want to touch is, you can get the financial support from the government grants. Say for example, in the state government, there is EDI. There is one program called EDA. So you can take your project there. If the project output is very good, they are ready to support you up to 7 lakhs to 10 lakhs. A small startup grant they are giving. So there is a BIORAC, Department of Biotechnology is there, Department of Science and Technology is there. So all these grants are there to support you. So you can take a small prototype, you can develop the prototype. After this, with this small kind of financial grant, you can complete, you can make it as a working prototype, and then you can open it to the venture VC capitalist, and you can fundraise for that. You can go for you can establish a manufacturing system. So this is how you have to move. But before that, if you want to enter into some companies, you can also, like what people says, don't go beyond the branded. You can even work with the MSMEs. You go and work with the startups for 3 to 4 years. You get the experience. You develop your skills to how to address, how to make a problem-solving solution, how you can make it. You also develop the discipline when you are working with an MSME. Then you can move to the branded companies, or you can choose a pathway of business or something else. So this is how life science, there are enormous opportunities and things are there. I think Doctor has covered most of the things. So if there is any questions there, you can ask me. The students, if you have any questions, you can ask me. If you have any doubts or questions, I like to interact with the students.
Students, she is a women entrepreneur. புரியுதா? ஒரு லைஃப் சயின்சஸ் ஃபார்மா பயோல உள்ள வந்து கடுமையான உழைப்புனால ஒரு இடத்தை நோக்கி போய்கிட்டு இருக்கிற ஒரு ஆண்டர்பிரனர். எந்த பின்புலமும் இல்லாம, எந்த காட்ஃபாதரும் இல்லாம, ஷியர் பேஷன், ஷியர் ஹார்ட் ஒர்க், sheer determination. This is what she has come in her life. Last week, India Technology Development Fund has recognized her operations. Every step she has raised has several pains behind it. Never forget. இப்ப கூட தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட்ல ஒரு டிக்கோல there is a provision to help women entrepreneurs on bio or pharma, but there was a provision that a company which is ஒரு particular number of years operationல இருந்தாதான் எலிஜிபிள்னு இருந்திருக்கு. Number of yearsல she had exceeded, but unfortunately During COVID time, 3 years, nobody was operative. So if you 5 years in operation, 3 years COVID la ulla vechirundha, how can anybody eligible? She was not able to get through to the person to talk on this. This morning, you saw Arun Rai. She sent one email to Mr. Arun Rai. He called her. He listened to her. They released the policy guidelines, included her. Do you think it is easy? Do you think it is easy? Even now, as we are talking, in another 10 days' time, the government of India has told her, raise 3.5 crores bank funding or whatever, so that we are able to extend this loan. She was talking to few banks. I called Praveen, Sidbi Bank's GM. I said, meet her. Yesterday, he told me, sir, we are helping her. We are giving her 3.5 crores fund. எவ்வளவு கன்விக்ஷன்ஸ் இருக்கணும். அவங்க இங்க வந்து உங்களை பார்த்து என்னை ஏதாவது கேள்வி கேளுங்க நான் பதில் சொல்றேன்றாங்க. சைலண்டா இருந்தா என்ன அர்த்தம்? Learn from her experience. Get knowledge from her experience. She is a role model. Now, who is going to ask the question? I will only limit to 2 questions because I have great speakers in the audience now. So I will only limit to 2 speakers. நாங்களும் ஏந்து பார்த்தோம் டாக்டர் கோபாலா பேச நிறுத்தலாமான்னு. பட் எங்களுக்கே கஷ்டமா இருக்கு. அவ்வளவு ஜோரா பேசுறாரு, இவரை எப்படி நிறுத்துறதுன்னு. He was speaking so well and we were taken aback and all of us were enjoying the talk. Right? So, anybody wants to ask a question?
Sir, good evening, sir.
You don't have to introduce yourself. You don't have to ask any preamble. Direct a question vandrunga. She must answer that.
Ma'am, we are from Sai Ram Institution. I am the professor of Sai Ram Institution. In our institution, we have the Sai Ram ecosystems. So all the students should visit the villages. Actually, Sai Ram Institution adopted 10 villages. So every students visit the villages. They have to identify the problem. Then they have to give the solution from first year onwards. First year, we called the simple concept that is called as Ideathon. The second year, we called as Innovathon, Inspirathon. So we have the 4 cycles. So final year, we have to implement that product into the villages. So we have such a kind of system we followed in Sai Ram Institution. Our motto is one student, one startup, actually. So the problem is how we are only facing the difficulty in converting that students into startup actually. So our students are only for job seeking, but they have some hesitation to start the startup. So what are the problem you face, how to solve that problems, ma'am? In the student's point of view?
See, I completed my PhD and then only I started my company. It is not like, it is not an easy way of just like that, no possibility of, 10 years before, startup is not an easy one. Even there is no term startup 10, 12 years before when I started. So after PhD, I have got 6 to 7 years of experience in the PhD. I was a project lead in my company, ex-company, and with that experience, I started my company. There is also, it is not like I just started as a training center for the students. With my experience at that time, I made it as a training center for the students, PhD scholars. I was working only with the universities. So after 2 to 3 years, through my husband, I got a job opportunity in China. So there on an MNC company, they were calling for a PhD microbiology to set up a lab, which is a FDA site. But there comes, see, you asked what are the challenges you are facing. The challenges, main thing is, I was like, I started the company here. It was running in a very profitable way. Then I got an opportunity to go to China and set up a lab. So now there is a question whether I have to continue here or I have to go there and set up a lab there. Okay. The thing is, I normally people say don't travel in 2 horses, but I enjoy facing challenges. I traveled in 2 horses at a time. The lab is also not shut down. I made a system here. I recruited 3 to 4 people here. The lab was running. Meantime, 2.5 years, I went to China. And then with that company, I set up a lab there. I got a vast experience. I started working with the industry people. From the academic, I got a shift to the industry people. After 2.5 years, I came back. Then at that time, it is a COVID time, 2018. I understood that there is a huge demand for the pharmaceutical products. That is the pharma products. We are like, what is the uniqueness of BioNeumtech is, we are working on the low volume, high value product. Okay. So India is said to be a very good leader in pharmaceutical. Outside, when you are seeing, you can see that it is a leader of pharmaceutical. But still 70 to 75% starting material we are importing. So that part I tapped and then I started working on that. So these are all some of the challenges. Challenges I overcome by getting the grants from the government. Private investors, just now I am open to these private investors.
And you must spend time with one gentleman sitting here, Sanjeevi.
Okay.
He is from Singapore. He has almost about 1,000 crores at his disposal to invest in life sciences.
Okay, sir.
Catch him, convince him. Your 3.5 crores is his morning coffee. No, it is sure. If you are convinced, that means he has a good project. Convinced not about the individual, about the project. So thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you.
We stop here. Thank you. And sir, Sanjeevi sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your valuable input, sir. It's time to honor our guest.
Sir, Dr. Ponraj sir, all of you would have known him. Dr. Abdul Kalam, scientific advisor. Dr. Ponraj. And we have Dr. Senthil Kumar. He was in news everywhere. Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, was putting his hand on his shoulder and then hugging him and said, the drone technology in AP will be revolutionized with his appointment as a director. Great two people with us today and looking forward to their presentation. And I request Murugavel, our subcommittee chairman, to take over and handle the event. Thank you, sir.
Ponraj sir. Ponraj sir. Good evening, friends. I'm really delighted to share the aerospace and drones session and at the Thrive TM Summit 2025. Certainly, it is a wonderful session covering 6 domain sectors, out of which aerospace drones attracted more number of participants. As Mr. Raghunathan said, there are more number of registration for this session, which shows the kind of the attraction for the aerospace and drones. When we think of aerospace and drones, we cannot forget Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He is the one who showed the seed for today's aerospace and drone. His first innovation is anti-hovercraft. In 1958, in ADE, he has developed an anti-hovercraft. Today it is transformed into current day unmanned aerial vehicle and drones. That is the first seed shown by Dr. Kalam, even though the technology is distinctly distinct. But that is a technological founding father of today's drones is Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. That's what I can say. If you look at the anti-hovercraft design versus the modern drones, the anti-hovercraft is operated in in-ground effect, air cushion regime. But today's drone operates in full free air flight. An anti-hovercraft used lift fans plus propulsion control. But today drones use rotors, propellers plus flight controllers. An anti-hovercraft required stability and control algorithms. Today's drones use advanced guidance, navigation and control. The early work on the lightweight structures on the anti-hovercraft, lightweight structures, thrust vectoring and dynamic stability. And today drones using the same principles scaled with IMU, artificial intelligence and the GPS and vision. Nandi hovercraft was human piloted, but today drones remotely, fully autonomous and swarm capable. So that is why Kalam's Nandi hovercraft designed and developed in ADE in 1958 and 60s. It focuses on hovercraft, target drones, pilotless research vehicles, flight control laws, lightweight composites, thrust to weight optimization, created the control systems. The hovercraft created the control system DNA that Laksha target drone, Nishant unmanned aerial vehicle, Rastam Tapas near UAV, and today's quadcopters and monitoring loitering munitions in aerospace evolution. This is the evolution which happened from hovercraft to today's drones. And if you look at it, when I saw Dr. Sendil here, he is the Dean of Dr. Abdul Kalam Aerospace Division from MIT. When he was a student, when Dr. Kalam was a teacher at Anna University, and today he is the father of unmanned aerial vehicle and drones, and he has created a hub in Chennai. And Chennai has become the unmanned aerial vehicle hub and drones hub, and he is the advisor to the defense,
to the civilian sector, and he created, in 2012, I started interacting with Dr. Senthil and his team at Anna University, MIT, and we created around 6 drones for defense, agriculture, and logistics, and today it is evolved into a military grade drones, swarm drones, which is guided by Dr. Senthil Kumar. If you look at the opportunities in this sector, the great opportunity for the students. Just a minute. The global aerospace and drone opportunities, if you look at it, the broader aerospace industry trends, it leads to the global aerospace and defense sector is expanding, driven by the artificial intelligence integration, digital sustainment, and defense modernization efforts. Major OEMs like Airbus, Boeing are focusing on sustainability, that is called SAF, like SAF, that is called safe aviation fuel, sustainable aviation fuel, advanced manufacturing, and pilot training technology. If you look at the commercial segment and civil aviation growth, airline fleets are modernizing with new narrow body aircraft to meet global passenger demand rebound after pandemic downturn. Logistics and cargo demand continues driving civil aerospace manufacturing globally. The third option, the global drone market expansion. The global drone market was around $37 billion in 2024 and is expected to grow at 14% CAGR through the next decade. 14% CAGR through the next decade from $37 billion. Specialized segments seeing rapid growth include hybrid UAVs, 15% CAGR, combining rotor and wing efficiency. If you look at the cargo drones, projected fast growth, cargo drones, logistic drones, from 2 billion to 29 billion by 2034. From 2 billion to 29 billion by 2034. If you look at the next opportunity, artificial intelligence enabled drones powering smart inspections, mapping, and autonomous operations. Military drones remain a top growth driver, especially in the US, China, and Europe. Emerging global technology trends shows artificial intelligence, autonomy for navigation, payload control, and swarming behaviors. The second one, advanced propulsion, the hybrid and longer endurance systems. The third aspect, payload specialization, including sensors, synthetic aperture radar, ISR, that is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance platforms. The third one, counter drone, CAS, markets are rapidly increasing in size as threats evolve. If you look at the whether Iran-Israel war or India-Pakistan war, the counter drone played a major important role. Finally, India's aerospace and drone prospects for the students, the growth projection and market potential in India's aerospace, drones, and space technology sector is forecasted to grow more than 5 times to 44 billion by 2033. Today, 2026, by 2033, from 2 billion, it is set to grow for 44 billion and creating 200,000 jobs. 200,000 jobs. The domestic aerospace manufacturing ecosystem is expanding, including precision machining, avionics, and structured components. Drone markets specifics, if you look at it, Indian drone market estimates vary. Currently, around 0.47 billion in 2025 to 1.39 billion by 2030. Around 24% CAGR growth, 24% CAGR growth. The other reports project up to 10 billion by 2035. The strategic drivers in India are the government policies and incentives, drone rules 2021, simplified compliance, opened broader aerospace accesses, where Dr. Senthil Kumar has another role to play in setting up the drone rules with the government of India. And the PLI scheme and import substitution policies are boosting domestic manufacturing in the drones and aerospace sector. GST cuts on commercial drones, fuel adoption, defense modernization and indigenization, UAV use rising for border security and tactical operations. The commercial uptake in agriculture, spraying, crop monitoring, logistics, infrastructure, mapping and smart cities are all the growth factors. So Indian startups are unveiling AI-enabled, beyond visual line of sight, capable platforms with advanced sensors and autonomy. So indigenous players, many indigenous players are emerging, like aerospace manufacturing sector is booming. So the market size is growing bigger and bigger. So certainly students, you have a great opportunity. If you focus on aerospace and drones, you have a great opportunity to play, whether as an entrepreneur or as an innovator or as a service provider. Drone as a service, you can have a many platform, many opportunity to make use of this sector. Certainly, Dr. Senthil Kumar is going to talk to you about the latest opportunities for the students as well as the researchers and the innovators in this sector. I wish you all the best for the success in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pundat sir. You have shared greater insights and overview how this sector is thriving up. May I now invite Dr. K. Senthil Kumar, Professor and Director, CSR, Dr. Kalam Advanced UAV Research Center, MIT campus of Anna University, to enrich Dr. Pondraj Thrive and the vision on this segment. Most welcome, sir.
அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கங்கள். இந்த செஷனை வந்து ஒண்டர்ஃபுல்லா டாக்டர் பொன்ராஜ் சார் வந்து கம்ப்ளீட் ஹிஸ்டரி சொன்னார். என்னன்னா கலாம் சார்ல இருந்து ஆரம்பிச்சு இன்னைய தேதி வரைக்கும் எப்படி இந்தியாவில் how the drones are developed. Also, we are in the top of Thrive TN. Very soon, we can call it as a drone TN. Like that, we have done wonderful work in the field of drone. முதல்ல வந்து எனக்கு வந்து என்னோட மானசீக குருவா டாக்டர் கலாம் மென்டர், அவர் நினைச்சுதான் இந்தியாவில் ட்ரோனே ஆரம்பிச்சது. அடுத்த வழிகாட்டி இந்த த்ரைவ்ன்ற மாதிரி டாக்டர் பொன்ராஜ் சார். இந்த இயர் 2000ல வந்து நான் வந்து MIT கல்லூரியில் ஒரு மாணவனா இருந்தேன். I am doing my MA in aerospace and avionics. That time we had an opportunity, Dr. Kalam worked as my professor. You usually teach about missile control and guidance system. We have a lot of one-to-one talk with Dr. Kalam. When Dr. Kalam sir was a visiting professor in Anna University, you know, in the MIT campus, Dr. Kalam was studied in aerospace engineering. After that, he has been achieved many levels, including President of India. அவர் வந்து இந்த இயர் 2000-2001ல எங்க கல்லூரியில பேராசிரியராக இருக்கிறப்போ நாங்க அவரோட மாணவராக இருக்கிறப்போ சடன்லி ஒன் டே அவர் என்ன சொன்னாருன்னா, நாளையில இருந்து உங்களுக்கு நான் கிளாஸ் எடுக்க வர மாட்டேன், எனக்கு ஒரு டெல்லியில வேலை கொடுத்துருக்காங்க அப்படின்னாரு. நம்ம ஆர்வமா கேட்போம், என்ன சார் திருப்பி அட்வைசரா போறீங்களா அப்படின்னு. இல்ல அட்வைசரெல்லாம் போல பிரசிடென்டா போறேன் அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். அந்த மாதிரியான ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி எங்களுக்கு கிடைச்சது. அதற்கு பிறகு கலாம் சார் கூட பொன்ராஜ் சார் கூட இருந்தாரு, சயின்டிபிக் அட்வைசர். பல விஷயங்களை முன்னெடுத்தாங்க. ஸோ அந்த வகையில வந்து நான் கண்டினியூஸ் எம்ஐடி மாணவனா இருந்த பிறகு எம்ஐடிலேயே வந்து ஒரு உதவி பேராசிரியராக அங்கேயே அப்பாயிண்ட் ஆனேன். தென் ஐ கண்டினியூ மை பிஹெச்டி இன் ட்ரோன்ஸ். நமக்கு டெல்லியில கலாம் பொன்ராஜ் சார் இருக்கிறதுனால ஒரு பிரச்சனை இல்லை, எனி டைம் வி கேன் அப்ரோச். ஆனால் இது பண்ணணும், இது பண்ணலாம், இது பண்ணலாம், இது பண்ணலாம். ஆக்சுவலாக தூங்க மாட்டார் அவர், 24 hours. என்ன கேட்டாலும் உதவிகள் கிடைக்கும். ஸோ வித் தட் capacity, one fine day we got a call from Dr. Ponraj saying that DARPA is conducting one challenge. That is called DARPA is nothing but Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, MOD. India MOD சொல்லுவோம், but US ல DOD சொல்லுவாங்க, Department of Defense. They are conducting one challenge that is called drone challenge. Still our names are there in NASA. The challenge says terrorists, they hijack the school students, they put into the church and demanding ransom money and demanding so many things from task forces. But American task forces, they do not want to fulfill their demands from the terrorists, but they want to take a quick action. That is called the task force they form. The idea is you have to make one small drone. It should be around some 8 kg. It has to fly 12 kilometers. So like this area, it's called church. There is a window. You have to design your drone. The drone has to fly and go there and perch in the walls. அதாவது நம்ம கண்ணாடியில போய் அதை ஒட்டிக்கணுங்க. Then it has to transmit the live videos. That is, they want to identify how many terrorists inside, how many students inside. That is called situational awareness. Once the situational awareness, if they have, then the American task force, they will take action. That is, the commando force will enter and shoot the terrorist and bring the students back. That is the theme. It has been announced in 2010. So that time we are very peak in the research due to Dr. Ponraj's funding. Here I am very proud to say in his salary, he is given 3 lakhs. We don't have any money that time. He given a personal money of 3 lakhs. So until at least you go there and use this money, whatever I have. That is the first investment we got. So in the அரங்கில் என்ன சொல்ல போறோம் அப்படின்னா, there is a huge opportunity. சொல்ல போற செய்தி, மாணவர்களுக்கு ட்ரோன்கள்ல என்ன ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்கு. ரெண்டாவது வந்து மேனுஃபேக்சரர்ஸ், எம்எஸ்எம்இ செக்டர், அவங்களுக்கு என்ன ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்கு. மூணாவது இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸ், அவங்களுக்கு என்ன ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்கு. இது மூணுல தெளிவா நான் சொல்ல போறேன். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு 5-10 மினிட்ஸ்க்கான எங்களோட எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் with Dr. Kalam was well said by chairman with Chandrababu Naidu. I think it happened in 16th of January on the Pongal event. Then for next Australian challenge with Ajit Kumar, actor Ajit Kumar. So we have a lot of interactions, we have a lot of records, we have a lot of achievements. We are not only a researcher, we are not only innovator, we are entrepreneur scientist. Right now, we are leading or stealing the Indian drone show. My own students, they started the companies. Today the companies is valued more than 10,000 crores. That is our biggest achievement. All credit goes to Pondra sir. He is sitting very calmly. Because of 3 lakhs money, we developed more than 1,000 students in the drone industry. All are CEOs and MDs of the startup companies. So Tamil Nadu is leading the show. So again, I come back to the American competition. About 179 teams participated for this event. It's a 3-year event, stage by stage. You have to give your, it's not like in writing an essay and other thing. They given the problem statement, DOD. Still you can search in a website, you can search UAV challenge DARPA. It started in 2010, finished in 2012, 3 years of event. So the idea is how you are rescuing the students. Then we given a proposal, then in the stage 1, the results have come. We got about some 56th place out of 179 countries. Then I saw okay, in the first team, what they proposed. Always you should have a curiosity. If somebody is number 1, we are in the 59. What is the reason? Where is the gap? You need to analyze where we are lagging. Whether can be eligible for the international challenge, we should think. அது எல்லாமே பொன்ரா சார்னாலே கலாம் சார்னால வந்தது. எதுக்கும் பயப்படாதீங்க. என்ன வேணாலும் இருங்க. We can rule the world. அது ஒண்ணுதான் மைண்ட்ல இருக்குது. இன்னைக்கு அந்த ஸ்டேஜ்ல தான் இங்க இருக்கோம். கடந்த 3 நாள் நான் வந்து துபாயில இருந்தேன். With the அமீரகத்தோட முக்கியமான அந்த கிங் ஃபேமிலிஸ். We presented our case. They are thrilling like anything. They wanted to invest hundreds of millions for a make in Abu Dhabi. They are taking make in Abu Dhabi concept. The world is moving very fast. Maybe we are moving for a foreign investment the next stage. Before that, I should conclude the event. The UAV challenge happened by the DARPA. So out of 59 teams, we analyzed the first team is becomes, still I remember, it's from NUS, National University of Singapore. It's a number 1, they graded. And number 2, some US university, that is MIT Boston. And number 3 is from Switzerland. So like that it keep on is coming. So each team's presentation and video, the Americans are very clever, they are the very good project managers. They need a result. If you have the result, they will award you, they will reward you. They'll give funding also. That is the beautiful approach they have. So out of that, what is the end result? Suppose if you won the competition, they will give 1 lakh US dollar as a prize money to the team, and 10 lakh, that is 1 million US dollar as a development fee, and they will connect with the manufacturers. Then your products will be developed, and the American army, they will promote this to the entire rest of the world. They want to make a business. This is the concept. But if you took in India, what they will do? They'll give funding to IITs, maybe DRDO, ISRO, so many things, hundreds of crores. They'll keep on doing the research. Then products, it will take 10 years, 15 years. But before that, the technology will be destroyed. But in that way, Americans are very clever. They are spending only 10, that is 1 million US dollar, almost some 6 to 7 crores. They need a talent pools. They are inviting people from the abroad. Maybe it may be from India, or it may be from China, or it may be from US or UK continents. They want to identify where is the talent pools and will bring them and make a forged partnerships. This is the clear message the DARPA they have. DARPA is the funding agency. I think prior to that, the Magna madam, she told us so many things. But if you could have been attended in any of the US challenges, now you may be a billionaire. You are running here and there for 5 crores. Even they don't mind for bringing a 500 crores. It's a lot of openings are there that students should understand, students should identify. There are so many openings. So in the event, what happened, I'll cut short, there are 3 steps. All the steps we won. Finally, the stage one I see NUS, National University of Singapore. Their design is awesome. What they put in the simulation is one football is there. A American soldier, just you drop the football. A football will open like a Rajinikanth movie. From that football, the drone will come outside. It will fly about 10 to 15 kilometers and perch over the building, and they will do the continuous transmission. So that based on the input given by the video and audio, American task force will enter into the auditorium and shoot down the terrorists and save the students. At the moment I saw the first place, I thought of there is a possibility of winning the event. Because all are, no, it's a simulation. It's like a Rajinikanth movie. But practically it is impossible. Then we motivated our team and we came to Dr. Ponraj and my mentor Dr. Kalam sir. They motivated us. Do it, do it, do it. Do not leave yourself. Don't give up. Go to the next stage. In the next stage, that is initial 75 is the cutoff. Out of 179, they selected 75. In the next round, the total selection will be 25. Out of that, we came 19. Very close margins. Then final will be 10. In the finals, we came 8th. So that for the 10 teams, they sponsored $50,000. It's a good money. That $50,000 will be useful for your travel. Your travel and your local accommodations. They are giving. But in India, it won't happen. So through Thrive, what my request is, you should promote such a kind of practical works. We have to start from seed, but we should encourage the competitions and hackathons. Then only the students will come out. So out of that, we have been invited to USA exactly in the month of May 2012. Our team has gone there, I think 4 or 5 member team. Then finally we participated and we won the event. That is in 2012, we are the champions of DARPA. Then next is a lot of twist. Then they asked us to sign the contract. Then immediately we called Ponraj sir. Then a discussion with Kalam sir. Then a single word has come. You want to sell yourself for USA? திருவிளையாடல் தரிமை பார்த்துருப்பீங்க ஐயா என்ன பண்றது எனக்கு கிட்டத்தட்ட $1 lakh 68 லட்சம் அன்னைக்கு தேதிக்கு அதை கொடுத்துருந்தாங்கன்னா நாங்க வாங்கியிருந்தோம்னா அதை டிசைன் பண்ணியிருந்தோம்னா இன்னைக்கு பல விதத்தில் சர்வீஸ் பண்ணியிருப்போம். அது என்னைக்கு நடந்ததுன்னா 2012. அன்னைக்கெல்லாம் இந்தியாவுக்கு ட்ரோன்னா என்னன்னே தெரியாது. பட் டாக்டர் கலாம் சார்னாலையும் டாக்டர் பொன்ராஜ் சார்னாலையும் நாங்கள் ட்ரோன்னா என்ன, ட்ரோன்ன்றது என்னன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டைனமிக் ரிமோட்லி ஆப்ரேட்டட் நேவிகேஷன் எக்யூப்மெண்ட், அதனோட ஷார்ட் ஃபார்ம். அந்த டேர்மை இந்தியாவில் உருவாக்குறதே நாங்கள் தான். முன்னாடி வந்து யூஓவிசின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, ட்ரோன்ன்ற வேர்டை உருவாக்குறது நாங்கள் தான். ஸோ இன்னைக்கு அந்த ட்ரோன்கள் பல இடத்துல பரவி இருக்கு, இந்தியாவை பொறுத்த மட்டும். ஸோ அந்த காம்படிஷன் ஜெயிச்ச பிறகு அங்கிருந்து வந்த வார்த்தை டூ நாட் செல் யுவர் செல். சார் அப்ப நாங்க என்ன பண்றது, பொறுங்க, பி பேஷண்ட். யார் சொன்னதுன்னா பொன்ராஜ் சார் த்ரூ கலாம் சாரோட வாய்ஸா. மே முடிஞ்சிருச்சு, ஆகஸ்ட் 16 திடீர்னு கால், பொன்ராஜ் சார் செந்தில் யூ ப்ரிப்பேர் யுவர் ட்ரோன், நீங்க எனக்கு டெமோ காமிக்கணும். சார் வந்து எம்ஐடிக்கு வராரு. அது என்னோட வாட்ஸ்அப்போட டிபியில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்னைக்கும் அதான் இருக்கும். லைஃப்ல அன்னைக்கு வச்ச டிபி எது இன்னைக்கு வரையும் மாத்தலாம். டாக்டர் கலாம் சாருக்கு ஒரு ட்ரோனோட ஒரு பிளைங் மெஷின் காமிக்கிறோம். அவருக்கு அந்த டெமோ காமிச்சோன்னு சொன்னாரு. நாங்களும் ஃப்ளை பண்ணோம் அன்னைக்கு. ஐ எம் அ ட்ரோன் பைலட். ஃப்ளை பண்ண உடனே அவர் சொல்றாரு, செந்தில் நீங்க வந்து ஒரு ப்ரொஃபஸரு, என்டர்பிரனர் சயின்டிஸ்ட், உங்களால முடியுது, பட் இது ஜவானால முடியுமா, ஒரு விவசாயினால முடியுமா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அன்னைக்கு ஒரு வார்த்தை சொன்னாரு. நீங்க டெவலப் பண்ற ட்ரோன் வந்து ஏர் முனையில இருந்து போர் முனை வரையும் பயன்படுத்தும். இந்த வார்த்தை ஏர் முனையிலிருந்து போர் முனை வரை. தட் இஸ் பார்டர்ஸ் டு ஃபீல்ட், தட் இஸ் ஃபீல்ட் டு பார்டர். உங்களால செய்யணும், அப்பதான் இதனோட பயன் வந்து மக்களுக்கு கிடைக்கும். நீங்க ஆர்மியை விட்டுருங்க, டூ இட் ஃபார் பீப்புள் அப்படின்னாரு. அதாவது ஒரு அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் ட்ரோன் வரணும், மேப்பிங் ட்ரோன் வரணும், சர்வேலன்ஸ் ட்ரோன் வரணும் அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஃபீட்பேக் கொடுத்துட்டு, சார் எல்லாம் கரெக்டு தான் சார், இதெல்லாம் பண்றதுக்கு we need a fund, who will give? அது ரொம்ப முக்கியமான விஷயம் இல்லையா? அட்வைஸ் யார் வேணாலும் கொடுக்கலாம், பட் who will help you? அன்னைய தேதிக்கு எனக்கு இன்னைக்கும் பசுமையாக இருக்குது. அந்த ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் புரிஞ்ச உடனே கலாம் சார் ஒரு கவிதை எழுதியிருந்தார். அந்த கவிதையிலிருந்து பொன்ராஜ் தான் நினைக்கிறேன், உயர உயர பறக்க வேண்டும் அப்படின்னு. மேபி அந்த வீடியோஸ் வந்து நான் ஷேர் பண்ற பின்னாடி அந்த வாட்ஸ்அப் குரூப்ல ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க. அந்த 2 நிமிட வீடியோ வந்து வாழ்க்கையை மாத்திச்சு, பல பேரோட வாழ்க்கையை. அது பண்ண பிறகு தென் தமிழக போலீஸ் இவங்க தான் கனெக்ட் பண்ணி கொடுத்தாங்க, நாங்களாம் அப்ரோச் பண்ணல. வித்தின் எ வீக் அன்னைய தேதிக்கு வந்து டிஜிபி ராமானுஜம் சார் இருந்தாரு. தே கால்ட் அஸ். அமெரிக்கா என்ன உங்களுக்கு 68 லட்ச ரூபாய் கொடுத்தாங்க, 1 கோடி கொடுக்குறோம் நாங்க. தே கிவன். இதெல்லாம் லைஃப் டைம் அச்சீவ்மெண்ட். 1 crore கொடுத்துட்டு இது ஃப்ரீ கிடையாது. யூ ஷுட் சப்ளை 4 drones. தட் இஸ் ஒரு ட்ரோனோட காசு 25 லட்ச ரூபாய். நீங்க இதை 1 வருஷத்துக்குள்ள பண்ணணும். அதை நீங்க தமிழக போலீஸுக்கு வந்து ட்ரைனிங் கொடுக்கணும். ஏன்னா அவங்கள ஒரு விஷனரி லீடர்ஸ். அன்னைக்கு என்கிட்ட கேட்டது வந்து, நம்ம இது லீத்தல் வெப்பனா யூஸ் பண்ண முடியுமா, இல்ல நான் லீத்தல் வெப்பனா யூஸ் பண்ண முடியுமா? ஒரு இடத்துல பெரிய மேபி ஒரு கேதரிங் நடக்குது, ஒரு கலவரம் நடக்குது அப்படின்னா உங்களால கண்ணீர் புகையை கொண்டு போட முடியுமா? ஏன்னா போலீஸ்மேன் நிறைய அட்டாக் பண்றாங்க. இந்த ராம்நாட்ல அப்பதான் ஒரு பெரிய இன்சிடென்ட் ஆச்சு. இந்த ஃபயரிங் ஆகிட்ட ஒரு 18 பீப்புள்ஸ் டைட், ஐ திங்க் இன் 2012 நினைக்கிறேன், 12 11லயோ. அப்போ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் எங்களை இறக்குனாங்க உள்ள. டாக்டர் செந்தில், இது உங்களுக்கு சேலஞ்சு, எனக்கு வந்து இந்த ராம்நாடு இமானுவேல் சேகரன் அண்ட் தேவர் ஜெயந்தியில வந்து பீஸ் வேணும் உங்களுக்கு. எவ்ரி டைம் தேர் இஸ் அ வயலன்ஸ், என்ன பண்ணுவீங்கன்னு தெரியாது அப்படின்னா. ஸோ நாங்கள் டிசைன் பண்ண 4 ட்ரோனையும் அந்த ராம்நாடுல ஃபுல்லா பறக்க விட்டோம். போலீஸ் என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா, நீங்கள் அனைவரும் கண்காணிக்கப்படுகிறீர்கள், ட்ரோன்கள் வழியா டாக்குமெண்ட் பண்றோம் அப்படின்னு உடனே ஒரு இன்சிடென்ட்டும் நடக்கல. ஆல் கீப் குவைட். நீங்க டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் எடுக்கிறீங்க, எவிடன்ஸ் எடுக்கிறீங்க, உங்க மேல கேஸ் ஃபைல் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஒரு சில பர்டிகுலர் பொலிட்டீஷியன்ஸ் வந்து லீட் பண்ணிட்டே இருப்பாங்க, ஜீப்ல போவாங்க, பேசிட்டே இருப்பாங்க. நாங்க அவங்க தலைமையில ட்ரோன் பறந்துட்டு போயிட்டே இருப்போம். அவர் என்ன சொல்றாருன்னு ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணி அனுப்பிட்டு இருப்போம். ஸோ அது வந்து என்னன்னா ஒரு டிட்டரன்ஸ். ஒரு சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு நம்ம ஊர்ல ஃபாலோ பண்ண மாட்டாங்க, பட் நம்ம மானிட்டர் பண்ணோம்னா முடிஞ்சிருச்சு வேலை. ஸோ அன்னைக்கு தமிழ்நாடு போலீஸ் இஸ் வெரி மச் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபைட். தேங்க்ஸ் டு தமிழ்நாடு போலீஸ். இன்னைக்கு இந்தியாவிலேயே முதலா ட்ரோன்களை இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணதுன்ற பெருமை வந்து தமிழக காவல்துறைக்கு தான் சேரும், தமிழக அரசாங்கத்துக்கு தான் சேரும். அந்த ட்ரோன்களை வந்து ஒன் சடன் டே 2014ல மௌலிவாக்கம் பில்டிங் கொலாப்ஸ் வெரி ஃபேமஸ். போரூர்ல பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. சடனா அந்த இல்லீகல் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன், அந்த 9th floor வந்து ஓவர் நைட்ல சரிஞ்சிருச்சு. உள்ள வந்து 58 பேர் மாட்டிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அதுல நம்ம ட்ரோன்களை யூஸ் பண்ணி தமிழக காவல்துறை நம்மகிட்ட ரிக்வஸ்ட் பண்ணாங்க, அதை ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னு. 3 நாள் ஃபீல்ட்ல ஒர்க் பண்ணோம். ஒர்க் பண்ணி 17 தொழிலாளிகளை உயிரோட காப்பாற்றணும். சின்ன ட்ரோன்ஸ் உள்ள அனுப்பிக்கணும். இன்னைக்கு அந்த சேம் டெக்னாலஜி ஆர்மிக்கு டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். தேர் ஒர்க்கிங் ஆன் இட். அதுக்கு தமிழக அரசு என்ன பண்ணுச்சு தெரியுமா? கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு பிரசன்டேஷன் கொடுக்க சொன்னாங்க, நான் என்ன பண்ணன்றத. ஏன்னா அப்போ ராமானுஜன் சார் ரொம்ப புஷ் பண்ணுவார் எல்லாத்தையும். பிரசன்டேஷன் கொடுத்த உடனே வித்தின் எ மந்த் நான் வந்து தமிழக அரசு கேட்டது வந்து 200 கோடி 2013ல. என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா 200 crore ஹியூஜ் மணி அப்படின்னாங்க. நான் அப்பயும் சொன்னேன், இது நீங்க இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா இஸ்ரேல் மாதிரி நம்ம வந்து டாப் லெவல்ல இருப்போம், என்டையர் ஜிடிபி அட்லீஸ்ட் 2% நம்மளால திருப்ப முடியும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னேன். அந்த பிரசன்டேஜ் எல்லாம் கொடுத்தேன். பட் அன்னைக்கு கவர்மெண்ட் என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா, they considered very carefully. It has gone to up to Madam Jayalalitha and finally they approved 20 crores. இது 20 கோடின்றது சாதாரண விஷயம் கிடையாது. எந்த ஒரு ரிசர்ச் ஏஜென்சியும் ஒரு சாதாரண ரிசர்ச்சுக்கு இவ்வளவு ஃபண்ட் கொடுக்காது. அந்த ஃபண்டை யூஸ் பண்ணி பலவித அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் பயன்படுத்தணும். ஸோ இன்னைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து ட்ரோன் கார்பரேஷன் இருக்கு, அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகம் ரிசர்ச் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்குது. அப்புறம் ரீசெண்டாக வி மெட் ஒரு சந்திரபாபு நாயுடு, அவங்க ட்ரோன் டாக்ஸி வேணும்ன்றாங்க. இன்னைக்கு தமிழ்நாடு இந்திய அரசாங்கத்தினால ஒரு நமோ தீதி ப்ரோக்ராம்ஸ் இருக்கு. அதாவது ட்ரோன்களை யூஸ் பண்ணி எப்படி நீங்க ஸ்ப்ரே பண்ணலாம், ஹவு யூ கேன் மேக் எக்கனாமி. பொன்ரா சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி இட் ஹாஸ் எக்கனாமிக் வேல்யூ ஆஃப் $4 billion, சாரி $40 billion by 2030. தட் மீன்ஸ் 4 lakh crore ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்கு. இதுல மாணவர்களுக்கான ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி என்னன்னு சொல்றேன். ஒரு குட் நியூஸ், நேற்று தமிழக அரசாங்கம் வந்து எங்களுக்கு ஒரு 5000 மாணவர்களை ட்ரெயின் பண்றதுக்கான ஒரு ஆர்டர் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க இலவசமா. ப்ளீஸ் நோட் திஸ் இஸ் வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் மூமெண்ட். நாங்க நார்மலா அது ஒரு கோர்ஸுக்கு 50,000 ரூபாய் சார்ஜ் பண்றோம். அது நாங்க பல விதத்துல பிரசன்ட் பண்ணோம் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு. கவர்மெண்ட் தே அக்ரீட், தே அனௌன்ஸ்ட் இட்ஸ் a free of cost for 5,000 students இந்த ட்ரோன் ட்ரைனிங் எடுக்கிறதுக்கு. ஸோ த்ரைவ் மூலியமா யார் யாரெல்லாம் அப்ளை பண்றீங்களோ பண்ணுங்க. there is a screening committee. அதுல வந்து உங்களுக்கு ட்ரோன்ல இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்கணும். இருந்ததுன்னா we are giving free of cost. It's a 7 to 8 days program. அதுல ஒரு சர்டிபிகேட் கொடுப்பாங்க, உங்களோட டிரைவிங் லைசன்ஸ் மாதிரி. அந்த சர்டிபிகேட் வாங்கினீங்கன்னா 10 years வேலிடு. நீங்க அதை வச்சுட்டு இந்தியா ஃபுல்லா ட்ரோன்களை பறக்கலாம். ஸோ இப்போ வந்து யூஐலையும் பேசிட்டு இருக்கோம், இங்க வாங்கின சர்டிபிகேட் அங்கே செல்லுபடி ஆகுமான்னு சொல்லிட்டு. ஆச்சுன்னா யூ கேன் கோ ஃபார் லாட் ஆஃப் பைலட்டிங் ஜாப்ஸ். ஸோ அதுல நிறைய ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்கு. ஃப்ரீயா இருக்கிறப்ப வந்து என்ன பேசலாம், ஃபுல் டீடைல் நான் கொடுக்குறேன். ரெண்டாவது மேனுஃபேக்சரர்ஸ்க்கு. ஸோ இந்தியாவில் வந்து மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் கம்பெனிஸ் வெரி லெஸ், ஃபியூ கம்பெனிஸ் தான் இருக்கு. அது நார்த் இந்தியாவில் இருக்கு. அப்புறம் இந்த அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் கம்பெனிஸ் இருக்கு. ரீசென்ட்லி முருகப்பா குரூப் அவங்க வந்து அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் ட்ரோன் பண்றாங்க. ஒரு நாளைக்கு 75 அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் ட்ரோன் செய்யறாங்க. அதுவும் தமிழகத்துல. அது யாருக்கும் பெருசா தெரியாது. ஒரு நாளைக்கு 50ல இருந்து 75 ட்ரோன் பண்றாங்க. வித்தின் 5 years நம்மளோட தேவைகள் வந்து 60 லட்சம் ட்ரோன், 60 lakh ட்ரோன். ஈவன் 10-15 கம்பெனி வந்தாலும் தேவைகள் இருக்கு. பட் அது பேஷன்ஸ் இருக்கணும். we have a technology, we are ready to help them. That is for a manufacturing point of view, not only for agriculture, for army drones. இப்போ இது வந்து மேபி இது க்ளோஸ் ஆடிட்டோரியம்னு சொல்றோம். ஆபரேஷன் சிந்தூர் எங்களோட பார்ட்டிசிபேஷன் இருக்கு. we work for Indian Army. ஸோ நீங்க இந்த ரிபப்ளிக் டே பரேட்ல வந்து எங்களோட ட்ரோன்களை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த பரேட்ல டெல்லியில நம்ம ட்ரோன் போகுது, நம்ம டிசைன் பண்ண ட்ரோன் வந்து பரேட்ல போகுது. இதெல்லாம் க்ளோஸ் ரூம்ல சொல்றோம். இப்போ ரீசெண்டா வந்து வெஸ்டர்ன் கமாண்ட்ல வந்து நம்மளோட ட்ரோன்களை டெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு 150 கிலோமீட்டர் 15 கிலோ பேலோடு, அம்னிஷன் பேலோடு. இட் வில் டேக், கோ தேர், ஐடென்டிஃபை தி எனிமி, கில் இட். தி கில்லிங் ரேடியஸ் இஸ் அபௌட் 100 meters. ஸோ அதனால ஆர்மி வந்து டோட்டலாக இப்போ தமிழகத்தை டிஃபெண்ட் பண்ணி இருக்கு. ஸோ அதுக்கு வந்து நிறைய இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸை பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம். ஐ திங்க் நிறைய பேர் இருக்காங்க, இங்கே பேசியிருக்கோம். லாட் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ் ஆர் கமிங் அப். ஸோ இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸ் இருந்தாங்கன்னா ட்ரை டு இன்வெஸ்ட் ஆன் தி ட்ரோன் கம்பெனிஸ். தேர் ஆர் ஃபியூ கம்பெனிஸ், நிறைய வந்துட்டு கம்பெனிஸ் ஆர் வெரி ஃபியூ. இது வந்து மேனுஃபேக்சரருக்கும் ஒரு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு, இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸ்க்கும் வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. இப்போ சந்திரபாபு நாயுடு சார் கூட பேசுறது பார்த்தோம்னா மேபி இங்க ஒரு 15-20 நிமிஷம் பேசியிருப்போம். எத்தனை பேருக்கு பொறுப்பு தெரியாது. ஐ திங்க் என்னோட மாறன் இருக்கார், மாறன் 1 minute. இஸ் மை ரிசர்ச் ஸ்காலர், ஒரு பிகான் ஸ்கூல்ல என்னோட பிஹெச்டி ஸ்காலரு. ரீசெண்டா சந்திரபாபு நாயுடு பார்க்குறப்ப அவர்தான் கூப்பிட்டு போயிருந்தேன். about 2 hours, 2 மணி நேரம் 1-to-1 டிஸ்கஷன். அதை பார்த்துட்டு சொன்னாரு, நாங்க மிஸ் பண்ணிட்டோம் உங்களை, நீங்க எதுக்கு வெளிநாட்டுலாம் போறீங்க, டைம்ல கேட்டாங்க. அதாவது ஒரு ட்ரோன் ஆம்புலன்ஸ், இன்னைக்கு மக்கள் நிறைய பேர் விபத்துல வந்து இறந்துடுறாங்க, அதை வந்து பாதுகாக்கணும், நீங்க ட்ரோன் ஆம்புலன்ஸ் பண்ண முடியுமான்னு அது பிரசன்டேஷன் 2 years டைம்ல. அவர் சொன்ன ஒரு வார்த்தை, 2026 எனக்கு முடியணும், என்ன பண்ணுவீங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியாது. Visionary. You approach many people, bring the forged partnership. Do not try yourself. Already wheel is invented. So the manufacturers எங்கேயும் இருப்பாங்க, பல இடத்துல இருப்பாங்க. You make Amaravati as a drone capital அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. அதுக்காக வேலை பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம். So it's a huge opportunity. So ஏர்முனை முதல் போர்முனை வரை இந்த ட்ரோன்களுக்கான ஓப்பனிங் இருக்கு. ஸோ இது வரையும் நம்ம தமிழகத்துல ஒரு 6000 பேர் ட்ரோன் பைலட் ட்ரெயின் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஸோ எல்லாரும் இன்னைக்கு நிறைய ஏர்ன் பண்றாங்க. மேபி வில்லேஜ் பீப்புள் ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு 10ஆம் வகுப்பு படித்த ஒரு இல்லத்தரசி, அதாவது ஒரு மேரேஜ் ஆனவங்க கூட ட்ரோன் வாங்குறாங்க. There is a huge opportunity for loans, subsidies. So you can make your own economy. So about 4 lakh crore opportunities இருக்கு. Investors மிஸ் பண்ண வேண்டாம், manufacturers மிஸ் பண்ண வேண்டாம், ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸும் மிஸ் பண்ண வேண்டாம். நெக்ஸ்ட் 2 இயர்ஸ்ல 1 lakh ட்ரோன் பைலட்ஸ் வேணும். இன்னைக்கு இந்தியாவில் இருக்கிறது 10,000 பேர் தான் இருக்காங்க. ஸோ 90,000 பேர் டெவலப் பண்ண வேண்டியது இருக்கு. த்ரூ TribeTN we will make a drone. Tamil Nadu will become a drone hub of the India. Now என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காருன்னா, பாரத பிரதமர் வந்து எல்லாருக்கிட்டையும் செல்போன் இருக்கிற மாதிரி ட்ரோன் இருக்கணும்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. சந்திரபாபு நாயுடு வந்து எல்லா வில்லேஜ்லையும் ட்ரோன் இருக்கணும்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. நம்ம தமிழக முதல்வர் 2021 வந்து ட்ரோன் கார்பரேஷனும் ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. சம்திங் எந்த ஒரு கார்பரேஷன் ஆரம்பிக்கிறப்ப சம் கேப்ஸ் இருக்கும், அதெல்லாம் மூவ் பண்ணி அடுத்த லெவலுக்கு வரும். மேபி பை 2030 இந்தியாவோட தமிழகத்தின் தேவை வந்து அபவுட் 60,000 ட்ரோன்ஸ். தட் இஸ் 15,000 வில்லேஜ் இருக்கு, ஒரு வில்லேஜுக்கு 4 ட்ரோன் வேணும். ஸோ 60,000 ட்ரோன் இருக்கும் நம்ம கிட்ட. அந்த 60,000 ட்ரோனுக்கு வந்து ஒரு ட்ரோனுக்கும் வேலை வாய்ப்பு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மினிமம் 20 பேர். ஸோ 1,20,000 மாணவர்களுக்கான வேலை வாய்ப்பு இங்கே கொட்டி கிடக்குது. ஸோ மேனுஃபேக்சரர்ஸும் உள்ள வரலாம், ஸோ இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸும் வரலாம். ஜெய் ஹிந்த், ஜெய் பாரத். கேள்விகள் கேட்கலாம்.
கனவு காணுங்கள் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நம்ம டாக்டர் அப்துல் கலாம் ஐயா சொல்லியிருந்தாரு. அந்த கனவை அறியுங்கள் என்று நம்ம ஏரோஸ்பேஸ் அண்ட் ட்ரோன் செக்மெண்ட்ல இருக்க டாக்டர் பொன்ராஜ் சாரும் நம்ம டாக்டர் கே செந்தில்குமார் சொல்லியிருக்காரு. நம்ம செல்போன் இருக்கிற மாதிரி எல்லாரோட கையிலையும் ட்ரோன் இருக்கும் காலம் மிக தொலைவில் இல்லை, மிக விரைவில் நடக்கும். அது மாணவர்களாகிய உங்களால் நம்மளால் மட்டும்தான் முடியும் என்பதை இந்நேரத்தில் குறித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். ஸோ இந்த சமிட்ல aerospace and drones are no longer niche domains of the future. They are mainstream engines of economic growth today. இன்னொரு key takeaway சொல்றேன். Stronger industry academic collaboration, more focused skilling initiatives, and a new way of aerospace and drone professionals and entrepreneurs from our ecosystem is required. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to our great speakers, organizers, and every participant who made this session a meaningful and impactful. Thank you, and I look forward to many such engagements again. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you. We come to the last session. May I now invite Mr. Uday Kumar, the former NSIC chairman, Mr. Harish, L&T Shipping Chief, Dr. Siva Kolundu, Professor, Maritime University in Vizag, and the session chairman, Murali Balaji. இந்த செஷன் ரொம்ப இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்கான செஷன். ஷிப் பில்டிங்ல மட்டும் கவர்மெண்ட் அவ்வளவு ரூபாய் செலவு பண்ணி ஜாப் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸை கிரியேட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு. ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், தம்பி கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க, எல்லாரும் உட்காருங்க. இந்த செஷன் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் செஷன். கேட்டுட்டு போங்க. தேங்க்யூ. முரளி.
Yeah, very good evening to everyone. Sorry for the delay and sorry for the delays, respected speakers and delegates on the dais. Good evening, Rear Admiral G.K. Hari sir. Good evening, very good evening, Professor Shivakundu sir from Indian Maritime University. And Uday Kumar sir, very good evening, sir. So we are going in the final session on shipbuilding. So I would like to call upon our session chair, Sir Uday Kumar Avargal, on the dais to give a power-packed session on shipbuilding industry.
Good evening to all of you. Being the last session, I think I can see people become restless. So, as Mr. Just Raghu mentioned, shipping and marine technology is one of the hidden subjects which are not known to many other people. Although we have been hearing about futuristic, advanced electronics, aerospace, very interesting topics right from the morning. But I think this is one area where you are going to get a real employment and business opportunities. The simple fact is, we have been talking about AI replacing employment and career opportunities. But here is a sector which is going to provide more business opportunities because it's still a black box. India is planning to invest about nearly 3 to 3.5 lakh crore on shipping and allied industries. So then you can imagine the kind of opportunity available for this shipping and the marine industries. In fact, I happen to read a document which is called Maritime India Vision Document 2030, which has identified about 150 initiatives which can open up huge opportunities for business people, especially MSMEs, and also people, students like you, as a career opportunity. In fact, currently India is posted with about 12 major ports, and there are about 200 minor ports. Most of the ports are under expansion mode or under modernization mode. And fortunately, India is also having one of the largest coastlines of about 7,500 kilometer coastline, which really requires development of the shipping and coastal facilities. And currently, in fact, the statistics says about 95% of the total trade comes through, the shipping, basically the coastal transport, and out of which 64% of the trade value which is happening from export and imports are coming from the shipping route. So India also has got two major ports which are listed on as the largest ports in the world, which is in the ranking. JNPT is 33 and Mundra port is 37 in the largest ports in the global scenario. And if you see the capacity augmentation of shipping and coastal facilities, we have developed around 69% across all major ports the last 5 years, and 54% of the cargo are handled by some of the 12 major ports. And in fact, if you see the tonnage, why I'm mentioning the statistics, that gives an importance on this particular industry, which is not known to many other people. In fact, we have handled about 19 million metric tons of cargo through this year, especially during the year of financial year 24. We are planning to invest, in terms of value, it's about $34 billion US. And so apart from this shipping, especially through the major ports and the minor ports, then another important area which planning government is showing much interest is inland water transport. In fact, India has got abundant rivers which are either fully connected or not connected. So government is now planning to increase the inland traffic, which is now, it has increased up to 2% now from 0.5% over the years. And the total available transport length is about 5,000 kilometers as of now. So In terms of shipbuilding, which is going to be a major opportunity, shipbuilding currently India is ranking about 21st. So that gives a huge opportunity. And in terms of shipwrecking, overhauling and recovery of the shipping things, it's India is ranking 1. So, and apart from that, this maritime mission document also envisages 10 new initiatives which are completely growth oriented, which is modernization oriented, and which in itself is going to give huge opportunity in terms of attracting investments, MSME development, ancillary development, because they took us a lot of co-players in this industry. Plus, India is also now asked to match up, meet up the world's best standards. So there are a lot of modernization and digitalization is happening, which is one of the shortcomings for the Indian ports at the moment. Plus, E2E logistics efficiency is also currently under development. Plus, India also is in the process of, creating smart ports, especially creating a national level logistics portal, and the processes are getting digitalized. And most of the ports are now becoming completely smart ports. Plus the monitoring systems, everything is getting advanced. So this requires a lot of, mid-size or MSME software companies to carry out this, because these are all highly specialized softwares which can be done by small-time software companies. And so all this requires a lot of policy enhancements, policy revisions, which government is now doing it. And these are all some of the major initiatives. Of course, the document is very elaborative, and I was really, although I'm not a shipping domain expert, but when I read this document, it was very informative. Even there are many, it was throwing up a lot of opportunities. So I do not want to take much time, because I want the floor to be handed over to the specialist, Rear Admiral Harish and Professor Sivakulundu, who are domain experts in this particular shipping industry and, in their own respect. So I would not take much time. I would request Mr. Harish, who is heading L&T shipping operations, to come and give his expert views.
Vanakkam and good evening. First of all, my admiration to all the students. You've had a tough day, a lot of speakers bombarding you with a lot of information, and naturally, at the end, you've probably lost your patience. So I will not take too much of time. I'll just run through the big ticket items. Firstly, it's a great opportunity for me to interact with the youth. You're bubbling with energy, your positivity actually radiates to us and warms our heart. So thank you for being here. I'm also grateful to Mr. Raghunathan for these noble and selfless efforts. As a small kid, all of us like to fly aeroplanes, like to run a boat in water. So that's what excites us about this journey of shipbuilding. And as I say, I'm here to speak about the MSMEs. As I say, you can't take aloo out of samosa, which we just had at the tea break. Similarly, you cannot take the MSMEs out of shipbuilding. They are an integral part of shipbuilding. India's shipbuilding has got a great potential because it has got strategic and economic impact. Many of you may not know that we are the 4th largest economy and growing. Out of 85 billion USD trade that we do, 75 billion USD trade moves on foreign flag, foreign built vessels. So whatever income earnings are there, it is not getting plowed back into the country. it's a loss for our nation. Therefore, the government has decided that it's time the shipbuilding sector gets a real kickoff. And this year, almost 69,000 crores has been promised to be invested in this sector. So this is going to be sunshine sector of tomorrow, because as you all know, you are going to be the leaders of tomorrow. You will build this nation. You will build a green nation. You will build an autonomous nation. And that can happen only if the seeds of that inspiration is sowed right now into your hearts and minds. So we have a requirement for economy. You know how the geopolitics of today is changing, and therefore it's very important for us as a nation to make sure that our energy reserves are secure and we are able to build our energy. You know, you use oil for generating power, we use oil to run our cars, we use oil to run aircrafts, we use oil to run our ships. I'm saying in a very simplistic way. Of course, the types of fuels are different. But if your fuel is stopped, suppose at the petrol bunk there is no fuel available, naturally there will be chaos in the country. And therefore, securing the energy is very important for our nation. And that's why the government is looking at it from a strategic perspective and also from an economic perspective. All of you know that manufacturing industry is the crux as AI gets into the realms of things. Large number of operations in companies will change. We were debating within L&T that probably the HR department will get reduced to 1/4 in future, and the finance department will get reduced to half, because all this job will be done by AI. And therefore, the talent that we have, the young talent that we have to reorganize them, refocus them towards the manufacturing sector. And why manufacturing is important is because when you run through your career and you become a top-notch person, you are still not happy. You earn a lot of money, but you're not happy. Happiness comes from giving and not from receiving. Therefore, if you are a job creator rather than a job seeker, that can make a difference to the nation. So I want to appeal to each and every one of you. I see large number of women here, and you are the future of India. So you must decide that you will create a job for 10 people, at least 10 people. And that will give you a lot of happiness in life. And that is what we are all aiming for. So the Navy is expanding. Almost 3 lakh crore worth of projects are envisaged in the next 3 years. There is a lot of potential. Currently, we are 16th among the shipbuilding nations. We want to be 5th by 2030. 10th within first 10 by 2030 and within first 5 by 2047. So if you look at the demography of our nation, there are large number of people who are 11th, 12th pass, and there are large number of students who are graduates. We need jobs in this country. And shipbuilding sector amongst the manufacturing industry has the highest potential for employment. And it's no rocket science that Japan, Korea, China have invested in shipbuilding industry, though it's a low margin industry, because it can give happiness, it can fuel homes of many households can live on it. Therefore, we are a nation which is looking for giving jobs to our young people, and this shipbuilding sector can provide jobs to those who become graduates and those some of us who are not so fortunate, maybe their family conditions are tough, they don't have enough money to study, they can also prosper. So we are going to be a nation where we don't ourselves become big, but we pull more number of people along with us, so that we, as I said before, today, if you ask me what gives me more happiness, it gives me happiness to see young faces smiling. That is my contentment for life. So therefore, you are going to be the leaders of tomorrow. Please bring smiles to 10, 100,000, 20,000 people like Professor Abdul Kalam did, Dr. Abdul Kalam did. You also can be Dr. Abdul Kalams of the future. So that is where our inspiration has to go. What is new? I don't want to spend too much time about MSME. I have a big paper written in 2019 on requested by Vivekananda International Foundation. It's available on the net. You type my name and type VIF. There are 25 pages paper. You will learn about shipbuilding. I'm not going to spend more time here because I know it is at the end of the day. I only want to say that we have to work smarter. The young generation like you, my son also teaches me many things and I am his student because he teaches me how to do things smarter on AI. And I used to make presentations I use it, but I always remember artificial intelligence should not be a substitute for natural stupidity. It's very important for us to understand that this is just a tool. It's just a tool. Your natural cognitive abilities are going to sail you through in life. Don't depend on that tool. Use it, but it should not replace your intelligence because your intelligence is God-given. It's just a box. So use it, but use it scarcely. So my son teaches me, and you know, the technology of tomorrow is going to be completely different. Your world will face many challenges of environment. The air is getting polluted in Delhi. If you go, you can't breathe. You have to create a new weather spectrum, which we have left versa for you, but you will leave, because I see a lot of promise in you. You leave a world which is far better than what we have left for you. So smart working is important. Autonomy is important, as we discussed about UAVs and other things. There are today, you don't want your people to go very close to, say, a mine in the sea. Mine is a small explosive which is kept at the bottom of the sea. So the ship passes over it, pressure energy is generated, it gets blown up and the ship is damaged. So we now have technology readiness levels of this kind that you can launch a boat. The boat is fully autonomous, and from the boat, you launch a remotely operated vehicle which goes and searches the mine, and then it is recovered. And then you send another, another remotely operated vehicle with a device to destroy the mine. And since the ship is far away, you are protecting people. So nobody goes the harm's way. So this is the technology, how things are changing. Everything will become autonomous. You've seen how the drones have fought war in Ukraine. So the world is changing. Technology is going to be the real game changer. You are the people who are going to do it. We are inspired by you, and we would like you to take the lead to do things better. But I want to tell you a few things. I'll step aside from this, from my own experience in life. Be a problem solver, don't be a monitor. I just leave few sentences with you. Be the problem solver, don't be a monitor. Number 2, learn communication abilities. That is very, very critical in the real world. Your education in college is worth only 20%. You may be the topper, but the toppers don't succeed always. That gives you only 20%. The rest 20% is how do you work in team? How do you adjust with people who don't have the belief system that you have, who think differently from you? Then 20% comes from your ability to speak. If you are very good, but you're not able to convey what you have inside your heart, it will be very difficult for you to move up the ladder. So learn how to communicate, both verbal as well as written. The final thing is, how do you adjust with people who come from different backgrounds? Somebody may be from Tamil Nadu, somebody may be in the armed forces. We learn it very fast. We learn how to respect different religions. We learn very fast how to respect people from different areas. I am not from Tamil Nadu, I am from Bangalore, but I speak to my driver in Tamil. I am trying to learn the Tamil language. So all of us must learn something new that will hold you in good stead in your life. So there are a large number of global capability centers being set up in India. You must be aware in Bangalore, there are a huge number of global capability centers. The world is looking at us because we have what they don't have. We have people. And any nation is built by its people, not by machines. It is built by the people. So I have great hopes from all of you. I don't want to spend more time because I'm conscious of time. So I'll give you, maybe I'll have another opportunity where I'll speak to you in greater detail. But L&T as a company has a shipyard here. We are almost building 11 ships for the Navy and collaborating also with others. In one more last thing I will say is that when you grow, the technology leaps required are pretty high, different spectrums. Learn how to collaborate. There is no need for you to do everything yourself. And the smart working, the generation now is very smart. They know how to work. Collaborate with others, distribute your work. For example, Japan, France and Italy, they collaborated in creating a warship design. And both countries are able to source some equipment from each other. So you will be able to win together as a team. Thank you very much for this opportunity and God bless.
So thanks a lot, sir. It was a very informative session from our Rear Admiral G.K. Arish, sir. I would like to know more about academic perspective from our Professor Shiva Kolundu, who is from Naval Architecture Department of Indian Maritime University, Vizag campus.
Good evening, everybody. 6:55 now. I'll just take 5 minutes. Okay. I also want to go home early. Yeah. Earlier speakers talked about the shipbuilding potential. Yes, there is a potential, and we are nowhere near the potential. Just we are constructing 1% of the ships that are constructed in the global stage. Compared as Chinese are constructing 60%. Okay. Now, we are in a state where in the early 80s, with respect to automobile, Maruti car and all were introduced at that time. Similar to that, we are today with respect to the shipbuilding. Another 5 to 10 years, there's going to be a major change. Huge potential is being unlocked. The government is woken up for the deficiencies. Something like 72,000 crores are being earmarked for 10 years period. All numbers are great. But then how do you translate that into your benefit? So there are opportunities. There are opportunities in the big yards, bigger corporations, but then everything needs to be manned. The ships are constructed by steel, you must be knowing. 70% of ship cost goes in steel only, not much, but then welders are there. Afterwards, there are so many other downstream industries are there that includes even as many as even IT-enabled services, ancillary industries, manufacturing, logistics, supply chain. So many are there. So just this session, let it be helpful for you to realize that there is another big sleeping giant is yet to be woken up. So if it really gets fully operationalized, by another 4 to 5 years time, there's going to be about 5 million tons of worth of steel to be converted into a ship. That will enable about 1.5 lakh workers to be involved. So this 1.5 lakh workers will include all sorts, including designer, draftsman, welder, fitter. There are so many other things are there. So it's going to be a great force multiplier as far as employment is concerned. Unlike automobile industry, this employs for the same amount of value. This takes about 9 to 10 times more manpower. So I hope you understand the magnitude. And unfortunately, we happen to be in the edge of the program. It was not sufficiently elaborated. I also don't want to take any more time. Be aware that there is a huge opening there. We are in the cusp of a time where shipbuilding technology is going to take off. So this is going to be a game changer in a number of geographical regions. Like Tamil Nadu is going to get some 2 clusters, huge installations with Japanese and Korean investment. Andhra is going to get 1. Gujarat is going to get 1. These are all the initial planning now, but then with time, another 10 years, 20 years, we will be on top of it. We will be on surpass Chinese at that point of time because our demography is younger. We will prevail. By 2050 or 2060, we will be crossing the Chinese. So with this, I will close my talk. I just wish you all the best and go through the material that is available related to shipbuilding. If it is interesting, this is a very potential area. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the informative session, sir. And I would like to call upon our session chair for a quick question and answer session.
Thank you, Rear Admiral Harish and Professor Shivakalundu. Although this participation level is on the lower side, but I think they try to cover as much as possible as far as the shipping industry is concerned, which is completely a black box for many of the people. Many of us do not know the real potential available. Of course, now in terms of career opportunities or maybe business opportunities, there are two things which can emerge. One is, I can even ask Mr. Rear Admiral Harish, how MSMEs, which are supposed to be the lifeline for the business and industry's economic growth, can take part in the shipbuilding industry. The number two is, what are the opportunities for the students, which I think I can also answer, because India is one of the largest supplier of seafarers, or basically the marine experts in every level to the entire globe. In fact, this is a huge opportunity which does not really require the AI kind of a mindset or exposure. So I think India can definitely, with our demographic profile, we can expand and we can offer a lot of opportunity for the students if they take marine engineering as a profession. The first question which I raised, especially the MSME part, I can ask Rear Admiral Harish to throw some light.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Murli. Please.
So I did not touch much of the MSME part because of shortage of time, and I saw most of the students were here, so I pressed more on this. Holes, fittings, small industries can make flanges for pipes. There is steel fabrication opportunities. There is opportunities to make cable hangers, cable trays, small equipment where the investment required, capex investment required is small, but you can energize. In shipbuilding sector allows for 7 times manpower employment opportunities in the ancillary industries. So there is a concept of clusters which reduces the logistic cost. Everybody is together in one area. The ancillary industry thrives on the shipyard, and the shipyard thrives on the ancillary industry. So it's a win-win situation. There are also opportunities for services, for say blasting and painting, a lot of subcontract work. In fact, we are short by around almost 1,000 workers, vendors, pipe fabricators and electricians who can get employed through contractors in our yard. So there are engineering opportunities. Shipbuilding is really unique in the sense electronics has only electronics. In shipbuilding, you will have a structural engineer, you will have a piping engineer, you will have a mechanical engineer, you will have a software engineer.
all opportunities, material science engineer, all rolled into one. So it's a combination of many disciplines. So many people who are, like I am from NIT Surathkal, I did a degree in civil engineering. From there, I did a naval architecture, and now maybe I'm a confused engineer. So what I'm trying to say is there is opportunity for everybody for jobs, and there is opportunity a lot for MSMEs to come. Come and join us. We'll build the nation together. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
I have only one point. And what is the advantage for MSMEs? There is something called offset provisions. When, especially in the defense sector, the Navy acquires some capital item. So when the component is sourced from MSMEs, there is a multiplier option. So I think this is not known to many people, including some other established MSMEs. So there is an inherent, opportunity for the MSMEs in every sphere. So kindly make use of it. At least, you sensitize your friends and companies. I think you can also talk to your institutions. We'll be very happy to give this, presentations, lectures to your college students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Though last, it was a great event. We were just seeing in the live, close to about 370 people have been watching this. That shows the commitment. They may not be physically present, but so many people are watching it, and thank you so much. Murli will hand over the memento to you as a token of gratitude to you. So volunteers, all the volunteers come on to the stage. All the subcommittee chairmen and organizing committee chairmen, please come on to the dais. Thank you so much. The day comes to an end now. Please come on to the stage. முதல்ல வாலண்டியர்ஸ் மேல வாங்க. அட்வைசரி கமிட்டி, நம்ம ஆர்கனைசிங் கமிட்டி எல்லாரும் மேல வாங்கலாம். கொஞ்சம் ஒரு குரூப் போட்டோ எடுக்கணும். ராதிகா போயிடாத, எங்க எல்லாரையும் ஒரு குரூப் போட்டோ எடுக்கணும்.
இந்த பக்கம் வந்திருக்கேன். வாலண்டியர்ஸ் எல்லாம் இந்த பக்கம் வந்திருக்கேன். வாலண்டியர்ஸ் எல்லாம் இந்த பக்கம் வாங்க. All volunteers, please come this side.
Sir, Annapurni. அந்த கார்த்திகா
எல்லாம் சைடு வாங்க மேடம்.
All of you. All of them. You do not. Thank you so much. எல்லாரும் வாங்க, எல்லாரும் வாங்க. நம்ம வாங்க. We will take a picture with them. ராதிகா, போட்டோ எடு வா. வா, அங்க இருங்க.
சரி சரி
Kneel down. Yes, kneel down. Kneel down. Wait. Right? Ready? Come on, ready?
எல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் பின்னாடி வந்துருங்க ப்ளீஸ் சார் அமுதன் சார் பிரதர் ப்ளீஸ் கொஞ்சம் தள்ளிக்கிங்க உங்க தலைவர்
கீழே பாருங்க. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you. Kavita.
Sir, mobile sir.
Thank you.
நீங்க கொஞ்சம் ரிமூவ் பண்ணலாம் லாஸ்ட்
காசு வெளியே எடுக்க மாட்டாங்க.
ரெடி வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க
அதுவும் ஒரு போட்டோல 5 போட்டோ எடுப்பேன்.
எல்லாம் சீக்கிரம் ப்ளீஸ் சொல்லலாம் 1 2 3 சொல்ல சீஸ் சொல்லலாம் ஓகே 1 2 3 சொன்னனே எல்லாம் சீக்கிரம் 1 2 3 சீஸ் இதா ஆக்ஷன் சார் ஒன் ஆக்ஷன் மொமெண்ட் வச்சு ஆக்ஷன் மட்டும்
அம்மா இன்னொரு
ஓகே சார் ரெடி இல்ல அப்படியே எல்லாரும் அந்த குரூப் அப்படியே
ஏய் முதல்ல பிபி விடா.
ஆக்ஷன் பண்ணி ஒன்று எடுத்துலாமா மெமெண்டோ
என்ன ஆக்சன் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க. கவிதா, ராதிகா, தீபா, விஜயகுமார், நீங்க வாங்க. நீங்க வாங்க. மேல வாங்க. அந்த பாட்டு பாடுங்க.
பேக் பண்றேன், ஆஃப் பண்ண போறேன்.
Sure.